Oops. Well, I don't know why I can't ever hear anything I play. On this one, oh well. It's good to see y'all. How are y'all doing? Pat, Cheryl, Watt, is there anybody I missed? Miss those days? I do too, Pat. And I can't scroll up. Well, that's nice. Okay. Hey, be charming. So, eh, it's been a lot going on, huh? I'm going to go ahead and put the link. I have something to read, y'all. So, there wasn't a song that, oh, I couldn't find it. But um, a friend of mine posted it, tagged me in it, and so I have the lyrics, and I want to read them to y'all. It's yeah, I'm sure it's. I wish I could hear the song. Okay, I've seen gold like the calf they made, and this has scripture references with it. Exodus 32. Heard tongues that never once obeyed. Matthew 15:8. Whitewashed walls, but hearts decayed. Matthew 23:27. The word ain't soft, it cuts and stays. Hebrews 4:12. Not chasing crowns that rust and fade. Matthew 6:19-20. I want the well done, not the praise. Matthew 25:21. The gate is narrow, that's the way. Matthew 7:14. Hey Daniel, I won't sell truth for loud acclaim. Don't need a sign, I've read the scroll. Luke 11:29. I felt him cleanse what shame stole. Psalms 51:7. Let the world love what it owns. John 15:19. I'll stand with him even alone. I don't need a stage to know he sees me. Psalms 139. Don't need applause to feel his grace. Ephesians 2:8. I'd rather, I'd rather walk the road that leaves me bleeding. Luke 9:23. Than dance in lies to save my face. He said, pick up your cross, not pick your comfort. Matthew 16:24. Said, be the light, not blending gray. Matthew 5:14. So when the sky splits open and truth comes closer. 1 Thessalonians 4:16-17. Let him find me holding to the faith. 2 Timothy 4:7. Hey, 420, good to see you. I'm sorry, Be Charming. Be Charming, good to see you. Where am I at? Okay. Not here to tickle ears with lies. 2 Timothy 4:3. Are built on sand and call it right. Matthew 7:26. He flipped the tables, not the truth. John 2:15. And love corrects, It's not a truce. Hebrews 12:6. Don't need the crowd to stand approved. Galatians 1:10. The fear of man don't move my shoes. Proverbs 29:25. I'd rather lose and walk with him than win the world and lose within. Mark 8:36. The saint of trend, this is my vow, to wear his name and not back down. Romans 1:16. The road is hard, the peace is loud, when heaven speaks and shakes the ground. Hebrews 12:26. Mm, okay. I don't need a stage to know he sees me. Don't need applause to feel his grace. I'd rather walk the road that leaves me bleeding than dance in lies to save my face. He said, pick up your cross, not pick your comfort. Said, be the light, not blend in gray. So when the sky splits open and truth comes closer, let him find me holding to the faith. And know the voice that calmed the sea, Mark 39. They wept at graves and still set free. That wept at graves and still set free. John 11:35 and John 8:36. He's not a mascot for my tribe. He's the lamb, the truth, the vine. John 14:6, John 15:1. Hey, Ricky, all for his kingdom. Thank you. Not ashamed to wear his scars, not impressed with gold or stars. Let the Pharisees perform. I'd rather be broken and reborn. John 3:3. Spinal course. Um, and it just repeats what it said before, and then the song starts playing. It just really says a lot. And this is the friend that I've told y'all about before that is very into philosophy and science, and his daughters actually live by faith. And so he, hey Tim, good to see you. Did I put the link? I don't know if I put the link. um, I'm okay, Tim. It's been just life. um, anyway, his daughters live by faith. And so I think that's why he tagged me in it. Because, hey Lily, good to see you. Because he questions, he's always asking questions. And he gives his view, and he is very open to discussion. And there's several of us that speak with him through his posts. Kiss off, good to see you, sweet. And through his daughters, he's starting to see what it's like to walk in faith, what it's like to be the light that shines. he can see it shining in them. Susan Carpenter, good to see you. Oh, it didn't beep. Sorry about that. Hi,
All
Tim.
good, sister. Hi, Bonnie.
How are you doing?
Oh, I'm hanging in there. How are you, little sister?
I'm doing okay.
Yeah,
Just
okay.
been,
Well, I'm just making sure you're okay, though.
oh
You
yeah.
seem a little down.
Well, kinda, maybe. I'm sorry if I seem down. We're gonna play games and we're gonna
Okay,
have fun.
don't worry. I'm just making sure you're okay. That's all.
Yeah, I just have been going through things, the physical things, deciding what I'm gonna get rid of and what I'm gonna keep, and there's a lot of memories. Um, I even have my children's hospital bracelets from when they were born.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So just when you see things like that, it just kind of grabs your heart. You know,
I
that's
understand.
just the way it is. Yeah. And
I
a lot of other things that just have special meaning to me. And so it's, it is what it is. I know we're
I
not
hear
supposed
you.
to say that, but um, ugh,
I totally
it's,
get it.
yeah. And
Some things that you can't mention here on the internet. I understand that. You know,
yeah,
I'm going through my stuff that I can't mention here on the internet. So I
yeah,
know what you're saying. I hear you, sister.
yeah.
Just know that I support you and I love you. You're a great lady,
Thank you.
and I enjoy coming to your channel.
It's been a minute since you've been up here.
Yeah, it's been a while, huh? This was only the second time, I think.
Yeah, yeah. I was kind of excited because one of the things that I found when I was going through books was the um oh goodness, what is books of the Ethiopian Bible, and I was kind of
Oh wow,
surprised. I was like, wait, I didn't even know I had that. And how did I get this? Where did I get it? I have no idea. But
you
um,
just found it?
yeah, well, it
Interesting.
was in a stack of books that I had, but it was with the old Bibles. Um, this one that I have, there's no telling how old it is. It's so fragile. Um,
Pretty old.
very.
Yeah,
I'm trying to see if there's a published date.
yeah. I'd be curious to find out.
Perfect love casteth out fear. So it's on the first page. That's where you put marriages, births, death, and nothing is filled out on it. This
Huh?
had to have come from my grandmother. And of course, it's the King James Version because that's all that she would refer to ever.
That was her favorite. No. Favorite way of reading it instead of the Old or the New Testament. She liked that one instead. That was her personal favorite, I guess you're saying?
Yes. She grew up
Okay.
Pentecostal. Um, her
Oh,
mother was
okay.
very strict Pentecostal, and her brother became a Pentecostal preacher. Um, hey, Mary, good to see you. Uh, so yeah, um,
Gotcha.
King James is the one that there's a lot of people that prefer it. That's what I've grown up on, and so uh, that's what I have mostly in my house is the King James. So it kind of
Okay.
surprised me to find the books of the Ephesian Bible. It was like, hey, we were
Yeah.
just reading this and talking about it, and Cola's been reading the other books, and so it was just kind of neat.
Okay. Yeah. You ever find out how old that Bible is by chance?
No, I can't find a date of publication
Usually
or
it's in the
anything.
front.
I know, and it's
Huh.
it's not. It
Is it missing a page or something?
I don't see any pages missing. Um, it just keeps giving me scriptures with each one of those. Collins Clear Type Press for the Waverly Book Company Ltd. No date.
Oh,
Holy Bible containing the Old and New Testaments and the Apocrypha in the authorized version. It's got
oh.
the stamp with the lion and the unicorn.
I wonder if you could like look that up on the internet to find out by the markings on the Bible. I wonder. I don't know. I wonder if you could
Oh,
look that
wait,
up.
the license. Uh, what does it say? 100,000 copies. Dated the 20th day of May, 1954.
It's from
So
1954.
I guess that's when it's from.
Hmm.
Yep.
Gotcha. Yeah, my mom was 3 years old then. I was just gonna
Um,
ask you before you found out that they look. Now we know.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear all of that.
Oh, I was gonna ask you before you found out the date. How old do you think it was by looking at it?
Well, that's the thing is that the outside of it looks really worn. Like, um, it looks really old.
Like over a
Even
hundred years
some of the
old,
words are
75?
faded. Right.
Oh
Well,
wow.
but what they say 70 years old.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's 70 what 71 years old thereabout.
Yeah.
Wow. So your side of the family never liked the New Testament? They just prefer the King James?
Well, the New
Or
Testament is included in it. The
oh,
King James Version has the Old and New Testaments in it.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, that's somewhere, and it's probably in my storage. Um, I have the one that I know for sure was my grandmother's. That's the one that would sit in the middle of her coffee table always.
You remember it as a child?
Oh yeah.
Gotcha.
Hey Brew, good to see you. Yeah. So what have you been up to?
Well, I just been working a lot. Uh, haven't had a vacation in a long time. Uh, there's a possible chance that um, the company I work for we might be going on strike.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so that just adds to the other stuff that I'm dealing with. So I'm just trying to make the best of it. Just pray about it. That's all I can do at this point. It's in God's hands. So ultimately, so that's the short version.
Yeah,
So
that's good.
how about you?
Red Pill, good to see you. Hope you're feeling better.
Hey, Red
That was
Pill.
a that was a good AI video you put out. I
Oh, Red
shared
Pill, you're
it.
talking about?
Yep, I shared it on my
Oh,
community page. I actually Monday we're gonna have a slam dunk. There's a lot that I want to share that's happening in Texas and Tennessee, and I put a couple of those on my community page. Um, things are getting crazy. It's a it's a good thing that I made kind of designated Saturdays for fun time. We need a little fun in all
okay.
this craziness. Indy, good to see you.
Hey, why
You can still slam dunk. Did you ask something? I'm sorry.
so,
I lost you, Tim.
what's that?
Oh, I didn't know if you had said
You mean?
something. Did you ask something?
Oh, I
Hey,
was just
D-Dog.
saying hi to people in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Just saying hi to the chat. That's all.
Yeah.
My is kind of in and out.
You're a little in and out. I don't know if it's my... Whoop. Okay. I guess it wasn't just me. Um, hmm. All right. So we're on the last card of this game. Now ready to start it? Or just a sec. I need to... What? Are you going to come up and help me with this? Monty. Hey, chessboard. Good to see you. I didn't drop it again. I mean, I don't need you to come up and help. Just curious. Okay, one more time, and then we'll just go for it. Somebody blow the whistle. He's too official. Look. Who's too official? Okay. I'm really interested to see y'all's comments anyway on this one. Oh, we need a letter to start with. Darn it. Hey, Craig. I didn't see you come in, Craig, but I see people saying hi, Craig. It's okay, Tim. I understand. We all have connection issues a lot. Okay, the letter is O. Good luck with that one because I have no idea what you're going to do with an O. Okay, this is the question. I'll put it that it's a no. We all know. Oh, oh, there he is.
Good evening, everybody.
How are you?
I am just peachy, Bunny. I am peachy.
Your bulldog disappeared.
Oh, he's getting his beard piece attached. He'll be here momentarily.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There we go.
Look at y'all guessing words and you don't even know what it is yet, and you're totally wrong.
Did I miss the
Well, I
letter?
don't know. It's not you're wrong, but the letter's O.
I don't think you had a no before.
I know. I, maybe once, long time ago, but
Maybe.
okay. So this is the question. If you are an influencer, okay, wait, no. If I were an influencer, I'd post about blank.
Mm,
Kind of weird that that came up in this game, huh?
yeah, a lot of your questions, I thought that, particular timing or maybe the day, it was kind of interesting.
Yeah,
But I guess they probably word a lot of those questions so they would be kind of current, I guess.
I don't know. I guess so.
Uh, I think if you were an influencer, you would probably make origami videos.
Oh, there you go. Origami. Cheryl said Oracle. Red Pill said OpenAI. Good one.
Or you could make videos about all the ostriches you have. Oh,
Yeah. I think someone said octopus a while ago. Dance videos in popular places. What if that starts with an O, Craig? Yeah.
I don't know. Did it get the people going though? Sounds good.
Your mommy, you
Uh,
awake?
Overachieving on omnipotent overachievers.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. I couldn't get it out though.
It's overly oppressed.
Um,
And they got a bunch of opossums.
yeah,
Another
you
one
could be an
I would
opossum farmer.
say.
Um,
Opossum.
that's how it's spelled. Is opossum. It's pronounced awesome,
That's
Mary
weird,
said
isn't it?
right?
opposite sexes. Hmm.
Just start putting random letters in front of people's names.
Well, it's like
Okay.
pterodactyl. You don't hear
Yeah,
the P sound.
Over the hump.
over the hump.
Hey, Bonnie,
Oriental. What?
remember a couple nights ago when that storm was up by Lubbock and Woolworth? Hang on.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Weatherford.
yeah. It's
Oh, that's right.
WOLFORTH. Anyways, I found out one of my cousins is right there at the yeah,
Really?
Wolfworth. Yeah, she was talking
Oh,
about how they got hit the other night.
yeah, they got hammered.
Hmm.
Overreacting.
Got pretty lucky here. We had a pretty strong band come through, but it stayed mostly north. But it probably rained for all about 30 minutes. But man, it came down. We
Yeah.
had to water the garden, and it cooled things off about 20 degrees outside. Feels good out here now.
Orbit, objectives. Objectives is good. Overrated.
You can make content about obese people. It's no word.
Ovulating. Oh, goodness, Craig.
Definitely a no word.
You're an influencer. I want to see you do one on that. Orange man, oral.
Don't Google that.
Nope.
Be an owl
Glow.
watcher.
Ooh, there you
Oh,
go.
That's, yeah, that's a good one.
Or an
Oil.
Austin Dringler.
yeah. I guess
Original content. Good one, Indy.
if it would have been an N, it could have been like me, non-tent. One letter off.
Outer space.
The outer limits. Yeah, I bet this game would be pretty fun to like play in person because ain't no telling what somebody would say, you know.
Oh, yeah.
And you think of something, and it makes somebody else think of something, and just
I think we're being a lot more reserved here than typically.
oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt. I mean, I could definitely think of some words.
Don't touch the tequila, though. Oh, my goodness.
It's on standby. Don't think it ain't.
Do what?
Obama. Yesterday, Carl went live with a bottle of Jose.
Mm. Jose, can you
Pretty.
see?
Nope, she could. I don't know. It was just funny. Don't eat the worm and the tequila. Yeah. Use your own words.
Mm.
Hey, dear. Obedience. What? Wonder how
How
Pamela
fond of
felt
you
this
are of
morning.
orangutans?
Let's start with an O.
That's no word.
Okay. See, I would have spelled that totally wrong. Thank you.
Oh, that's funny.
You ever notice a
Oh,
lot of these O words have over in front of it?
Yeah,
yep. That was a good movie, though. Overboard. I don't know if
Yeah.
y'all saw that.
yeah. With Tom Hanks and the lady was a mermaid.
No.
Oh no, that wasn't Tom Hanks. It was somebody else.
You're
Oh,
thinking
God.
you're thinking of the one with John Candy and Tom Hanks
No.
and
Yeah,
everything.
yeah. I was thinking of another one.
Oh.
Oh,
This had, oh, goodness. What's her name?
Goldie
The,
Hawn
the yes, the laughing girl with the
and
bikini. And Ricky something? Was it Ricky Nelson? No. Kirk Douglas. Thank
Kirk
you.
Douglas.
Okay.
There you go.
Kurt
Three.
Russell.
Kurt
See,
Russell. Yeah, one of them Kurts.
that's what I was thinking.
well,
Yeah, whoever he was. He was not nice.
Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn is married or
They
was.
really are?
In real
Yeah,
life?
yeah.
Really?
Huh.
I didn't know that.
Her daughter, Kate Hudson.
Hey,
Oh yeah,
Magnar.
that is her
Good to
daughter.
see
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, is she's a model, and she she calls Kurt Russell her stepdad, her dad. So her
Hey,
stepdad.
Blackwatch. I'll be darned. Well, she did deserve it a little, but he went overboard.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, B. I'm sorry, B. You're right. They aren't married. They've just been living together
Huh.
forever.
Mm.
Might as well say common law.
Yeah.
Indy said, I think they met on the set of 40 years and never married.
Huh.
That's a long time.
I mean, if it works, it works. You know what I mean? If however they make it work, it's
Well, so is there scripture that you have to get married in a church or by a preacher? I mean, I was just wondering.
I don't know the exact literature behind that. I'm pretty sure it's probably something on it. I'm sure. Um, I mean, you could do it that way. I mean, I don't think you always have to get uh, the
Piece of paper.
government involved. That type of thing. You know, uh,
I
pretty
think.
sure you could have like a ceremony or something, but you don't have to like technically get the government involved.
I think
Yeah,
as long as it's in front of God, which is out in the open space, then and you involve in God in your marriage, then you've got it made.
Yeah,
right. And I know Texas has common law if you go by that, but yes,
yeah.
Cruz and Carpenter, I agree.
As long as it's in the open, like you're not denying God. I'm not denying our union. We're together.
Right, as long as you do it in front of God.
Yeah,
Ragnar's.
And
Okay.
be willing to work out any kind of differences instead of just the very first little fight you get, and then you're like, "Oh, I just want a divorce," you know.
I hate
And
that.
well, too young a couple get married, and they just don't want to fight. They don't want to fight for the marriage. They don't want to work it out. They just want to give it up, like
But
like
that's
like like throwing it away like it's just like it's a newspaper, And
well,
it's
that's true, but it's also a form of manipulation, I think. Throw out the divorce card to get your way, you
right,
know?
right.
I hate that. That is that's just wrong.
yeah,
And I'll tell you what, marriage is hard work. And because there's going to be bad days, there's going to be good days, there's going to be bad days. But it's working through them together. And like you said, with God at the center, I think that makes it a whole lot easier to solve problems and situations. And Be Charming put the scriptures. Thank you, Be Charming. Hey, John Dunning. Good to see you. Okay, flip the card. Nope, flip the card. I thought I already flipped it.
but if I do have a ceremony one day, be looking in the mail. You just might get an invite.
What do?
Show
Okay,
you how
this
we
one's
get down in Georgia.
cool.
You know, like
that'd be a reason for me to say, okay, gotta go to
Where you
Georgia,
at, Money? You in Oklahoma?
me.
Yeah.
Kansas.
Kansas.
One state above.
Gotcha.
I'm 4.5 hours away from Oklahoma. Well, that's from Tulsa, I should say. I'm
Yeah.
actually like 3 hours, about 3 hours, 2.5. So depends on how fast you drive.
Too close, really.
So I
Yeah,
can't
well,
give him a ride to the wedding. He's too far away.
you know,
If I win the lottery between now and then, I'll fly you in my personal jets.
I know the scripture of
What the heck, Black Watch? 2145.
That's about right. That's where I put it at. Yeah, he is
that's
on it.
another 100. It's over way over 100 years. Yeah.
Oh, but maybe there won't be a ceremony. Scratch that whole idea.
Okay, next question. Saturdays are for blank, and it starts with a T. Be Charming said trippin'.
It starts with a T.
T. Yep.
Uh, totally,
Saturdays are for
totally.
blank.
Oh, my bad.
Yes. Saturdays are for blank.
Huh.
Totally relaxing.
Uh,
There you go.
tacos.
Teasing turtles. Did you say tacos?
Yeah.
Yeah, every day's for tacos.
Uh,
Touchy. Twiddle sticks.
treasure hunting.
That's what.
Mm,
You just keep reading my
that's
mind.
that's a good one.
Yep. Treasure hunting.
Twizzle sticks.
Trimming.
What's
Telepathy. Telepathy. Not telepathy.
It's never really a bad time for twizzle sticks, really. Some would say.
uh?
Uh,
What was the name of those ones? You stick them in
TV.
a can and dump them out, and whenever they land, you had to like pick them up.
Chopsticks.
Well, I forgot the actual name of them,
I think I know what you're talking about.
but
Yeah.
you had to pick them up without disturbing the ones underneath it or something like that, or
Thumb
on top
twiddle.
of it.
Touchdowns.
See, did you get the link? Touchdowns. There you go.
Hmm.
Tamales.
Never a bad day for tamales either, really.
Tiptoe through the
Roots.
tulips. Touring.
Time
Pixie.
traveling.
Hey, Mary Freeland has, tiptoe through the tulips. That's Tiny Tim, TT.
That's 5 T's. You get double points for that one.
Teleportation. Tractor supply. Time travel. Okay. Thank you, V.
Roots.
Savages.
Oh, Cheryl, that's a good one. Tailgating.
Um, yeah, tailgating. That is a good one.
Yep,
While having a tantalizing conversation.
that's a good one. Tennis. Thankfulness. There you go.
Never played the tennis.
Excuse me. Turkey hunt.
Turkey hunting. Turkey shoot. Y'all ever been to one of those?
Yes.
That's pretty fun.
Pick,
Played tennis when I was younger at church camp. Does that
pick
count?
up stick, Monty. That's what it was called.
Yeah, there you go. Pick up sticks.
I thought that, but I was like, nah, that's too obvious. Closest I got to tennis was badminton.
those things hurt if they're aimed just right.
Oh, that was my goal. I send it at you. You better be ready. I'm sending it.
The shuttles.
Look out for the birdie.
I said I was the Nolan Ryan of badminton. Trampolines. Did y'all ever have one of those? Trampolines?
Played
My
around on
kids
you.
did.
Yeah.
I never had one. Someone gave us one. I didn't like them. And my neighbor, her brother-in-law was over Twister. Good one, chessboard.
Yes.
He played, and he was freaking out. Like they came and told me he's totally freaking out because your girls are jumping on the trampoline. Can they get down while he's over here? And I was like, what? Oh my goodness. Well, come to find out, his first wife was a trampoline champion, tree climbing. That's a good one. And she fell off and broke her neck, and she
Mm.
didn't she didn't live.
Man.
And I was like, oh my goodness.
That is
Okay.
that is one thing I've never done is been on a train ride.
TMO, train ride.
I
I
did like
haven't.
novelty, like at, amusement parks or
Yeah,
shows, but not traveling.
yeah. At the
Like
zoo and at the
there's that one up there and goes up through
Breckenridge.
through Washington. I think it's the glass the glass top car of Amtrak.
Hey Brian,
Huh.
glass.
Well, yeah, it's clear where you can see they go through tunnels and a whole bunch of other scenic
That'd be pretty cool.
places.
Oh,
It
I
just doesn't go through Washington. It goes through a couple states, I think.
hmm,
Table tennis. That's two T's.
there you
Forrest
go.
Gump. Forrest Gump was real good at table tennis.
World Grand Champion. Have you ever
I
seen
have,
the guys and women that do that professionally? Like how fast they go serve it back and forth? Oh man,
oh yeah.
it is insane.
That's it. Boy, you get my daughter on a ping pong table, and she is ruthless. Hey,
Mm,
Arquette, man, good to see you.
Toga Party,
there you go. That's my type of party.
Animal
Terry's
House.
there. That's what I'm doing, John. Terrence stuff.
Mm,
Hey, Art Wildman.
good to see you, buddy. Happy
Alexi.
Saturday. Mm. Oh, I bet that was a nice one.
Yep. Okay, next one.
I think it'll be G.
Oh, this will be interesting. Thumbs upping. Okay, Virginia.
I'll support that.
Okay, this one starts with an S, like in Sally.
All right.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Hey, Black Watch.
No, I think Monty was right. There's some sort of a game. It's like one of these rainy afternoon games, and you put they're like pointed straws, like sticks through, and if you pull one out and certain things fall. Isn't that what it is, Monty? You pull.
Yeah,
I
that was
was
the picture.
Yeah, the one I was talking about was pickup sticks.
Oh, pickup sticks. Yeah.
Okay, the letter is S. In case anybody can't. Sometimes. Oh, they already know what it is. Wait.
That's what I was getting ready to say, dude. Sally sells she sells down by the seashore.
Okay, Be Charming, you might want to rethink that. Things you spend too much money on.
S words. Nice.
What's the letter?
S.
S and Sam.
Yes.
Yeah.
Silicone lip implants. They never work, like Mick Jagger's. Do you notice that?
Self. There you go, John. Socks.
Silicone
Shoes.
implants.
Soda
Shoes.
bottles.
Sodas.
I collect no Coca-Cola bottles.
I knew a guy that paid for his wife's silicone implants, and it was like a couple months later after that they divorced.
Oh man, sounds about right.
Five
Silicone
grand.
starts with a S.
Yeah.
I.
SILICONE.
Let's just see. Man, I need to start reading more
He was
again.
thinking cyclone.
Stupid stuff, sugar smack, s'mores,
Yeah, what's the souvenirs?
steaks, Starbucks,
Supper.
souvenirs. That's a good one. Sargento cheap.
No, that's not an S word. Shoes.
Shetland
Yeah,
ponies. Shetland ponies.
Santa
1,200 fine.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what? Black what?
Shetland ponies. The first 1,200 I bought was fine. 1,201 just was too much.
Yeah, that
Oh,
was too many. I don't know what you were thinking.
Just oh,
Salon.
It's a
That's
lot
a
of
good one.
Shetlands.
sea salt.
Salty seas, sea
Yeah.
salt.
Uh,
Pink Himalayan sea salt. Real good kind.
My answer is just stuff.
probably told this story before, but we did some work. We did some electrical work for this spa type therapy place, and one of the rooms they had was we ran different wiring for different lights and stuff. But they had this guy there. He was from somewhere in the Netherlands, and they flew this guy in because. I mean, I guess his story was true. You know, it was a pretty cool story. But make a long story short, he was only one of a handful of people in the world that still had the knowledge and the craftsmanship to build all this different type of stuff with these blocks of salt. You know, it was like big blocks of salt, and he would cut each individual one, and it was pretty cool. You know, and after it was said and done, all the lights and stuff that came on behind these pillars of salt, and the walls were salt and everything, and it just gave it this glow.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
I got some pictures somewhere. I have to post them. I'll find them. But yeah, he
That
gave me
kind
a couple of those blocks I brought home.
that kind of reminds me, like up in the colder regions. I don't know where it's at exactly, but they carve into the ice. They bring in these ice blocks, but they make like a bar and uh, it's not like an Airbnb, but like a motel or something like that, where
Yeah, like a
you can
station, way
yeah
station.
yeah. Well, you got a bar there and you can sleep there, and I'm like, who would want to sleep on blocks of ice?
Like an inn
Yeah, there you go,
Like
like
an
a bread
igloo in.
breakfast.
or a boarding house or
Yeah,
And then,
Ice
yeah,
and breakfast.
and it melts at the end of the season. At the end of the season, but it's it's way up north.
silver.
It's too far.
Up north in Ontario, they build like a ice hotel, and you pay. It's like what Monty said. It's got furs and everything else,
Yeah.
and it's just like The Shining almost. People walk around with their present, but yeah, they pay a lot of money for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, the glasses that they serve their drinks in is ice too.
Yeah,
That would be cool.
No, thank you. Ice Castle.
Yeah, I probably won't go. That's too cold for my liking. I don't think I got enough social credits to make it that far up there anyway.
I think it'd be neat to do the ice carvings with the chainsaws and stuff.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like to
But
see people do that. That's pretty cool.
you got to
Oh,
have a cold climate for that.
You got to work fast, yeah, being a cold, yeah, setting because yeah, you only get so many tries with that.
the
But
best ones that I've seen, they don't use a chainsaw. It's like a chipper with a mallet.
you ever seen the movie Scissors Hands with
Yeah.
Johnny Depp, Edward Scissorhands?
Hmm.
Yep.
All the stuff flies.
It's classic.
I went to a garage sale yesterday and um, I was so proud of myself. I was, well, I went to see if they had any canning stuff, which they didn't, but I found a solid granite cross and it's about 2 feet long. And they had different colors. There was like four of them.
Solid granite what?
Cross,
Okay.
Oh,
Nice.
and
awesome.
so I'm gonna put it at my daughter's. Yeah, and but then um, they had a bed set in a bag. It didn't have a size. It didn't have a price. She said, "Oh, $5," and it is a king size bed set, red, white, and blue, United States flag stuff. It's pretty cool.
You get it?
I got it.
I'd have
And
got
there
it
was
too.
one other,
$5. You can't beat that.
and they had a tutu little skirt. And my granddaughter's birthday's coming up, so I got that for her because she loves to dress up. That was $1, but under $20.
Mhm.
Really good stuff.
Oh yeah.
We have a lot of granite here.
Heck, the
Hmm.
granite itself probably worth more than that.
Oh, I know it is. To be done like that and shined up and yeah.
You gonna put it
So
outside in your garden?
I'm gonna put it at my daughter's grave because it's weatherproof. It's heavy. I think it weighs like 10 pounds. It's heavy.
Yeah. It's made for that.
I think so. That's what I thought when I saw it. It's perfect. And then I found out they have a ladies group once a month, and they invited me to that. I'm going to go
Nice.
put it on my
Networking.
calendar. And two of the women that go there have lost children, so I think it'll be a good support group type thing also with God present.
Oh, definitely. It's like it was meant for you to go there in a way, maybe.
I know.
Um,
It was
yeah,
good.
definitely. I seen this one big sale today, and I was gonna stop, but there was just too many cars. And I don't know. I just busted out laughing. It wasn't really funny, but all the signs set the road said garage sale, and they didn't even have a garage. So I said, "Well, heck, maybe they just had a bunch of garage sale signs, just gonna use them up, you know." But yeah, they had a yard full of stuff. I mean, there was cars. There wasn't nowhere to park. And I said, "Heck with it."
Yeah, those are the ones you know are good.
I know it was. I should have went back, but I didn't.
There
I
was
might.
a street in town that had a garage sale one time, or it may have been the whole subdivision, and it's it's like a circle to go through the whole subdivision. And so I was driving up it, and I found some really good stuff. There was, I guess it's a blanket. It's got fringe on it, but it's really pretty, and it looks like something you would take to the beach, but it's round. And
Oh,
I was like, this is just too cool. And it
that or
was just
maybe
a couple of
something you
dollars.
throw over a chair, or maybe like a sofa or something on the back. Maybe I don't know.
It's big. But it feels like beach towel material. It was just cool.
Yeah.
And then, and that's what I thought to use for the outdoor movies when they have them downtown. And then I went a little further up, and this man was selling hunting gear and fishing stuff, and I was like, woohoo!
Oh
Some
man,
coolers. I mean,
those are the good
you
ones.
find some good stuff at those garage sales. Useful.
You know, today there's 3 days um, here in Georgia that you I forget what it is, but you don't have to have any type of fishing license. Today was one of those days you could go out and anything that
Fun.
wasn't private, public accessible places, and you could fish all you wanted to. Um, you didn't have to worry about a license or anything.
Well, that's cool.
So I rode past the lock and dam in the Augusta Canal. Shoot, man, it was people fishing everywhere. And I stopped and asked that one guy. He was by himself. I asked him, did he know about it? Well, first I asked him, was he catching anything? And he said, no, not really. Then I asked him, did he know about it? And he said, no. I showed him on my phone the article and stuff. He said, wow, I didn't even know that.
Cool. Huh. Um, Johnny, so I don't discriminate, but we'd like to get to know you in chat before you come up on panel. But it's good to see you, and I hope you stick around. We're playing a game and just chatting Saturday nights. We'd like to just kick back and try to have some fun after all the news and craziness of the week. All right, next letter. Y'all are gonna, oh my goodness. He's here.
Uh,
We'll see what happens with this one. The letter is M.
As
M as in Moses.
Yeah,
Moses of Minnesota,
You know him?
the three M's of Minnesota.
He's a likable guy.
Hmm.
okay. Here's the go blank yourself.
Oh, wow.
Next,
uh,
next question.
that's what's so funny about the game. You know, each letter could just take it to a totally different angle, you know?
I
Oh, Johnny, I do have a StreamYard, but we just like to get to know people before they come up on panel. Just to get to know how you are and make sure you're not going to come up doing some strange things.
say something and
Okay. Cheryl said mute. That's great.
That's a good one.
Ryan
No,
said no comment. Mind. Good one, B. Mammoth. What?
It's a thing. Some people say
Mouth.
that.
I got
Maintain. Good one, Alfred's Kingdom.
Nice.
I got
Measure.
48 volumes on Go Yourself. There's got to be 48 volumes here. Which
Yeah.
Go mass produce yourself. It's really,
Go
Manage.
massage yourself.
yeah, or something. I don't know.
Go massage your temples.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh, good. Monty
Just
picked that
not
one, didn't he?
computing.
Monty
What?
picked that. Monty spun the wheel for that one, didn't he? I bet you it was Monty.
No.
uh,
Manipulate. How are you going to manipulate yourself?
really? It happens.
I guess.
Uh,
Oh
go.
my God. Wait, what?
People are now rifling through the Urban Dictionary for synonyms beginning with M.
Go manicure yourself.
Yep, Jerry. Molasses.
Mm.
Mm.
Goes on easy. It's getting it off. It's the hard part.
You know, I remember we were doing songs, maybe with Ken Carson and Alan. And so they were like asking for songs. And I said, pour some sugar on me. And I remember Craig went little silly then.
Oh, it gets them going.
I think it was Craig. Medicate, manicure.
Medicaid. That's a good one.
I think I missed one.
Go.
Oh, I'm glad you're here, Cola.
Yeah, you might be glad it was an M word on that one. Go. What stuff?
Go,
I'll
mar-
have to go mute yourself.
go, mar- go marshmallow yourself.
Just kidding. Oh, don't even mention that, Black Watch. Oh. Mind. There you go. Okay, next flip. Yeah, is E.
E.
Mm.
Okay.
Okay, and something you keep hidden.
Nice. That should be an interesting
A.
Starts
one.
with what?
Yep. E as
E.
an egg.
Egg. Oh,
Everything.
Yeah, that's a good one.
thing you keep.
Evidence.
Evidence. Ego. Emotions.
Well, what's the point of an ego if you keep it hidden? Just trying to do it. You know what I don't.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Leave your ego at the door.
Yeah.
Keep hidden.
Thank you, Johnny. Elephant. Pet elephant. Eggo waffle. Energy.
Extraterrestrials.
Egotistical.
Ego statistical.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Elvis. Oh, evils. Hey, Benford, good to see you. I could have sworn I said Elvis.
Evil Knievel.
There you go.
Elastic parts.
Your exterior extensions.
Emeralds.
Uh, Something like that.
Emeralds like the gems.
Yep.
What's the question?
Things
So,
that you hide with the letter E, I think.
Something you keep hidden. E.
Okay. Existential threats.
uh, Elon.
Yeah.
There you
Always
go. It's an
hidden.
E word.
Never know when he comes out and says stuff.
And it's a pronoun.
Elephant in the room.
Exhausted. Educate.
Uh,
Is that supposed to be election? E. Well, whatever. Okay.
it's an E word.
Eyeglasses. Yes, John. Ecstasy. Look at Cola
Erotica.
and Billy both thinking alike. Like, quick. Employment
Erotica.
is erotica. Okay.
Elves.
Elves.
Demons of Jest Theory or Angry Pistachio YouTube channels. I don't think I've heard of them, Johnny. Equate. Extra
Elders.
cat. That's a good one.
Mm,
Elder.
yep.
You keep your elders hidden.
Some people would say that.
Expenses. Aussie Pride, good to see you. Esoteric. Eat, eat, eat. I
Egg
just thought
wash.
about that one. I was thinking exit hole. I must have heard Virginia's mind working. Electronic.
Emergencies.
Emergencies.
Emergency. I don't know. Could be. And how do you know it's an emergency?
When the time
Oh,
comes, you'll know.
Oh,
thank you, Johnny. I'll have to look them up.
There'll be a little box with a hammer that says break me in case of need.
Earwax exercise machines.
Exorcists.
Please tell them thank you, Johnny. Exorcists. Good one.
Exercising the
Excitement. Exercising what?
exercising exorcists that are ecstatic.
Excitement.
Yeah.
Emails. There you go.
Uh,
Envelopes.
surprised nobody said X's.
They're all in Texas.
That's what they all say.
I don't hear.
Therefore, that's why he resides in Tennessee.
There you go.
New
Get,
York State
getting
means
closer.
Canada. We have a lot of Canadians. Black Watch up here is Canadian.
No, he's not. That's all
Really?
rumor.
Yeah.
With the
He's
queen
that
on the money.
he's that stubborn Canadian.
Stubborn.
You're not stubborn. Oh, this is a good one. Okay, let's California and Washington State. East
Just go
Coast.
ahead and give me the finger
Not
while
East
we're in
Coast,
the
West Coast.
I'd bite.
All right, next letter is land in the box. Should I re-roll it?
Dealer's choice.
Yeah, we haven't had this letter. It's a G. I don't think we've had it.
Hmm.
G.
G as in girl.
Yep.
All right.
Okay. The happiest people in the world like
Georgia Bulldogs. Ha, I beat him.
You damn right they do.
We know
That's
we know that's false.
and that's not even a man law.
Good one, Jerry. Grass.
I knew you was going to say that. Say Georgia Bulldogs.
Grass.
Damn right.
Giddy up, girl.
You may just became my best friend.
Groovy
You didn't even know
music.
it.
Great.
What was the question? As soon as you said Georgia Bulldogs, my mind went blank.
The
It has that
happiest
effect on
people in
people.
the world like blank. Happiest people in the world.
Grandmas.
Grandmas. There you go. Giggling gas.
Gilfs.
What?
It's a
Gilf.
G word.
GILF.
Guilt?
It's a French word, I believe.
I
Don't
don't know.
Google it.
God the Father. There you go. Offers kingdom.
Good one.
Gucci bags. So, did y'all hear our Texas Longhorn ladies, Lady Longhorns, won the national championship in softball?
Yep. They won the women's world college World Series.
So there was a world in there. Yesterday I was saying the world championship, college World Series.
Yep.
That's cool.
First time they've won that championship, so that was pretty cool.
Yep.
And they were playing against the Texas Tech, so it was two Texas
Oh,
teams going at it for
golfing.
the championship.
Yeah. And I don't know why I said Aggies. Texas Tech is not the Aggies,
It
is
was the
it?
Red Raiders.
Yeah. Texas Tech is red and white. Yep.
The Aggies is the uh
Go golfing.
the
No,
what's the hand
that's the
signal?
Longhorns.
Okay. Yeah.
Hook 'em horns. That's
Yeah.
that's UT.
Okay, is that the place where it had the bonfire years ago and a couple students got hurt?
No, that was
Texas
Aggies.
A&M.
That's at A&M. Okay, I knew it was one of
Yeah.
those two places because I watched the little short documentary on
The
it or
12th
something like that.
Man documentary.
Yeah.
So the Aggies, that college is supposed to be more agriculture, um, things like that.
Kind of
Agriculture. Ag-
kind of
Okay.
like how Kansas State University is more agriculture compared to Jayhawk KU.
yeah.
Okay.
And that's my daughter wanted to go to Tarleton, and that's up by DFW, south of DFW, I think. And they are
That's what
equine.
the
And
that's what the
but UT
A&M stands for, I believe, is agricultural and medical.
and management or medical?
Medical, I believe. I could be wrong.
Because I thought UT, well, maybe veterinary, stuff like that. Because
I'm sorry. Not it's mechanical. I'm sorry.
mechanical. Oh,
Yep.
okay.
Agricultural and mechanical.
Talking about UC, nope, not UC Davis Aggies. It's the Texas Aggies. And UT is more arts and um, they're probably all into the technical stuff now that Elon has put all his junk on both sides of Austin. Who knows? I don't know. Green, as in money, giant. Okay.
Huh.
Gardening. Good one, sure.
Uh, yeah, gardening. There is a good one.
Happiest people in the world, like.
I don't know if anybody said it, but goldfish. I mean, when you're in a miserable mood, go look at a bowl of goldfish. You'll be happy all day.
Yep.
Goldfish.
Especially if they're Georgia goldfish.
Goat.
Right before the whole dog ate the Georgia goldfish.
Never
There was a couple years ago. There was these stories on
won one. Good to-
uh, this
Sorry.
side of Savannah River and in South Carolina. They were finding these goldfish out in the wild. I guess that were turned loose or something. I mean, these things had gotten huge. Uh,
Oh no.
it was I found one that was like 20 something pounds. It didn't gotten that big.
Dang. That's cool. Well, I was thinking good people.
There you go.
You'd be happy doing my yard work. Southeast Georgia.
There you
Hmm.
go.
I seen a goldfish a couple months ago that was almost the size of a small koi fish.
Huh.
Dang.
Yeah, there's some beautiful fish.
I had a goldfish once. I loved him. His name was Ralph. He would come up and let me pet him. Wiggle my finger in the water, and he'd come up there and let me just rub on his nose.
Then she found out it was a piranha, and there were the fingernails.
Or whatever.
And,
My cousin caught a baby alligator in one of the local rivers,
Huh.
and we don't have alligators up here. I don't know how it got there.
uh,
Gators. That's a G word.
You got them up by the Texoma line.
Mm,
Really?
Yeah. Uh, okay.
Chelsea
Was it
Black?
yeah.
two winters ago when that freeze got way down south into Texas and Mexico?
Yeah, I remember that.
There was some pictures that was taken and put on Facebook from Texoma around in that area because it showed their snouts, a couple of their snouts frozen right above the up in the air, so they could still breathe, but they was in their
Hey, Gina. Good to
what do you
see you.
call it
I'm Marco.
when it's too cold for the reptiles to move.
Too cold for the reptiles to move?
Yeah, it was froze,
Call it, oh, heck no.
but they're still alive.
That's cold. I've seen our rivers freeze over, completely freeze over here in South Texas.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, y'all gotta unmute because I need to be excused for a second. Hibernation. Dormant. Yes. Dormant, hibernation. Y'all gonna talk to each other?
Oh, well, you didn't say that.
I'll be right back.
We're on break.
Thought we was all taking a break together.
Yes, that's all.
I got a
Is that
helicopter
what's
flying over.
happening? Okay, I'll be right back.
What letter are we? What letter are we on?
I don't know. There was
I think it's still G, I believe.
G. G.
Gravitational. Gravidial. Groovy.
Happy, Rowdy. Happy.
Oh, she's back. Thank goodness. What life was
Gravitational, gyrating, grounding,
gyroscopes.
Ooh,
prometheums.
gyros.
Grapefruit flavored.
Those are good.
Gravy.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. They will never come back from gravy and biscuits. That's it.
Hey, I didn't say the biscuits.
You
I
never
did
hear
not
it.
say it.
You never hear it be said as gravy and biscuits. It's always biscuits and gravy.
No, it's G. Today's G.
Some people might say that. I don't know.
Grotesque.
Mm.
Gaslighting.
Yeah. Can't say the Godstones anymore. They took those down. It's no longer a G word.
Was Bonnie back or was she just in checking up on what?
I think she went to go check the mail. Time difference. I think it runs a little bit later out there.
Yeah.
That's a whole lot later.
Had a lot of packages. A lot of deliveries.
Okay, got the mail.
Sweet.
It's a little late at night, isn't
Yeah. And I think I saw what Chessboard said before I left, and so it's been almost 100 degrees, and so yeah, lots of water.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. Garden, yes, growing. Can't believe none of y'all popped up.
Greenbacks.
Oh my goodness. I don't even know if I should read that one for the next one. Okay, we got 3 more left. Goulash. Graham cracker. Yeah. Okay. The letter is N.
N as in Nancy.
Yes.
Mm.
Okay. Do I want to do this? Okay.
Uh-oh.
Once you go blank, you never go back.
Oh no.
I told you.
Once you go nuts, you never come back.
There you go.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Be doing the Thorazine drool.
Mm.
Let's go. Nice. You never go back.
Yep.
Once you go naughty, you never go back.
Yep. Some would say that.
Nasty.
Look at Gmail Merkel. She's throwing them all out there.
I know. Nude.
Mm. Yeah, that's true.
Gmail Merkel's like, this is how I feel.
I waited for this moment, this very moment.
Uh,
Let me think. Where'd you go? In. Nude, naked, no clothes.
Craig, Gmail Merkel already beat you to it.
Yep. Native. Good one, Benford.
Yeah.
Nocturnal.
Ne-
Yeah.
Negatively naughty nurses.
Really naughty.
Nicotine.
I think I dated one of them once.
It's a little addicting.
Back when they was candy stripers.
No,
That was
not tonight.
I don't know. There's definitely some striping involved.
Nagging.
Uh,
Pepper 101, I don't know if you heard me. Hello. Numb.
mm, mm.
Funny missing the question. Guess the funny answer.
Yeah, it is. Like, what the hell could the question have been?
Narcissist. Good one, Cheryl.
Uh, good one.
So true. Nugent. For my boy Ted. There you Yep. Ted Nugent.
Narcan.
Mm.
Nautical.
Nautical.
Nudical or nautical.
Nautical.
Okay.
What's the difference? What?
Okay. Yeah, I don't know, but no.
Okay, never mind. Don't explain it to me.
Okay. So
No.
nudical is what they
Yeah.
put in place of make a dog feel like he's complete after he's had them snipped off. They put little plastic ones in place of them.
Mm.
Oh,
Is
They
this
do
like a fashion statement?
natural.
they do it
Yeah.
with men too, but
Dang.
Can we change the subject now, Monty? Will you just
It's trending.
Yeah, sure. Let's talk about Canadian money with the Queen on it.
Okay. Why the hell would you do that to a dog?
I don't know. I liked mine better.
Because
Nautical boats,
because sometimes
fishing.
my dog had testicular cancer.
No, I
I
get,
didn't do it to my dog, but
but I get that. But it's like my dog feels strange in the guy's shower room. Like plastic ones. I mean, like I don't think he's worried about that. Just say,
I'm just giving the definition. Y'all ain't got to take me so literal. It involves humans too.
Ah,
Anyways,
okay, next question.
why y'all nagging on me?
Uh,
and for our premium package, get the gold ones. Gold 24 karat, just like the ones in the Oval Office.
Dang it, I swear I smell food again.
Wasn't there a country song? She got the gold mine and I got the shaft.
Yeah.
Yep. Which is mm,
Gold mine.
Benford.
nympho. Oh my goodness. Letters L,
all right.
L. Words to describe your relationship status.
Lost.
Relationship.
Lost.
Relationship with what?
Loading.
Long gone.
What, like, did you say loading?
Yeah, loading. You know, program's still loading.
Oh, I thought you said loathing. Loathing.
Prepper 101. Lobotomy.
Hello, you.
Lovers, lonely, lazy, laborious. Oh, Chihuahua.
Lingering.
Loser.
You have to let it linger.
Lackluster. Luckily. There we
Leeches.
go. Lively.
Nice.
Lucid.
A living testimony.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, if she's got lots of bucks, it's luxurious.
Lurid.
Yes, thank you.
It's left field.
Liver and onions. Lasting.
Lusty.
Lasting.
Lucrative.
Oh, you were saying, okay, that was your answer.
Oh, what? Where? Your last relationship was like liver and onions, Craig? Hmm. Okay.
Lovely. Lame.
Hmm.
Aw,
I like
I'm
water and
sorry.
oil.
Luscious.
Lucky.
Ludicrous.
Definitely.
Lunging.
You you know the song that he sang, right?
Who? He.
Ludicrous. I'm not going to say it on here.
Okay.
Can't turn one into a housewife.
Limp.
Uh,
Laughter. Good one. Long.
Long lasting.
Lifting. Now we're all depressed. No. Liability.
Liberating.
Yes.
after she was long gone.
Boy, y'all are okay. Next one. These men on panel are downers. No one's saying something. No, I'm just playing. Oh, litigation. Okay, we'll go to the next one.
Well, if he's all in relationships right now,
Hey,
we wouldn't be up on panel.
but you have relationships with children, neighbors, friends,
Oh, that's
God.
true.
I mean,
That's true. Okay, okay.
it doesn't have to just be with languishing, can't beat them, joining, like loud.
I have a relationship with my fishing pole.
Long term.
There you go. Lovely. A robot puppy. John, I have seen those. They look so darn real. Scary.
You got
Longing.
them. Get your
Yeah.
robot cat.
Oh, and then you
Mm-mm.
got to have a robot kitty litter box.
Mm-mm. Lending.
I think it just comes with diapers or something, you know? Just put a diaper on the robot cat. You're good to go.
Leaning.
As long
Lean
as you don't
on
hack up
me
fur balls.
when you're not strong. Enough to
Nah, you're packing up Brillo
carry
pads.
on.
Oh, good God.
They got them.
All right,
The
next
dog
one.
scooting its butt along on the grass.
Oh my goodness, this is the first time we've had this letter. I want the flame throwing robot dog. Oh,
Got them.
I
Check
started
Amazon.
watching that. I started watching that Hacksaw Ridge last night. I got about halfway through it. Those
What?
flamethrowers are whoa.
Yeah.
I don't
What'd you
know
think?
that I can.
What'd you think of it so far?
Well, it was. I like his attitude. I like the point. Um, but the battle, Dan. I mean, it's rough. And that's about where I stopped. Was like in the middle of this woe battle. But his teammates see what's up. I don't know, man. Okay, last one. And it starts with a W. It's
Nice.
not gonna be easy. Smells you enjoy.
Smells you enjoy. Mm.
Wood,
Watermelon.
Yeah, I was just thinking
watermelon.
watermelon.
That's a good one.
Whiskey.
Wa- oh yeah. You see. Washed linen hanging out to dry in the on a clothesline.
Yeah.
Wax. There you go. Wash, water, wasabi, wisteria. That's given Craig. I love wisteria. Women.
Yeah. Uh,
Winter, wet puppy, summer. Why?
I love the smell of fresh waterboarding in the morning.
waves.
Wine.
Yeah. Um,
Weak.
Craig.
What? Oh, you're scolding me. Okay. Whiskey. No, I do like
Wontons.
the smell of whiskey.
Want
What?
Al Bundy says wontons.
Yeah.
yeah.
It's fried rice.
Weather.
Oh, the smell of rain coming in
Oh,
Yes.
before the
I do
storm.
like
oh, yeah.
Wings.
Oh yeah.
Whataburger. Does what start with
Waffles.
Nepal?
Benford
Start
says. How about Waffle
waffle.
House?
Yes. I haven't been to a Waffle House, but I love waffle.
I've been to a few of them down south.
Bacon. Wendy's.
Um,
Mm, trying to think.
I think when I went to Kentucky, there was a Winn Dixie's there.
Winn Dixie. Yeah, we used to have them around here.
Wafers, kind of like either vanilla wafers or sugar wafers.
Yep.
Yeah. Some people spell that with a
Vanilla
W. Um,
wafers. They're the devil.
Especially with frosting.
I haven't tried frosting in a long time, over a year, and Pat said it tastes like metal now, so I'm kind of, because I was thinking maybe I should go back to frosting because I wasn't getting poofy when I was eating frosting. Now I'm
make
kind
your
of
own.
getting poofy.
Ooh,
I
walleye.
still, I think homemade they'd still be just as fattening. Whipped cream, wigs. I know W's hard. Oh, they called in the National Guard.
Did they already release the? I was going to say, did they already release the National Guard
So what started this? this what was the purpose of that one?
protest over
What's,
ICE?
oh,
The ICE agents. from what I've caught of it so far.
Wow. Okay. For some reason, I thought it was a Christian group. Walked
Oh,
off the street and turned into.
at first I thought Cola was talking about 2000, something to do about 2000 Ice Age. It's National Guard.
2000 National Guard.
Battle for LA.
Dang.
Wasn't that the name of that movie?
There was a movie. It's also a scenario that allegedly took place in the early 1900s, I believe. Um, People reported seeing all type of stuff happening in the skies and off in the distance above LA, but you know, it's a rabbit hole in itself, I guess. And there was a movie called Escape from LA. With what was it, Kurt Russell?
Choose for Jesus. Don't like you pointing out that
And the next
they know.
Olympics is in LA in 2028.
Oh, Wildflowers, Teresa Goodwin.
Mm.
You belong
That is
among
good.
the wildflowers.
Wood.
They're unloading artillery helicopters. What?
Well, they had started stealing from the cops, didn't they? Started stealing weapons or something from the cops. Good candles.
I think it was in 90. Was it 96, 97, where the Bank of America got robbed, or got robbed by the guys that had had bulletproof vests on and automatic weapons, and all the cops had was shotguns and pistols at that time.
I don't know. Hmm. And that was the last card of that game. Thanks, y'all, for playing. That was
Tell
fun.
them what they won, Bob.
Over a million rounds spent and not one hit. Hmm. Man, okay. I gotta share some things with y'all. Cause I just gotta. Cause this one, I cannot believe. Okay, Sovereignty wins the 157th running of the, what race is it?
Yeah, I thought that was
Belmont.
interesting. The last Kentucky Derby, the names of the horses that won in sequence. It was Sovereignty beat Journalism for the whatever running of the Kentucky Derby it was this year. And I thought it
Oh,
was a
wow.
pretty interesting how that the title Sovereignty and Journalism, and I don't know, I thought it was pretty interesting.
Yes.
But I mean, I'm pretty sure there was probably people out there that covered it. A few channels that I kind of track here and there. I don't know if I've seen anything about it.
So, the headline on this: leaders of the January 6th riot take revenge against U.S. after securing pardon from Trump. 5 former members of the Proud Boys are looking for a little revenge after getting a pardon from Donald Trump, filing a $100 million lawsuit against the Department of Justice. One of the first moves of Donald Trump's second term was to pardon all January 6 defendants, which included members of the far-right Proud Boys. Former Proud Boys chairman Enrique Theriault, Joseph Biggs, Zachary Real, Nathan Nordine, and Dominique Pizzola had filed the suit in Orlando federal court. While Theriault received a pardon, the other four plaintiffs had their sentences commuted. The lawsuit said all four applied for pardons on May 13th. They claimed their constitutional rights were violated when they were prosecuted for their participation in the attack on the U.S. Capitol. The suit seeks unspecified compensatory damages plus 6% interest and $100 million plus interest in punitive damages. There was hostages in this country, Theriault said during a news conference Friday afternoon. It's not about any other country today, and that's why this lawsuit is so important to bring back law and order into our system. The lawsuit claims the men were arrested with insufficient probable cause and that government agents later found fake incriminating evidence. They also claim they were held for years in pretrial detention, often in solitary confinement. Plaintiffs themselves did not obstruct the proceedings at the Capitol, destroy government property, resist arrest, conspire to impede the police, or participate in civil disorder, nor did they plan for or order anyone else to do so, the lawsuit said. Theriault, Biggs, Real, and Nordine were all convicted of seditious conspiracy and other crimes for their participation in the Capitol riot that sought to stop Congress from certifying former U.S. President Joe Biden's win over President Donald Trump elected. Pizzola was acquitted on the conspiracy charge but convicted of stealing a police officer's riot shield and using it to smash a window. After returning to office earlier this year, and y'all know those windows are not smashable, right? Just saying. Okay. After returning to office this year, Trump granted pardons to almost all of the more than 1,500 people who stormed the Capitol. The U.S. Justice Department didn't immediately respond. Trump is going to pardon 1,500. These are the hostages. Trump declared at his indoor parade earlier that day that he will sign pardons for a lot of people who were convicted for the attack on the U.S. Capitol. As the crowd cheered enthusiastically, "We won, we won. Now the work begins." Theriault, one of the biggest names to get a pardon, has since said he plans to run for public office. He was sentenced in September 23 to serve 22 years in prison after he was convicted of seditious conspiracy for his role in the January 6th attack, even though he was not present at the Capitol that day. And just 2 weeks later, Theriault was among the guests of honor during a Reagan tribute event at Trump's Mar-a-Lago Club in Palm Beach, Florida. He wasn't even there. I just don't know how they can do that.
Well, if he was behind the plotting of it or the idea of it,
No.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. That's where I
That's where
seeing.
they're going, I'm sure.
Yeah, yeah. That's what. Shoot, there was a guy here in Kansas City. He part of the Proud Boys that was involved in this. That they nabbed him.
But from what I have seen of the Proud Boys, They're kind of like vigilantes that are protecting people from, I don't know, the Antifa, what's the
They're
other group?
the Oath Keepers.
Oh, that's another one that,
Well, I know, but they're on that same. They're on that same level. I don't know if you want to say level or you know. Yeah.
Same fringe.
Yeah.
that's true, Emma.
It's not like nothing like the media portrays the Proud Boys to be. I can tell you that.
T-Dog, I deciphered that. Oh, and there you are.
Stephen Hawking. Yeah.
Hello, T-Dog.
What up? Order in
I
the
know
court. I
you're
want a
going to
ham
say
and rye. Oh, sorry.
something.
Is there some provision that once you take a presidential pardon, at least in that situation, you can no longer take the Fifth Amendment? Isn't there something in there?
Okay, if you take a presidential pardon, you are admitting full and responsible guilt to the act that you're being pardoned for.
Right.
So
Huh?
whoever takes a pardon that's pled not guilty is fucking stupid.
Mm.
What's the shirt say?
My shirt
Mm.
doesn't say anything, but it has writing on it.
Well, smart ass.
Yes.
You haven't had your crayons today, have you?
I've been skipping the crayons. I'm trying to cut back.
Yeah. That's
I'm
what.
getting a
That's.
waxy buildup on my teeth. I'm not digging it.
Don't like purple tea?
I don't mind purple teeth. It's a lot better than the green teeth that some people have.
I've seen that. I I cannot imagine what causes that. Hmm. Okay, wait.
Hi, Gigi.
That's great.
Hey, I like it.
Yep. And has anyone ever heard me talk about the Lee resolution that was finally adopted by the First Continental Congress on July 2nd of 1776
Yeah,
You
but
know,
it's been at least every bit of 3 or 4 years ago, brother.
or more?
Yeah.
But tomorrow is the day it was first introduced to the First Continental Congress.
hold that. What's
And
this
that's
called?
the Lee resolution. That's what it's been named as. But um, let's see. Yeah, they really didn't have a name for it, but this is actually our separation papers from Great Britain. And the Declaration of Independence just explains why we're separating.
We aren't separated yet.
One of my favorite books, it's a daily reader, the American Patriots Almanac. And it has, it starts off with what day, and It goes through everything of consequence of that day.
See, Jerry said too, we never got rid of the Brits.
Do what?
The Brits. So, the,
Uh,
The British.
yeah,
I thought that we were still, that there were certain parts of the United States still under the crown,
no,
but the judicial system is.
no,
No?
no. The judicial system, if you know how to get it out of administrative hearings, it's not admiralty, and I don't know why those ass clowns are talking like that. It's an administrative thing. If you get it out of that into common law, and it's real easy just by putting your notifications and your notices and all the other stuff that you use in court with the court register or recorder. It's one of the two, depending on what state you're in. Then you go from the administrative to common law.
But you have to have a certain amount of people agreeing
No,
to do that? No?
no, that's if you're going to have your own court.
Oh, okay.
But let's say you get pulled over for drunk driving. That's an administrative thing, provided you didn't do any damage to public or private property or injure anybody. That's administrative. There's no crime there.
Right.
And you file your dismissal over at the court register, and then the prosecutor is going to stand up and say that they're going to recommend dismissal because of improper venue. That's because you took the venue that they operate under and switched it into common law venue where there's no crime committed.
Because you didn't cause harm
Right.
to
You
another.
cause no damage. That way there's no injured party, so they can't fuck with you.
Jerry
Another
said they
quantum
don't teach.
grammar. Huh? What, Bonnie?
I was just going to read that to you, but you read it.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Monty ran away.
Yes, charge his phone. Thank you, Monty. So how was your Saturday?
My Saturday started at 6 o'clock this morning.
I thought that's when you go to sleep.
Well, since I'm ignoring all the bullshit in DC, I can sleep when I want. I don't have to stay up all night writing documents.
Mm.
I don't get all excited about the little clown show between Trump and Elon.
Hey, Larry.
I think
I
it's
have,
just a ploy to get the Dems on Elon's favor, to try to get the Epstein list and all the documentation released, and it won't happen, but let's keep hoping.
or do you think it's because of the AI and chips and all that?
Uh, just don't comply.
Right?
Right. You know, like when I go to the store, I pay for cash.
Hmm.
And like people who go with me and stuff, I use my discounts and my member stuff, like at TSC, and whoever's running the register always freaks out, and so does whoever's with me. I give them a phone number that I haven't had in 10 years, but I still pay $10 a month to keep the number in my pocket,
Right.
and it comes up without a name. And they don't understand how I have that account. It's easy. You just pay $10 and you go to probate and spend a half hour talking to the judge. All you have to do is no.
So is there a quicker process? Jerry said it took you 20 years. There has to be a quicker process.
What yeah, but I learned all the shit on my own.
And that's what I was
First
going to
thing
say.
I did was listen to 15 minutes of David Straight and turn that piece of shit off. And then about a half hour of Russell J. Gould, and then I turned that son of a bitch off. And then everything got a lot easier.
Right. It's just learning how to use it. And so it depends on how quick we learned.
Well, a lot of it is verbiage. Like if you're going to use the Constitution as a defense, take the words and define them with the 1828 Webster's Dictionary, because the Supreme Court still defines the constitutional words out of that dictionary. Because when Noah Webster wrote it, he says, the only reason I published this is so the people can better understand the Constitution. And people don't have constitutional rights. The Constitution tells the government what they can't fuck with and what they have to do. It doesn't say anything about what the people have to do.
Right. But doesn't the Declaration? Are you looking at me like you idiot?
Well, I didn't hear all your question, Bonnie.
No, I said, but doesn't the Declaration?
What, the Declaration of Independence?
Yes.
That just tells that explains to Great Britain why we left.
Okay.
And you can pull some rights out of it too. You know, especially your property rights. And your rights of free speech and religion and everything else is actually part of your property. You own that. No one else does.
Only if you own it. In Hey, Virginia.
Hey, I just came for the candy.
Hey, little girl, want some candy?
What movie was that? It's really funny. It's like, hey, you want some candy? What movie is that? Is that Rodney Dangerfield that says
We
it?
don't
Or,
get many visitors around here.
dang it.
Got plenty of candies.
Yeah.
But did you know that it was today in 1776 that Richard Henry Lee, a delegate from Virginia, introduced a resolution to the Second Continental Congress declaring the American colonies independent from Great Britain?
Yes, that's what I was talking about. It's right there.
How'd you get my book?
This book.
Yeah, how'd you get my book?
You have that book?
Well, I have this one, and then I have the digital copy that was entered into the Library of Congress in 1943. And then I have one on another website too.
No, I meant Lot.
Yeah, I've been reading this book daily for fuck at least 10 years.
What is it full of like historical factoids and stuff about America,
Yeah,
or more political?
well, it, I'll give it and from my little bit of American history I know, I'll give this above a 90% accuracy.
Damn, that's pretty good then. Damn.
Yep. And it was originally published in just before World War II. And the copy I have here was republished in 2008.
Nice. It's good to have hard copies and stuff like that.
Yeah, they can't delete a hard copy.
Nah.
Did I hear you say the Webster Dictionary was okay or not okay?
The 1828 Webster's Dictionary.
1828. Got it.
That one
I knew
is the
that.
one you use to define the words in the Constitution.
Now, is that available on archive.org? Because certainly it's not on the shelves anymore. Where's the best place to get that edition?
What, this book?
Yeah, well, you said the
Um,
18
The
the
dictionary.
Webster's Dictionary? You
dictionary.
can
Yeah.
even get a phone app. Webster's Dictionary, then you just put in the 1828 version
Hmm.
because it lets
Yeah.
you pick what version of the Webster's Dictionary you want. Or you can just, go to your Google store, your I don't know, your communist Apple store and get what you want. The 1828 Webster's Dictionary is an app you can get for your phone.
An American Dictionary of the English Language.
Yeah, I'd like to get a hard copy, but I think they start at like 8 or 9 grand, and I'm just not into it that much.
Right.
Jeez.
Well, we could go 150,000. You can get a first copy,
Hmm.
first print.
Only if people know. Sometimes you find gems at thrift stores.
Yep,
Somebody cleans out grandma's closet and has no clue what they're donating, you know?
right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I like going. Well, okay. Whenever I go out east, um, even though I'm in Michigan,
Excuse.
if I go to Maine, I'll find a little bitty podunk town that has an old cornerstone date on their library. And I'll go in there and ask them if they have any old books that they want to sell that they don't have on the shelves anymore. And I
Ooh,
found
that's a
books from the 17 and 1800s just sitting there on shelves in the basements.
Yeah,
whoa, dude.
it's true.
And all they want is $3 or $5 a piece for them.
Hmm.
And I've picked up some books that is like, holy crap. And
Dang.
I just take what I want. I go up to the one of the main people there and stuff. And they give me a price on it, and very rarely will I pay less than $100 for a book from the early 1800s.
Hmm.
And if it's a book from the late 1600s, I'll go up to 500, even if they ask just for $3 or $5 for it.
Well, like you're in History Central, you got any old libraries like that?
Oh yeah, there's some like that. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, but like you said, those old cornerstone libraries, the older the better. You got stuff
Mm-hmm.
that's been sitting in those lockers for years.
Like this, I ended up picking up at a local town. Um, I don't
Thank
know,
you,
10,
Tim.
12 years ago. When they do the Art in the Park, which is their big festival, which is just stupid shit.
Mhm.
The library is open for the Saturday and Sunday that the festival is on. And you go in there and they're selling just about anything they have on the shelves. And they wanted $1 for this book, and I gave them 10.
Wow.
Well, it's money that goes to the library for them to buy new material,
Yeah,
Right.
that was nice of you though.
right?
But
But
even still,
you know, even at a garage sale, you're not going to get this book for $1.
Mm-hmm.
right.
Good hard copy, 350, 400 pages.
Hmm.
Library sales, that's a really good idea, D-Dog. And my library does it, and I'm sure other ones do too. If you guys just look at your own local area libraries, sometimes like once a year or twice a year, they'll just clean out the basements and put, stuff on tables for pretty cheap. And you can find some gems.
Yeah.
There's nonprofits that go around to libraries for book sales,
Hmm.
and they bring in a whole bunch of books. Like the library in Pinckney uses that company, and I got their cards somewhere. And I found two cool ass um, Reader's Digest books from the '70s there this past weekend.
Hmm.
Let me go grab them real quick.
Hell yeah.
Show and
That's
tell time.
our library. Well, they built a new library. And so every so often they'll put racks out in front of it and they're just free. Whatever you want, you just take it.
Yeah,
But I don't think they have anything that. That's how I got a lot of cookbooks and gardening books.
illustrate. I like books like that. Yeah,
Yep, like that illustrated guide to gardening. Yep.
Oh, hmm.
And I got the update too.
nice. A twofer.
Right?
I
Cool.
love a good twofer.
Yep. They wanted $2 whole for these, $1 a piece.
Oh man, that was a steal.
Yep, they got a 20 spot.
Okay, where's Pendleton?
I know there's a Pendleton, Oregon. I don't know if there's Pendleton, California or Texas or yeah, like which state are you talking, Rusty?
Uh, Pendleton is a Marine base in California.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Okay,
Huh.
gotcha.
Oh,
We
it
have a
must be
Pendleton King
really.
Park here. That's interesting.
Hmm.
Well, if they're calling in the Marines, that'll shut down the bullshit in LA in a minute.
They're going full Grand Theft Auto mode. Man,
It must be rough, bad. I mean, it was sent to me last night.
I
I don't know who was covering it. Let me look and
haven't
see.
followed much about it, but I did see a bunch of people were covering it today or this evening. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah,
Okay,
Hmm.
yesterday was Friday. Yeah, it was sent to me last night. She could see the helicopters from her house. Dang it.
yeah. I imagine the sun's about to set out there.
Hmm.
So, That's what I'm trying to see. Who's covering this? I'm sure it's an independent.
Mm,
I saw
Okay,
Agenda Free TV had it.
yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. I'll guarantee if there's something happening in LA, um, God, what the hell's that clown's name? Um, I
I
can't
can't
remember his name, but
even.
I can't even remember his cat's name. But he's Smoke and Scan. That's his YouTube channel.
Smoke and scan.
Yeah,
Oh, I know who you're talking
Yeah, I've
about.
seen
Yeah.
that guy. Covers like a
yeah.
lot of
Hmm.
I think
chases
he's
and stuff.
great. Well, I watch all the LA what is he called? The LA Clown Show. Whenever the LA City Council's having a meeting.
Oh yeah,
Hmm.
I bet.
This one has a weird name. This podcaster, but I put it in chat. I
Let's
don't.
see here.
Libra audits. Pedo. I don't know, something. And he was covering it live, and I mean, there's flashing lights everywhere. All the roads blocked off. Gee.
Yeah, we're coming up
LA,
on the Summer of Love 2.0. I can't wait.
Right. 2.0.
LA loves to uh, do riots. And why'd that turn red and I can't go back up to it? Well, you, okay, fine, whatever. I don't think they let it post.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Yep, nobody
What
sees it.
what
All right, I
channel? I
thought it
can
was just me. I wasn't gonna say anything.
No, all of a sudden I saw red, but it went up too hot quick and I couldn't catch it.
Had reached my limit.
huh.
Um,
Was that Bonnie's version of "Go Find Yourself"? What you just said.
Yeah, go find it. Go find it yourself.
well, why isn't it
Uh,
going to
That's
it
funny.
now? Turn it,
who doesn't love a good
YouTube.
2.0?
Oh, come on. But if you go live, okay, there's Dad's gone live, Ice in LA. He's live showing it.
Okay.
Mm.
Which one are you trying to post, Bonnie? And I'll try and put it in. I clicked my live. I've got Portland Andy. I've got Dad's Gone Live. Agenda Free TV, Smoke and Scan, Fox Live, JLR Investigates,
Hmm.
CRUX is one.
Six. Um, let's see. I'm
AXN
scrolling.
News, of course, CNN.
Hmm.
Most of mine are storm chasers.
Yeah, there are some storm chasers, and I think Blackhawk had it right. It's GFY. Go find it yourself. There's about a dozen people doing this right now.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, here it is. It's capital PEDO, capital LIBRE, capital AUDITS.
I see it. Pedo Libre audits.
Mm.
Sheriffs
Is that
declare unlawful assembly. Is it? title of that one that's showing live right.
What an unlawful
All right.
assembly.
I'll throw it in there.
I guess because I put pedo, it is why it wouldn't let me type.
Yeah, it might be. It might be the.
And D-Dog put smoke and scan. Okay, cool.
Yeah. And if anyone looks at those, like it'll start popping your feed. Feed the
Yeah.
algo.
Crazy time. But LA, they must really love to protest. Wouldn't it ages ago, the big LA riots? Remember, I can't even
That was
remember what
probably
that was about.
Rodney King.
Oh,
That was probably the Rodney King, like the ones in the mid '90s, like '93.
94, I
no.
believe.
I was
Yeah.
thinking like the 70s. I thought that there was a big one.
That's
There
what
was
made the
something
term the
called Battle
rooftop
of.
Koreans popular.
Yes, the rooftop Koreans. Yes.
Rooftop Korean?
Mm-hmm.
Never heard the story?
No.
That's something you can Google. It ain't nothing bad.
Mm-hmm.
Write that down.
That channel just after you went live, Bonnie, I didn't catch it all. Something about Kevin Newsom, whatever his name is, that Trump's threatening to take over the state National Guard. And he says, you do that, and the demonstrations will get violent. Something about LA. I didn't hear it all. Just happened today or something. I don't know. Tonight. Military law. Military, whatever you want to call it.
Martial law? Is that what you're talking about?
Martial law. Yeah. That's what he's referring to. You take over our state National Guard, martial law.
Old Marshall Dillon.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good old Chester. Marshall Dillon, Marshall Dillon.
Only thing we did bad on rooftops was egging wars.
Right.
Race war started in the 60s. Yeah, that must be the one. That, and not like I saw it or anything, but I just remember hearing about one way back.
So much of this reminds me of the Nixon years. You mess with me, I'm going to call up National Guard. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you don't want to give me my bacon and my cheeseburger, I'm going to call up National Guard. And my pecan pie. I mean, every time he turned around, the National Guard, until they called his bluff.
Could be justified at that point.
Well, that was the demonstrations in D.C. over Vietnam. You can see it in Forrest Gump. That's a real newsreel behind him with Jenny, with the buses.
Yeah.
That's a real live
Mhm.
of what was
Trump
going on.
posted tonight if Governor Newsom and Mayor Bass can't do their jobs, which everyone knows they can't, the federal government will step in and solve the problem.
Nice. Mm.
I think what they said was the demonstrations were aimed at ICE. I
Yeah,
couldn't. I said I didn't watch all the, like I was watching you at the same time, but yeah.
Yeah, with something that big, it may start as one thing, but you get these other little groups and factions of people that get to arguing and going at it about something else. You know, it just keeps building.
Does Kent State ring a bell? 1970.
Yep.
Kent State.
Wasn't that the National Guard that shot a few students?
Oh,
That was in the Ohio.
Damn it, Craig. Slinging BBs. Is that a euphemism?
absolutely, Jerry.
It's tricky.
Where was that
No.
person? Who was the what was the doctor's name with the fantasy books? Was it
Seuss?
Dr. Zeus? Wasn't that where
Just
euphemism?
to say fantasy, Virginia, you're just
Well, you know what I mean.
on it.
Whatever you want to call them,
Oh,
fairy
yeah.
tales and Dr. Zeus. Yeah, with euphemisms. Remember euphemism? I first said that.
All I know is if you let eggs sit out for too long, they will indeed turn green, but they're still fine. Still fine, especially with some ham.
Mm,
Mm.
mm, mm, mm.
John Belushi was at Kent State when that happened. He's in a couple of the pictures from that day.
Huh, man.
There was something wrong with Belushi from the start. That guy was just not right.
I'm gonna have to look that up.
What I can't remember is what they were protest. What was the deal that came?
Vietnam.
Was it Vietnam? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
during that era.
Wow. Huh.
But, you know, understandably so.
Right.
Isn't that what Jane Fonda was protesting? Or was she women's rights thing or something?
Hanoi
Jane
Jane.
Fonda was calling every single soldier that came back baby killers.
Mm,
Yep.
Oh, God.
Yeah, she's a worthless bitch anyway.
Hanoi Jane was pretty disgraceful. That what she did and said and all that.
Yep.
No,
Hmm.
I think she's way worse than disgraceful.
D-Dog is telling it like it is. Yeah.
She is one of my top tier list of people to practice a late term abortion on.
You want a cerebral exercise? Watch on Golden Pond and try to figure it out. That they're part of them are saying. You ever watch that movie? It's the most The whole Fonda family is different.
No,
Fondas.
I'm good. I never watched on Golden Pond, mostly because I'm straight.
Well, American Rider. What was Peter Fonda was? What was Easy Rider? That was a ridiculous movie too. Guy looked like a Tootsie Roll Pop on a Harley.
It
It's
could be
too
worse. You could be watching Barbarella.
No, I didn't bother with that.
Oh, man.
If
Is,
if nobody knows, that's a piece of shit Jane Fonda movie.
is Barbarella the one that had the orgasmatron?
Yep.
Yeah, Like the
Okay, yeah, I've been there. I went there. Yeah,
Orgasmatron.
Yeah.
yeah, dude. You just Google it.
I just might.
like the pipe organ, just press the right key, doll. Or the right.
Eric, he said he didn't watch it because he's not that way.
Oh, I got a good joke. What is a reverse exorcism?
A reverse exorcism?
Yeah.
A coming to God, I guess.
No, it's when the demon tells the priest to get out of the child.
Oh my goodness.
Also,
Golden.
also,
Okay, Eric. Never mind.
also known as cloister for 10 years.
Possession.
Nobody appreciated that joke.
Kids aren't that bad. Okay, maybe the guys are thinking they are.
Here's a picture of my dad holding me in 1970 at my grandma's house.
So cute.
Oh, you used to be cute.
Yeah, I don't know
Right?
what the fuck happened.
What happened?
And something happened. I think it was called the internet. I'm not sure.
I'm just playing with you. That's cool that you have that
Yeah,
picture.
Yeah, it is.
it is.
Yep.
Okay, I'm eating Maddie walked off.
Oh, the hell with it.
Mm-hmm.
See, Mom, they name every other one a man. Just talking here like ridiculous. I didn't
Some
get a
people would say
house.
that.
I didn't get a house. I think I got cheated from what all y'all men say.
Eric, there's a lot of. Ooh, was that me or I think we had a little echo. But there's some really attractive grannies out there stealing tree.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what did he say? I missed it.
He said granny porn will be just a few years older than I am porn.
Oh,
Well, the difference is between young girl porn and granny porn is that in granny porn, the navel is right between the nipples.
Right. Yeah.
oh my
It's a.
goodness.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a granny yet. Thank goodness.
Hey, Virginia, have you seen my new phone charger?
I am afraid to see your new phone charger.
Okay.
I don't think I have, and I am a little shaken.
Oh, the,
I
the thing's badass. It pumps the power into the phone. Let me go get it.
Oh man,
Nice.
he said pump. This,
Oh, it's power pumping.
yeah, power pumping. Are we
Mm.
on P? Power pumping in Pasadena, Chess.
Lee Merriweather is a hot granny. You know, it
Yeah.
seems like one time I heard Wildlife say he was looking for a granny.
Dang.
Dang.
So he's
Oh
cougar
man.
hunting.
I
Do
don't
you
think we have
retract
no
that
receipts on that. You got to bring the receipts.
comment?
That must have been, he was too sweet, because that's like him.
Nice.
Wait,
All right, what is that?
Now what's
Oh,
I
happening?
know.
dude,
Hang on.
I see what's happening. Is this
Oh,
a perpetual motion?
It just pumps the power into your phone. You got to get one.
I thought it was
I
a
like it.
glowing light something.
Feel like I need one.
I mean, it
Oh,
doesn't
I
glow?
did it wrong. I was supposed to turn my phone upside down so they could do it doggy style.
Right.
Nice.
hmm That is wonderful. That's what I'm saying, Craig. It's like a Stirling motor. It's free energy.
Bam.
So, D-Dog,
Yes.
what is your view of tariffs since you put that up there?
Tariffs? Bring them. Just run them.
Just run
Just run them. Let's bring those jobs back to America.
Yeah.
them.
You know, like, okay, I'm not a Trump cheerleader, and everyone knows it.
hmm
When he told John Deere when they moved their shit to Mexico, he's going to do a 200% tariff to bring this shit back to sell it here. I'm down with it. Fucking do it. Run it.
hmm
Oh,
Do you
everyone is
think it
beautiful today. Everyone is so beautiful.
will, do you think it'll cost more in doing that? Cost us more?
Well, what, as far as John Deere tractors?
Well, anything.
It,
If
okay,
it,
if John Deere goes and abandons the American worker, I think America should abandon John Deere.
yeah,
Just like when Harley Davidson abandoned the American worker, a lot of diehard Harley people abandoned Harley.
hmm
true.
That's the way it goes.
So when he ordered the vents to be made by, was it Chrysler?
I don't follow too much as far as DC stuff because how many times have I said fuck DC?
Right. But it just seems okay, as fast as they were able to put those out, they could put motors out just as quick or whatever. Seems to me.
Well, we need to bring. Well, first we need to do is get some IC chip manufacturers back to the United States. That way we don't have to take our sensitive shit and have it made by other countries.
Good
Yeah.
night.
Good night, Eric. Thank you for
Good night,
coming in.
good night, Steel. Don't let the bed bugs bite.
We
Yes,
need to
rescue.
do
Yes.
production of materials. I agree with that. The wood, eh, more wood mills, more blacksmiths, more welders, more. And my son didn't go to school to become a welder. He just on the job training and became a supervisor over welding. He just picked
And we
up
got to
on it.
bring back drug manufacturing too.
Yes, absolutely.
Yep.
Because we don't know what's in our medicine.
Yep.
I mean,
And the states where you're not allowed to grow marijuana, call it hemp and grow the fuck out of it because you're allowed to grow hemp in all 50 states.
have you seen the battle going on here right now over that?
Nope.
I put one of them on my community page. I'm going to go over that Monday night, but, or well now, whenever. Um, so 65,000 vets went to talk to Greg Abbott and tell him that they wanted it legal, or they were all voicing 65,000 vets signed this thing saying to let them have THC. Then the next one was the cops went berserk over it's HB3, I think is the bill. I don't know if it's been voted on yet. I don't know if it's gone through, but there's a big battle over it. And I don't understand it. We have so many drunk driver deaths. You can mhm. I haven't heard of a whole lot of marijuana caused accidents or okay, Rescue said the House and the Senate have passed SB3 to take all THC off the shelves, so now it is waiting on Abbott's desk.
Mm. And that's for like medical use as well.
Right. That's what I'm wondering. Medical.
I mean, either
Hmm.
way, I mean, but still, imagine a lot of them probably use it for medical use. I mean, you said
Yeah,
veterans,
okay.
some
Keep
type of
telling yourself
therapy.
that.
Yes, and that was their argument was that they had been on all these medications, they were prescribing all these pharmaceuticals to them that were causing all kinds of other problems, and that um, there's different strains that we know can help different issues.
Yep. And since everyone's talking about Ross Perot, I voted for him too. I liked his getting rid of all the bullshit, 10% flat tax, and that's it. I was down with that.
Yeah, I liked what he had to say, his point of view, etc. And I don't think people took him seriously, maybe because he was kind of a goober, but if you listen
Yeah.
to him, he was the one.
I like laughing at him whenever he'd get all upset. His big old ears would start flopping.
Oh, those ears. You know he heard everything. He could hear a mile away.
He could hear a
So
mouse
true.
fart across the
Pepper
room.
101.
Yep.
That is so true.
How many companies hated Ralph Nader? I don't want him on my premises. He's liable to show I'm making shit products.
Lieutenant Governor Patrick is pushing it, and he did a media showdown talking it. And when the products he accused of not having the data listed called him out and said, just turn the bag around, it's listed. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and to go back to what Jerry wrote earlier, hemp should be a cash crop. There was actually a presidential mandate during World War One and World War Two that every American with 3 acres or more is to grow at least a half an acre of hemp for making sails and riggings.
Wow.
That's correct. That's my understanding.
Yep. And even if you grow cannabis and you call it hemp and they ask you what you're going to do with it, just tell them that you crush the stem and you make twine out of it. And then they can kiss your ass.
They're
Right?
starting a hempcrete business.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't it Ford that made a car completely out of hemp?
Yeah.
And it
Yes.
was
And he made fuel. He made hemp fuel and it got far superior um, mileage than any petroleum product ever has been able to.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the thing about it here is they go over in helicopters, and I don't know how they detect it, but they do. And uh, and that's what I was posting on whatever was being said. One of those videos, or no, it was a friend of mine that posted on Facebook, and I was like, it definitely needs to be decriminalized. They should not be allowed to take children away from their parents just because they have a joint, a roach, or whatever. But they do. Texas is the strictest place I have ever heard of on all of that. That's why I was shocked when somebody said every drug was legal in their state. I was like, what? Because the cops, everybody is, man, when it comes to drugs, but here we have fentanyl coming over the border. It it's a somebody said a while ago, it's all about the money, and I guess that's what it is. Yeah, that's true, Wes.
Hmm.
Guess I need to grow me some hemp, man.
See what Gma Merkel said? 2 seeds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Uh, People that actually know me in real life know that I'm a huge anti drug person,
Yes, me
but
too.
I'm 100% in favor for taking all medications and putting them on a shelf. No fucking pharmacists or nothing. Just go get what the fuck you need.
Yeah,
If you want Oxycontin, go get your Oxycontin. And the cigarette smoking age in Michigan is 21. That's fucking stupid. You can die for your country at 18, but you can't have a cigarette until you're 21. That's stupid. Same thing with
And
alcohol. You can die at 18 for your country, but you can't have a drink until you're 21. That's stupid.
yep, both of those are the same here.
Right. And
Same here.
okay, I was 6 uh, in 1972 when we took a family vacation to Switzerland to go see my mom's sister, brother, and all the cousins and everyone else. We went to a local tavern and I walked up to the bar and got a glass of wine for my mom and dad and walked it back to the table at fucking 6.
Yes, I I can remember when my mother would take me to the bar and they would ask me, they were ready to serve me an alcoholic drink. No card, no nothing. And I was 13 or 14, something like that.
Um, I was on an airplane. Well, I went to a military school in Virginia,
Excuse me.
and I was on the airplane coming home, and stewardess went by, and she goes, "What would you like to drink?" I go, "A Budweiser." She gave me a Budweiser,
Yeah.
and just before we got down low, she said, I have to take that. Okay, so she took it and everything else. I was 14 years old drinking on an airplane because we were above 10,000 feet.
Crazy. Yeah, I just don't understand their way of thinking.
Yep. You have to be 21 to smoke. You have to be 21 to drink because you're going to make bad decisions. You have to be 16 to get a driver's license, and then they're going to be all over your ass until you're whatever age. You get any points, you got these little hearings and everything else. But oh, I want to get my dick lopped off and get boobs put in. Go ahead, 8 years old, you're fine. This is stupid.
Yeah.
Yes. And now they're starting to show these commercials, I guess. And it's a man's voice singing a song, and it's a really sad song. And at first, the first one singing it was a man, and then they keep showing different people. And I guess from the way they presented it, it's men that have turned into women, or it. Oh, it's mental health, Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, I think is what it's supporting.
Well, like Brew W. Um, my high school had a smoking lounge, and none of us were 18.
Yes, we had the same, not a
Right,
lounge, but an area outside.
right. It's a uh, little area outside that um, at lunch and during breaks we can go out and puff a smoky.
Yeah.
We could keep cigarettes in our pocket and stuff at school, and a lighter and a pocket knife.
Mama
Um,
used to send me to the store to get her cigarettes. In fact, my kids were able to pick me up cigarettes.
Yeah. I did that as a kid.
So, and you were born 80,
I was born in '88.
88. That's right.
88, you're a baby.
Yes, he is. So when
I,
did this
but
start?
I came at the tail end of a lot of that stuff, like the middle. You know what I mean? Because I was able to go into the store as a kid and get my mom's cigarettes. She didn't drink, so it was just cigarettes. And the tail end of it, heck, you could still get gas before you paid for it. Saw all that phase out as a kid. And hell, Lord
Yeah.
forbid if I pumped the gas and went over a couple chains, man, we might be there 15 minutes while she found them 2 extra pennies, you know?
See, I'm thinking it was like the 2000s, early 2000s, whenever, because what
The mid
Rescue said,
90s
yeah,
to maybe the 2000s.
because we
Yeah.
had cigarette machines everywhere. I went to Kentucky in 94 to the tobacco farm, but in that town, you could smoke anywhere. You could smoke here. You, you could walk through the grocery store carrying a cigarette anywhere.
I remember the ashtrays at the end of the aisles in a grocery store.
Dang.
Yes, yeah. They had an ashtray set up all over the place.
Hmm.
You could smoke in bars, you could smoke in restaurants.
Yeah, I remember
Then
the smoking section as a kid.
Well, I
I
Even as a
remember
kid, I knew it
smoking
was
in the
wild.
county jail.
Yeah. Like, why do they have a non-smoking section? It's all in the same building, you know?
yeah, hospitals. When I was having kids, I could smoke in the hospital.
You know, 1975, you could smoke in the hospital while you visited somebody that's in the hospital because they smoked, which made a whole lot
So
better.
95, when I had the two girls, I couldn't smoke in the hospital.
No,
No.
changed in
But
the 80s.
still, they didn't make you leave the property. They still had an area outside where you could smoke.
They
Now
probably
you
phased it out
cannot.
whenever they did the airlines. Probably maybe what, the 80s maybe?
I don't know. But now you can't even be on the property. They have people driving around little golf carts that they pay to police you if you're smoking in the
Oh
parking
yeah.
lot
They'll smoke shame
of
you
the
and give
hospital.
you a ticket.
So they want these people in the hospital to walk across out to the road somewhere, stand in the middle of the road and smoke.
Well, the Michigan had a stupid law that you had to step 50 feet away from the entrance to a restaurant or bar that you're at to have a
Yes.
cigarette.
Here it was
Okay,
27 feet, 9
now,
yards,
now
27.
this is the craziest shit about it. I was in downtown Monroe in Michigan. I'm at a bar having a burger and a soda, and I had to go across the fucking street to go have a cigarette. Somebody came out of the diner that is directly across the street and had to cross the street to go have a cigarette in front of the fucking bar. I'm trying to make sense of this. It just doesn't
So you're
work.
crossing paths to smoke.
Yeah, I can't smoke in front of where I'm at, but I can cross the street and smoke in front of a diner. This is stupid.
Come to an arrangement, you know. You go eat my burger and I'll go have your drink.
Hmm.
True, Jerry.
They used to have those little cages in airports. It was like a shame room. It was all glass around the outside. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
Everybody
can
could get
imagine.
like I don't know, 30 or 40 seats in there, with some ashtrays, and they had like air filters.
It's like the holding tank for the smokers.
Yes, it was. It was. And they took them down a few years back. Las Vegas is one of the last airports that you could still smoke in, but yeah, I always thought it was funny with all glass and everyone is just walking by glaring at you.
But
Oh, still.
yep. Okay. One of my last experiences enjoying a cigarette in a restaurant was actually a Hardee's.
Hmm.
And this back when you had smoking section and non-smoking section.
Hmm.
So I killed that burger, and then I'm talking to my buddy and stuff, and I'm having a cigarette, and this lady sitting at the table right next to me and smoking says, "Do you mind putting that out? My son has asthma." And I'm thinking, you're in the fucking smoking section. So I looked her dead in the eye, and with everything I had, I was nice and polite, and I told her that I have no problem with a little bit of coughing.
Hmm. Right. It won't bug me. Oh, Gma, they have one-armed bandits in the Las Vegas airport. You can gamble in there. So yeah, there's no speaker. They want you to miss that flight. They want you to stay as long as possible. For sure. And flights are cheap.
Yeah. Well,
So you can still smoke in casinos?
I
No,
haven't been there in a long time, but last time I was there, which was when the fuck was that? It's been a minute, but I was able to smoke in there.
I don't think you can anymore. I think it's a nationwide thing in all the airports now, but Vegas was the last holdout for
Well,
sure.
I'm talking. We're talking the casino, not the airport.
Oh, the casino. Oh, okay, okay.
Yep, because I know I can go to Indian casino and I can smoke my ass off. Not that I have any ass to lose, but I could.
The reservations here, you can smoke, and then they stopped it for a little while around COVID, and I think they have reopened smoking sections now. Because that's another one to me, kind of like the bar you were saying, D-Dog. Like, and you're sitting there at a poker machine or whatever you're playing, it kind of goes hand in hand,
Especially
adult.
if you're a drinker and a smoker, you're going to smoke more while you're drinking.
The first thing you do when you hit a bonus is light a cigarette, so I've heard. you know?
Yeah.
Some would say that.
Yeah.
Well, the restaurant I was working at, that was about 10 years ago. We could smoke in there then, and this is Podunk Town. And then all of a sudden they changed it, and they had a full bar in the back of it. And they lost a lot of customers over that because they didn't even have outside seating where you could go out there. And so everybody is standing in front of the building as cars are driving by, smoking their cigarettes.
I'm turning my camera off. Okay.
And I'm thinking,
Yes. Uh-oh, why do I have
how you doing, Dee?
I was hearing an echo, but maybe it's gone.
that's all to do with local bylaws, though, isn't it? Only with the
Well, see, and that's what I'm thinking. It seems like it became a state law, is because I know it started out of Austin. There's no doubt. Because Austin, they are, I don't know where those people come from, but our legislature, sorry, rescue, sucks.
From Mars. Sergeant Al, standing on the moon, but I'd rather be with you. Oh, that's
Yeah.
I've heard that one a couple times live. That was a favorite. I like that one.
They're here.
isn't it always the case of the vocal minority at local, whatever you call it, town meetings and that? Isn't it the vocal minority?
But if the state makes it a law, it's statewide.
Well, people should have fought it back. We didn't realize so much was getting taken at the time. It was really, I don't think. I mean, I
Right.
remember buying cigarettes for my mom, and just smoking on airplanes. I remember that, smoking in bars. for a brief time there were smoking sections in restaurants, which was like so dumb, but
Yes.
it was a good effort. You know, they were trying.
Well, and that's that restaurant that I was working in. She had one of those, you pulled a chain and this door flapped up and there was a big fan in it and it would suck the,
Yeah.
it would suck everything out
Yeah.
outside.
Yeah,
And
hard enough to do that.
but that's what I don't even understand is what D-Dog was saying a while ago. Um, I was with a friend of mine. We were in another town, and it was a little store. She went into the store, and I don't smoke in her truck. So I got out, and I was standing beside her truck smoking. The wind was blowing like you wouldn't believe. And this lady walked out of the little store, and as soon as she got behind me, she started coughing and then walked onto her car acting like she was all pissed off, flew out of
Mm.
the parking lot. And I'm just like, are you kidding me? Well, I even said it before she got to her car.
It
Are you
sounds like
really serious
it's,
right now?
it's
And
like bicyclists that get all annoyed that you're actually driving a car on the road. They're riding their bicycle on. It's like, oh,
yeah,
shut up. Get out of here.
Karen's.
Or you get the donut shops that open up the majority of the floor in smoking rooms, and you swear there's an Apache helicopter up there sucking the air out. Like that's got to cost a few bucks, you know?
Hmm. Big ass fan.
Who's the business? That lasted a few months, and then it was nothing.
I had a question for D-Dog.
The answer is definite maybe.
Listen up now.
Oh my goodness.
Listen up. So I heard you say that you were up at 6 o'clock in the morning now because you don't have to worry about DC paperwork anymore. Do you care to elaborate on that, please?
Yes, 2 words will do the whole thing. Fuck DC.
Okay.
Uh,
That's really helpful.
okay, my little group, we're centralizing on teaching state legislators about nullifying the bullshit out of DC.
Mhm. Good.
Everything that DC does is nowhere close to anything having to do with the Constitution. And the state legislators can just, nope, we're not going to play. Nope, fuck you. You're on your own.
Mhm.
And so that's who we need to be talking to is our state legislator.
Right.
We're all supposed to be letting our representatives know what we want and don't want.
Right.
Especially at this time right now.
Yes. But they're not listening. 65,000 veterans. That's a lot. That's a whole lot of people.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So there's this bill HB3 taking all THC off the shelves.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Texas is going after cannabis big time right now. I see that.
Yes.
A lot of cannabis streamers are talking about it. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, we have to stand up. I mean, these assholes are not going to stop. They keep taking and taking and taking and taking. There is more bullshit every day of how this criminal enterprise wants to screw us over as Americans. I can't believe how much people are willing to take. Like, we have to get it together. We have to get it together.
Right. And Jima, I know that's not a lot of people. It's a lot of veterans. But they're not the only ones. I mean, that was just, they were allowed to go into the Capitol to present their case. because of them coming back with issues, whether it was losing a limb or PTSD or cancer from Agent Orange or whatever it was. Cannabis was helping these people,
Yeah,
not the drugs that they were pumping them with.
yeah, it does help them get off of those many, many, many times.
Yes, and that's what their cases were. I mean, they were presenting good, solid evidence for their grievance of this is a BS bill.
The
And
Texas legislatures were, or people were in the Texas House, or
the veterans that that were allowed to go up there and speak
in Texas or in
in
DC.
Texas.
They would have whacked us by now, Jerry. I hear you. Oh, that'd be a funny T-shirt chessboard. Let's see. Oh, and I looked up that book you were showing off, the American Patriot Almanac, and you can get a hardcover of it for $22. You can get a soft cover of it for $11 on Amazon. But they get them.
Really?
Yeah, I think some of them get them from. I think the one I had put in my cart was from another book dealer. You know, they do that where they'll like set up. Probably eBay too. A lot of times I try to check eBay first before Amazon anymore because I know that's better if you can.
Yeah.
And times they're pretty comparable. Because there's a lot of people that hustle eBay, man. They hustle that eBay, you know? They're working it.
Yeah. I had thought about doing that, but I don't want to do all the shipping. That's what somebody asked me. Why didn't I do an auction? And I said, because I don't want to have to ship it all.
Yeah. Well, Facebook Marketplace, my husband got into that for a while. He went up in the barn one summer and he was posting pictures of old stovepipe and all this stuff. He was like, we're never going to use this. And he was, you know, swinging deals all summer long, selling stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
If you do Facebook Marketplace, then you can just meet with people in a public place and keep it safe and keep it local.
That's true.
I'd enjoy that. You know, you might end up meeting some more people. You love meeting people.
So that I think it's really hard to sell jewelry.
Not gold.
Well, yeah. But I don't have gold. But I'm just saying it's like
Sure.
it's almost like people don't even wear jewelry around here anymore.
Yeah.
No. That's true.
Who's wearing jewelry? Who's going out? Who's having fun?
Right.
Well, I'm
I
sitting
have
here looking
one.
like Mr. T. You just can't see me.
You're
I'm draped up.
all
even me.
oh.
My granddaughter bought me a bracelet, but where am I going to wear it? Because
Hot date, honey.
I mean, even if I wear it around here, I'm out messing with the garden every day. It's just
Yeah.
You never know. It's nice to know. I hear you. I made all this jewelry and I never wear it. All these
Yeah.
crystal jewels. I mean, I got nice necklaces. I wear them around Christmas time sometimes, you know, when there's like a Christmas party or something like that. That's a good time to wear your jewelry.
Yeah.
That's about it, though.
The cleanup days. Like, ooh, she cleans up nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta step out sometimes.
do on here, us girls. We're frumped out in our sweatpants and t-shirt and probably no bra.
I like it.
100% facts. How'd you know? You're creeping me out, Dee.
I know.
Well, I wear dresses all the time, but
There you go.
still
Dresses.
I just don't put on jewelry. I don't, and I've got a ton of it. My mother, she had this jewelry box that's about 3 feet tall, full, except full.
Mom liked the jewelry, huh?
Family jewels.
Right on.
If only, but it's not. It's
Like costume jewelry.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of it may be the silver, the 99 whatever silver, but
that costume jewelry too.
Yeah.
And stop sell it and stuff.
I always see this little old lady out somewhere, and it'll be a different lady, but it just looks like she's got on every piece of jewelry she owns.
yes.
In Humboldt County, eat a bag of no, thank you. Was a couple of ladies when I first moved here in the 90s.
What is that?
Gross. We're not talking about it.
Okay, I don't want to know what it. Okay.
You know what?
Stella Richards.
Yeah.
But are they edible? Are they cookies or is it wood? Is it literal wood?
Are they
Well,
He's
them in
the
water.
ones that are like this are probably wood.
Yeah.
And the ones that are flaccid, maybe.
Mahogany.
But I'm dropping F-bombs today.
Yes,
There
you
you
are.
go. I like it.
Like those. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't wear gold either, Cola. It's only silver.
Oh man,
Silver and
love her
gold.
Really?
They love. I got a friend,
Yeah.
Annie the hairdresser. She had a whole room one time in her house. It was her accessory room. She had her belts and her hats and her shoes and her jacket.
Mhm.
I'm like, damn,
Yeah.
wow, you're serious. But she's an artist. So
Yeah.
artists are. They like all their things. Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
Well, and I used to wear jewelry a lot, but it's like, it's just become, it doesn't mean that much to me anymore. And I don't know what happened.
Well, some things are collectible, Bonnie. I would do a little research, maybe
Definitely.
Google certain stuff. Even if it's not particularly valuable, there are a lot of even costume jewelry that has a collector's value quite a bit,
For sure.
Yeah. And I know that there's pieces that I will not part with for sure.
Well, there's costume jewelry that is got a higher value to it than if it was actually made out of gold, and it's all because of the maker's mark that's on it.
Yes. Yes. That's true too.
Yeah, some people really like it. I never got into it that much.
Where there's a lot of cameos, I think, in the 40s. Not women's jewelry was cameos and chokers and.
So I need to go put on my Cuban links.
Cufflinks and stuff. Dudes like wearing their stuff too, man. They like their fancy watches and their bolo.
Good to see you.
But yeah.
Yeah. The NC Cheryl keeps telling me, have a little option on.
She must have missed that part where you said you didn't want to have an auction because you don't want to have to out all kind of stuff. Yeah.
like Putin's little trinket of a wristwatch, a mere retail value of $500,000 US.
And I think we're all just as broke as each other.
Mm.
I'm tired. I did a lot with the Grange this last week. We got our big 150th anniversary coming up, and we did our event last weekend. That was pretty good. We asked for a $5 donation for the pizza, and we got $164 for the pizza for 6 hours.
Cool.
There for 6 hours, but we really didn't have a lot of good advertising. And I need to get some flags out there that just look like pizza, so when I'm there making pizza, because I think I can sell whole pizzas too. If I get there on the regular and people start knowing, I know there'll be people that would buy whole pizzas. So
Yeah.
it was good. There was some good, it was like mediocre turnout. It wasn't like, it was, I guess you could say low, because low isn't none. I mean, every hour there are probably like, anywhere from 3 to 6 people, a couple different couples coming in and stuff like that. But it's just like, I don't know. The farmer's market was popping today, though. It was very busy there. People are out and about, and they're getting back to things. Of course, the college kids left now, so that's different too.
Yeah.
But when I went to the farmer's market, there was this gal there. She was really interesting. I took a little video of her thing. She had a setup for the wind turbines, and she was asking people. She had a little spinner thing, and then she was asking people. She asked me to write on a Post-it note my concerns and put it on this sticky board. She didn't have her mind made up all the way about it, but sounds like she was believing the people that are telling her that, oh no, the wind turbines, that's not true, that they're not cost effective, that by the time they're done paying for itself, because that's what I told her. I'm like, they're not going to save us any energy. By the time the things burn out and done, you've paid so much money for them. And I brought up about the whales, and she's like, well, I've heard, those aren't even true. And it's like, oh my gosh, I don't know how I'm going to get through to any of these people in Humboldt County. They're so far gone. And then I seen another farmer that he's an older man, and he's always been a fuck the government kind of guy, but he was the one I ran into a couple years ago at the Mexican restaurant telling me how he took the vaccine. And I was like, well, I thought you fucked the government. And he just kind of shrugged his shoulders and looked at me, and he said that his said that his one daughter works for the government, I think in DC, works for the Fed, but now she hates her job. Well, this new administration. And so that's everybody at that farmer's market. That's everybody there is like, they're gone. There's no way we're ever going to get to have a conversation where we're going to see eye to eye on so many things, because these people have fell for all the government stuff, and they're not looking to alternative media. They're still believing the bullshit mainstream media, which I can't believe. Like, I just can't believe it.
So when we were traveling around, I started seeing wind turbines, and they go really slow. But I've seen people say that they kill the birds. So how are they killing the birds?
They find them dead at the base of them, I do believe. A lot of them. I don't know how slow they go.
What? How the wind turbines kill birds?
Yes.
They smack the shit out of them.
But they're going so slow. I don't see
Maybe
how.
the birds get smacked into it, like when birds smack into my windows. They'll go I mean, they'll snap their neck on impact because they're just flying along, and then all of a sudden, boom! Oh, the shit that wasn't supposed to be there. I'm in the freaking sky right now. I don't know.
The birds are flying horizontal and the blades are turning on a vertical axis. Shit collides.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? That's how it happens. I mean, they run into planes, honey. They run into moving planes.
Yep.
Well, and so, okay, now the guys are hitting on it. That's what I was wondering. Frequency,
In the air change.
4G.
Well, and also remember, birds also fly with the currents of the wind. So they're not following a path like we follow MapQuest. They're like out there doing their thing. And so the current just probably a lot of times probably takes them right into it, unfortunately. So I told the girl though, I'm like, I'm not a fan of that at all. I'm not a fan of wind turbines in the ocean. I'm not a fan of turbines on the land. I'm for real green energy, hydropower, ocean wave technology. I didn't dare say nuclear to her, but I said, horseback riding. I don't know why we can't get all around Humboldt County on horses. Our place would have been the perfect place to keep some roads available for horses to get around. We could actually, our roads are getting cut off all the time. Highway 36 is one of the main east to west roads out here. And matter of fact, it's where the 150th anniversary of the Grange is going to be out that way. And just last week, there was a man that was killed crossing it, and the highway's been closed all weekend long. There's a huge slide on it. So it's just so silly to me. And also boats, like sailing. I'm like, sailing. You want to talk about green energy? We have green energy, but this shit isn't it. This is not it. It's so
Hey,
frustrating.
Bob.
Bob is in the house. You have a fan, Roots. He's very excited you're here.
Yeah. Bob is my good friend.
If I had an evil twin, it would be Bob spelled backwards.
You know what I'm saying? That palindrome is tight.
The Humboldt Bay. No, I did not participate in the kinetic sculpture race. That's on Memorial Day weekend always, and I have gone to it, but to participate in it, you have to have thousands of dollars. So if you want to have a bicycle put together that can go on land, float in water, go through mud, go through sand, which is what that race is, you got to have some. These people spend all year on those sculptures. It's their whole life. And the guy that started it up, Hobart Brown, honestly, he was a Satanist and very creepy. And I've grown to not really like that event also because they do it on Memorial Day. And I feel like they take all the thunder of Memorial Day, and their whole thing is to, I'm not trying to poo-poo the whole thing about it. I'm just telling you some negative things about it. But their whole thing is, their motto of it is for the glory. So not only do they do the whole thing on Memorial Day weekend, which I get it. It's a 3-day weekend in the summer. It's, but it's like for their own glory. I don't know. The whole thing is pretty godless, but not like everything has to be godly. It's just that it's not my thing anymore. But I used to go to it all the time when the kids were little. We would go to different parts of it. It's 3 days. So one time I got to see them go in the bay. That's the most fun when you watch them go in the water, because some of them don't make it. You're like, oh shit, they're drowning. They're sinking in the water now. It is really cool though. It is a really cool event. It's very special. There's just some things that, I've grown to just be like, oh, that sucks. But Hobart Brown was a Satanist, that's a bummer. It's kind of a bummer thing, but.
Hey, Watt, you got Amazon Prime?
No, I don't have the Prime.
Now we got to go for that and tie up this patriot, whatever, almanac shit, because you don't have nothing to say about on the state. So we ordered a whole lot of them. We keep sending it back, and then nobody has any information. on what happened today. What do you think?
What is he talking about?
Because he comes up with on this date. And if you say, guess what happened on this date, and everybody's got this
Oh,
almanac, they'll say, yeah, no.
It was
It could be the end of what life as we know him.
I thought you were talking about the states.
I didn't think about it like that. You might be right.
There you go.
Yeah.
I got your back. You cover your front.
Mm. Man, could be the end as we know it.
Yeah, that was a weird offer, Black Watch. Are you bringing salad dressing? No Miracle Whip, please.
Sure,
I appreciate the offer.
I'm just,
Right.
I'm
But
just, I'm
I
just
yield on that one.
Oval Office teleprompter. It says, don't
Whoa.
worry,
Yeah,
Elon,
the
I got
second
your back. Or something like that. We're looking out for you, Watt. Don't worry about it.
I appreciate it. Glad Canada's got my back.
Yes.
Yeah, we all got your back. Did you go to farmers market today, Watt?
No, I think I went everywhere but the farmers market.
Oh yeah.
I didn't even make it.
No.
And it was warm today. I think we got up to like 95, 96. And with the humidity, it probably felt like close to 100.
Oh, it was
But,
so today, yeah. It's nice.
found a little small car show amongst my travels today. I stopped in there and walked around for a little while. And I went down to the here locally we have the Augusta Canal, which is kind of just like a side, just a little canal that runs along the Savannah River. And I walked a little piece of it and checked out some scenery. But yeah, it was a bunch of people out and about even down there. Pretty cool.
So what antique cars did they have there? Teslas?
No, probably the oldest one they had there. I forget the particular car it was, but the guy told me it was a 1940 something. It was like a racer style car, and man, I wish I could remember all the specs and stuff he told me about it. But
In the
put a
40s,
little short about it. Somebody will see the video and they'll recognize the car specifically.
they still had Packards and Tuckers and Dodge Brothers and everything.
I can't remember.
Yeah.
But that one, and they had a guy, and then the car right beside it, I think it was like a Volkswagen style, but it was pretty cool. The guy bought the car, and then he had the Hot Wheels car on the dash, and I asked him about it, and he said, well, he already had the car, and he was looking for Hot Wheels one day and seen that one and made his car in real life just like the Hot Wheels car. So I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah, he put a little skateboard on top, a little cooler and everything. He made it look just like the Hot Wheels car. And the one guy, he had like a 60-something Corvette. That was pretty sharp.
Split window by chance? I was only in 63. The rear window.
No, it was a later model.
Stingray? Like the Ray?
Maybe a 68 or 69, I think he said.
That's a fiberglass Stingray model.
I think he said it was his uncle's car, and his uncle did a bunch of stuff to it, but he said he's did a few things to it. He didn't fully restore it himself. He even had a guy out there that had a little Mazda truck tricked out, like low rider hydraulics where the tailgate flipped backwards. That was pretty cool.
Yeah. Concept cars, kind of.
It was.
Remember that guy that designed them? The guy.
Yeah.
Remember I was telling you about someone? I still can't figure. It wasn't Suntas or whatever. That's the guy with the Corvette. But the guy, I can't find his name anywhere. That did all that, the Batmobile and all that stuff.
Yeah, I know the guy. I can't think of his name. Yeah, he designed a lot of those concept cars like that.
They're really cool, some of them. Really.
One of my events that I might go to, we'll see, It's like $40 a ticket. Ray Wiley Hubbard and Coleman Jennings are going to be in Lukenbach, Texas.
Are they country?
Yeah.
Nice. Is Jennings related to Waylon?
Yes.
Oh.
Grand. I think it's a Grands.
Mm-hmm. That's cool. Mm-hmm.
Ray Wiley Hubbard. He's old. Getting up there.
Does he play the guitar?
Well, I don't know. I haven't.
Oh, guess who I saw today, Bonnie, and gave a hug to? 2 hugs.
Sad.
Yeah. A little video for you too. I'll have to share that sometime. It's probably not downloaded yet, but of his little booth and everything. He hooked me up with pretty cool beeswax, and I bought some honey from him. But I did try to support the farmers market, even though I was talking shit about how expensive it was. I got some flowers. I got the rest of my cabbages because I loved growing my own cabbage and making my own sauerkraut last year. But I didn't get the seeds going. I'm not the best with the seeds. I got some of my seeds done, and I'm doing some direct sowing, but some things I just have to buy. And that's just the way it is. That's okay. So
Well,
No, there's no shame in getting starters. And
No.
if you kind of poke around, you can find some that have multiple plants in one little pot, you know?
Yes. Oh, definitely. You know, I got this cucumber one with 3 of them in it, roots, not just 2.
You know what I'm saying?
That's a good one to look for.
Yeah.
Yeah, one's just got multiples in it.
Yes. I picked up some Persian cucumbers and some pickling cucumbers, but I already had my own. I did have success with my own seeds with cucumber. Those are so easy, though, you know.
Yeah.
Hi, Kitty. But my melons are literally, I'm not kidding. I got some melons in the ground. They're probably not much more than 2 inches tall and 1 inch or 2 wide. They're super tiny. False information and hoaxes. I do remember that one. I do remember that one. That being like with the vid, right? Because it's something about fear as well. Using fear is a crime as well. Yes, so is this what's going to be used for the COVID against public officials when is it time?
The time?
and a fake president.
Both those will work with the COVID, will work with the border, will work with just about anything that your government decides it wants to do.
My big melons color. Did you like that?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I had to mute and stifle a laugh.
Shouldn't have.
Yeah, TR kind of bounced with my 2-inch melons. They kind of, what the, huh?
You don't have melons, Blackwatch, unless you got those fake ones you were talking about.
I was not the one speaking at the time. I gotta tell you.
Oh,
Patchable.
let me get my camera out here and take some pictures.
If I can get to bed at a decent time, I'm going to make it to the farmer's market next Saturday. I was going this Saturday, but
You need a whole week to rest.
it's the Friday night thing, Indy. But it's schedule. Y'all West Coast girls kicking my butt because y'all are 2 hours earlier, so it's not late to y'all like it's 5 o'clock in the morning here. It's only 3 there.
Right.
9:50 here.
I know right now.
Later.
I was doing away with the daylight savings and all that. It was just one unified time.
That is my favorite: the right to abolish or to and to institute new government.
Make everything East Coast time.
Yeah, you're a night owl, Bonnie. No one feels sorry for you. Okay.
To the point,
Oh.
I have fallen asleep letting everybody just talk.
Are you getting tired now? Is that why we're getting an early warning?
No,
Oh,
no.
okay.
Like it hits me about 2, and I keep on. Okay, 2's gonna be my limit. 2 a.m. But then you gotta unwind, and it takes me a couple hours to unwind and calm down and get sleepy. So
I got
Oh,
it.
Bonnie, do you see Cola in the back? She brought melons with a little.
I do. I'm sorry, Cole.
She did?
Am I the only one that puts salt on your watermelon?
Yeah, I was going to say all this melon and talks and plant talks. Y'all are summoning me. Come join this conversation. I didn't know we were going to talk about melons and plants and stuff. Here I am. No.
I'll bet your melons are good, Cola.
The only way to eat watermelons with salt on it.
Know what I'm saying? Yes.
That's not a southern thing. You know, I finally quit doing that. But when I was a kid, I did it because everybody else did it. So I thought I was supposed to do it.
Yeah,
and then I tried it as I was older, and I was like, you know what? It doesn't really need salt. It's really actually good without it. But monkey see,
If you like it without salt, then it's not everybody else is doing it, so you have to. I like salt on my melons, even cantaloupe, all of them.
Now we're talking about body shots. Dang.
There we go. Late night owl.
And y'all.
I totally remember that, Moonchild. I say that all the time. Y'all remember that Dirty Dancing? She's like, I brought a watermelon. And she's all embarrassed because it was her line. Not how she heard of the party. She brought a watermelon. It's so corny.
I like that scene.
Terry.
And they went and started cutting it up right away, didn't they? That's
right.
That's a good friend. Don't just sit in the corner. No one puts baby in the corner.
Nobody.
Hey, Moonchild, the link's in the chat. You should come up here. I know you probably won't, but you should. Have a couple drinks. But yeah, Billy's in here. Real melons are the best. We're having two conversations in here. They're not the same. So okay, really, seriously, I'm not going to be able to do this seriously. But what kind of melons do you? God, I'm sorry, I'm such a child.
Somewhere between a C and a D.
I didn't say what size. I said what kind.
What kind of melons? What?
Didn't she say she was growing some or something? It wasn't.
Yes, they are actually okay. I hope you can handle this. Jumbo melons.
Oh, come on.
I have watermelons in my greenhouse. I do, and I've never grown them before. We tried last year. We had this one little tiny one, and Billy accidentally forgot and mowed it over. So we're trying again.
I'm trying to figure out. So my husband set me up this new desk. I got this stand-up desk now, and I moved some things around, and I'm not finding my microphone. So I don't even know how you guys are hearing me right now. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, it's crazy.
My microphone. I don't know where anything is right now. Huh. That's weird. Okay, well, good. Obviously,
I mean, we hear you, but now that you say it, maybe it could be a little bit away, but it's picking you up fine. Moonchild, I can't wait to see them. LOL. That's like lush melons. Man, I love it. It's hilarious.
Cantaloupe and then jumbo melon, a couple watermelon, and a honeydew. Oh, I bought 2 watermelons today. Somebody was selling at the farmer's market for like $5. And so yeah, I'll have 2 more melons, and then
yeah, they usually come in pairs.
Oh yeah,
sorry.
I'm gonna be looking for carrots.
They come in pairs because men have 2 hands.
Is one of your hands smaller than the other?
There's so much more that can be said. I'm not going to.
Yes.
Yes,
Cola.
yes, Paula.
Why
Now
do
you
keep going
understand
on?
why.
Yeah.
I'm glad you got that, Bonnie.
I've always wondered, is it because we carried our kids on one side, or I
I
don't
think
know.
it's a right-handed, left-handed thing. I'm gonna have to start asking left-handed people if it's the opposite because mine's on the right side and I'm right-handed, my smaller side. I'm sorry.
I have no idea.
Weird. What do you got there? Oh, you're. I saw that earlier too. That's what I walked back into. It's like, what the hell? Oh Lord, have mercy. Biggie Smalls, Mitchell.
But they don't make bras like that.
Oh my God, you guys are killing. So nobody's gonna know this one, but this was so funny. There's a movie with Adam Sandler and Jennifer Aniston. It was called Just Go With It. And in the movie, he was a plastic surgeon. So like one of the one of the girls is lopsided, like big time, like one of the things busted or whatever. And she's got this little bra Bonnie, and one side's huge and one side's tiny. I loved that movie. The whole movie
I
was
think I saw that.
they were like, really good job, inventive or something like that. Oh, it's such a funny, dumb movie. I enjoyed it. It had Nicole Kidman too.
Is she the one that kept showing them to everybody?
I don't know. I don't think maybe you're mixing movies. I can't remember. She was in The Office, and then like there was this really it was stupid. The whole movie is like a stupid, funny kind of thing, because Adam Sandler's in it. But I thought it was so funny. I don't know.
That movie was pretty dumb, but as far as Adam Sandler goes, his biggest, dumbest piece of crap movie has to be Going Overboard.
Going Overboard. Oh, that was like the first one ever or some shit. I always see that like in the bins, and I've never watched it.
Just save yourself an hour and a half of your life and don't.
Man, now we're going back to the Jennifer Aniston stuff. She has small hands to hold her small bleep. Just saying.
But I thought she was a man.
That's why he's saying it.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's the bleep, Bonnie. Rooster.
The D word.
Oh. I'm thinking.
I love that worked.
Jeez.
Yeah, it doesn't end in a T. It ends in a K, Bonnie.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I will be right back, y'all. Try to be good up here.
Don't go Google it.
What's the fun in that? Oh, I will. I won't do anything. Well, I might not make her feel comfortable. Like I won't do anything I wouldn't do in my world. But yeah, that might.
Yeah.
I'm just joking. So. You have free reign.
Well, I was going to say I'm absolutely all sober, so it's not like I've been drinking or something. I'm just naturally goofy. Freaking Billy. It's one of the movies where they don't like each other, but wait, turns out in the end they do like each other.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Didn't
a lot.
see that one coming.
Right.
Too original.
Every rom-com.
It had a little bit more for an Adam Sandler movie. There was a lot. He had been treated badly, whatever, and then whatever. He had this ring, and he was like really superficial, dated all younger women and stuff. And Jennifer Aniston was his age, so it was great for him to even consider her as an option. But yeah, it was a good movie. I don't care what y'all say. You gotta watch it. It really was. There's a lot of dumb parts.
I did see they got a Happy Gilmore 2 coming out.
Oh my God. I don't care what anybody says. I'm watching that. What's up, Vicky?
I think it's a Netflix special. I think it's going to be one of them type of deals. Netflix original or Netflix movie.
I can't wait. I'm going to watch that. It'll be nostalgic if nothing else. That was such a good movie.
Yeah, he's like grown and got kids in the movie, and then he just somehow he gets drugged back into it. The thing.
Mm-hmm.
The thing.
Mm-hmm.
If they could remake any movie that they never remade, what movie would it be?
Remake it. So go ahead, Virginia.
Or maybe a part 2, maybe.
No, that was my child, girl. Y'all
part 2 would be great. I'm sorry. I thought I was trying to decide whether he was saying a remake or a part two. And a
Either
part two,
one.
that I would lean towards part. I don't like remakes. Sometimes they're good, but most of the time they're a disappointment, right?
A lot of them, they're crappy.
I haven't watched the new Mean Girls, and I probably will at some point, but it's gonna suck. They're gonna run it.
They should have
Dang,
titled it Meaner Girls.
right.
I would
Right.
like to see them remake Howard the Duck. See if
Oh
they
Yeah, I
can
remember
screw
that.
that up.
my God,
Yeah.
it's been so long. Why don't they ever re-air that? Do y'all ever wonder that?
Oh,
I'd
they
love to
banned
see that
that.
movie again.
I got the DVD 15 feet from me.
I haven't seen that in years, man. I was a kid. It
I
was
heard,
good though, from what I remember. As a kid, I liked it.
I heard John's going to remake that movie. He says, I just think I got ducked.
Lord.
Peking duck.
Yes.
And you got me still thinking. I'm trying to think of a good. I don't know if they did a sequel to Dirty Dancing, that would suck. But I don't know if they did a good job. What do you guys? Any movie you guys can think of?
Rock and Roll High School.
I don't know if I've ever seen that, and I've seen a lot of movies.
It's like a movie that's a tribute to the Ramones.
That's that rather heavy set comedian, wasn't it, that played guitar for that Rock and Roll High School?
They would ruin a movie like Fight Club redoing it because they did such a good job on that. But if they could just make more movies like Fight Club, all those layers and stuff, it was so good. I really enjoyed that. Like makes you think, mess with your mind a little bit.
You ain't got it figured out within the first 15 minutes.
Right. I was still I kind of did, but then I wasn't sure. And then I was still kind of confused about a couple things. Oh my God, Billy, what are you talking? Where does that come from? Y'all know David Devine. He played with the Ramones. Are you garroting?
He's totally pulling a Garrett.
I'm saying, what the
Breaking
heck?
news. Breaking news.
I'm still trying to think of good movies to redo. They did redo Father of the Bride, and I'm just corny enough to have liked both. You guys remember that movie with Steve Martin?
Yeah.
My favorite part of that movie was the scene in the grocery store. He's losing it because the hot dog buns and the hot dogs are different amounts. He goes on a rant. You know why? Because some big shot at the bun company got together with some big shot at the wiener company and decided to rip off the American public.
That's how I feel about it. It's never an even amount.
It's the best part.
That one with Steve Martin is also a remake. So that movie was made,
Really?
I think, in the 60s, maybe 70s. Yep.
So maybe I do like one that's remade. I bet you it's better than the original. Like, if nothing else, just because, technology.
The Goonies just turned 40.
Oh my God, you trying to make us feel old, Wildlife.
Wow.
There's a question about Steve Martin. Did he dye his eyebrows or no?
What? Are they gray or are they brown?
They were always dark compared to his silver gray hair, his gray hair. Remember his dark eyebrows? You look at it and said, what?
Probably just became a part of his look,
Yeah.
Jerry said, who cares?
Brutal, Jerry.
I think I do now. Now I'm curious. Like, what are Steve Martin's eyebrows gray now, or are they black? I'm gonna go Google it. No, I'm just kidding.
Midnight Satin.
Well, I'm looking at D-Dog, and he has dark eyebrows, but darker eyebrows than his hair. So maybe he doesn't dye them, because I don't think D-Dog dyes his.
Oops. I'm totally not looking up pictures of Steve Martin's eyebrows.
Well, you know what they say about a guy? You can always tell if he's a natural by the color of his eyebrows.
Mm-hmm.
Or something like that. But he did. Steve Martin always had dark eyebrows. Do you ever notice that? His eyebrows just, I don't know.
What is going on with Billy? Are we talking about roosters like chickens? I need to go check on him, see if he's all right. I don't know what's going on with him. I'm not sure anymore, Billy. I'm missing something.
Or roasters like Kenny Rogers. That was a good restaurant. Remember that? Kenny Rogers Roasters? It was a chicken
I
restaurant.
heard about it. Never had it.
It was all right.
All right. Still working on the eyebrows thing here.
Oh.
I just want to see because you think about it and you're like, I don't know. Okay, it looks like he doesn't have any now, but they're definitely not dark anymore, I don't think.
Maybe not.
But then there's a picture of him right beside in black and white where you can see they were still dark once upon a time. So what you're saying. What the
Well, they
heck?
say that, women too, the eyebrows will match the carpet, and you can tell if she dyes her hair, a lot.
Yeah. So I'm just like on my phone and I got this, how they have those why did Steve Martin's hair turn white? I just I just scroll down though, I get then you'll just keep looking. Look, if I just keep looking, it's like, what is the age difference between Steve Martin and his wife? Why does Steve Martin where does he live? Like all these, I guess people ask. Anyways, that question is actually he says Martin's mother's brother's writing partner, Bob, somebody told him, what's going to help you? Age. He was right because my act looked juvenile. That's why it helped when my hair turned gray. It's like a quote from Steve Martin. Just ran into it. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of funny, I guess. I don't know. It's just cracks me up how they do that though. They're like try to guess what your question's going to be.
Two first names.
Martin go gray.
I don't know, maybe it's me, but I found Tim Conway the most hilarious comedian. It just, that guy was something else.
Yeah, I used to like him on Carol Burnett.
Yeah.
Especially when he went on and on with his rant about something about elephants, and Carol Burnett and Vicki Lawrence were just losing their shit over it.
He got Harvey Korman, and he learned how to say, I'm going to ask you a question, but I'm going to pause. You ever watch him do that with Harvey Korman? And Corman's waiting for the question, and he keeps thinking about it. And oh God, it was a hilarious show.
Yeah,
it was really, really good.
I used to always enjoy the variety shows, like the Smothers Brothers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was organic, you know what I mean? Stuff like that just happened.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Laughing.
Yeah, Rowan and Martin.
Right, and the Donnie Marie Osmond, their little show was actually pretty decent.
Mm-hmm.
Flip Wilson, he was the shit though.
I'm surprised you said that, D-Dog, because I kind
Do
of liked
what?
it.
One thing I found about Donnie and Marie, my sunglass budget was going all the time. Like I have triple thick sunglasses. Couldn't look at them.
I think I'm going in and out, aren't I?
What is it? I think you sound all right.
Oh,
What did you think of Dean Martin's show? Everybody loves somebody sometime. Having a cigarette in a shot glass, stumbling down the circular stairway.
Very
I don't
sweet.
think I ever saw Dean Martin.
111.
What?
Yeah, and
Never saw Dean Martin.
Yeah, Dean Martin show.
I mean,
I liked his celebrity roasts; those were great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like a good roast.
okay, I think I saw those.
They don't really have variety shows anymore.
Oh.
Red Skeleton.
I mean,
Yeah.
watch America's Got Talent. That's about as variety as it gets.
Well, they consider SNL, like I'd say that's the last in that genre, but it's no good.
Well, I like improv too. I don't know if who's that line anyway or whatever it's
Whose line
called.
is it anyway?
There you
Yeah,
go. I don't know if that's still around or not.
Yeah, I like improv.
Mhm.
It's kind of funny, You got to be pretty funny to just, be on the spot like that.
Mm-hmm.
I always was astounded how Don
I
Rickles
love
did
it.
a celebrity roast and he never got rolled at the end of it. I thought, one of these guys are going to beat the crap out of him, right? Don Rickles.
Oh no, you ain't messing with the Don.
No.
Judy chop your ass.
Those roasts are kind of like hella mean spirited, and it's like people just sign up for it and sit through it. It would be hard for me. I'd be getting my feeling like, hey, hang on a minute, bitch. I'd be getting mad up there, but you kind of made me wonder if it's like a kind of humiliation ritual or something. And when it's your turn, you just got to do it. What's up, Bonnie? Sorry.
I think it was just kind of part of self-deprecating humor, only somebody else got to do it for you.
Yeah. And they get their chance to kind of take shots too when they get roasted. They'll on the show I used to watch anyway. They kind of take a couple shots in there.
People are too soft now. They can't even take a freaking joke. It's like too much. Not saying you're too soft, but it's
it happens.
I'd definitely try, but I just feel like it would. I'm just kind of sensitive, I'd start thinking about stuff they said. I'd be like, I could just see me signing up for it, walking off the stage crying or something.
I'd probably be crying too. I mean, I hate getting rejected, but I'm kind of used to it by now.
Homie, don't play that.
And be all like, Cola, your potato salad was wonderful. That was just wonderful. And then you would think about it all day for a whole week. Like,
I don't put raisins in it or anything. Why'd you talk about potato salad?
Exactly.
You got that going for you. Doing all right. That's a third of the battle.
It really is. Yeah.
I love this.
I saw her shove it under her napkin. Why is she
I don't even think she took a bite. This bitch. No.
No doubt, Billy. I'm just messing. You see what I'm saying? Get your
It's totally true. I wouldn't even deny it. Like I'm the one that said it. I get over it quick, and I'm very forgiving. Like if somebody acknowledges something and they're like, "I'm sorry," it's really hard for me. In fact, some people think I'm nuts on some of the things I've forgiven, but I'm not a saint. I'm sure I've done things wrong before, so I feel like I should be forgiving as a human if I want, So
even if you put raisins in it.
I mean, there's some things, no. I mean, it doesn't transcend everything.
No, he's just trying to get me to make it. This guy, he thinks he's slick all the time. Look, it's just really good.
Yeah,
he should make that.
Oh my gosh.
So one thing I haven't done when it comes to potato salad, if y'all have heard of this, I'm sure. I heard it on YouTube, of course, a couple years ago. I've still never done it. You know how you usually put boiled eggs in there, chopped up in your potato salad?
Yes.
Somebody it may have been me too. It may have been you, or it may have been on one of your streams, which was a long time ago. But they were saying when you chop up your eggs, you put what's that, Bonnie?
Soda.
I'm sorry. I feel like I talked over you, Bonnie.
That's not me saying anything. I don't know what it is.
Okay, so basically, just take the yolk itself, and you do it kind of like you're going to make a deviled egg. Instead, when you use the mayonnaise or whatever.
I saw that.
Yeah, I've never done it yet, but I wonder if it would be any good. I feel like I'd kind of miss the. Never mind.
What do you do?
And I just chop up the eggs and throw them in there, But somebody on a stream said you take the yolks separately and mash them all up and mix them in with your mayo and then put it all together.
Oh,
so,
yeah. And then you put them.
Pickles. And then they made everything on the side and then mixed it all in.
And then you put them back egg,
You
right?
don't put pickles?
That's how you make the deviled eggs. Yeah, I do that, of course. But like we're talking about doing that, but only when it comes.
Yes.
I'm getting confused saying it with potato salad. You know, the same thing. Instead of leaving the chunks in there without being mashed up. I don't know. I've
You
never
know,
done it.
I do that
I
when I
would,
make egg salad. When I make egg salad, I'll take separate the yolks from the whites and mix that all up. Then I'll
Mm.
cube up the whites and put it in there, and it makes it like fluffier. I don't know. It does something to it. I like it that way.
you know,
Hey, dog.
Good night.
You had to go get a sandwich. I bet you.
I can understand.
Mini Pro, the great
But
mind.
I can't measure it unless it's all mixed together because
Hey,
you're sitting there putting it in the bowl and the big bowl, and you don't know if you have enough until you, so you're stirring for hours to get it right.
You
Yeah.
I
don't
mean, that's the way
know.
I do it.
You don't know you don't have enough till you don't have enough. Then you know, right?
Right.
I do have a question for you, Bonnie, because we were talking about it before about fried steak. What was it? Chicken fried steak, right? And you batter it and you cook it in the
Yes.
oil. Okay. So when you put yours in oil, do you just use a couple tablespoons of oil or do you just like let it float like fried chicken? How do you do yours? Just curious.
No, it's like you would fry chicken.
all in,
Chicken
baby.
fried.
All bath.
See, I should have done that. I did make some, but I did it with just a small. I followed a recipe, which was probably my first mistake, but it was like a couple
Following
tablespoons of oil.
recipes.
Yeah, I've
So
never made it. I never even have had it until recently. It
I
just wasn't
really put
something that. Go
the
ahead.
oil is like halfway up the steak so
Yeah.
that it's
Mm-hmm.
That
Like
was
you
my
frying a pork
instinct.
chop or frying chicken.
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was going to do, but I followed the stupid recipe and I disagree strongly. I mean, it wasn't bad, but I think it would have been better, like kind of just like floating in there and flip it once or
Sometimes
something.
you don't know, and you got to do that first time you follow a recipe. I do anyway. I got to do it exactly how the recipe says. I try not to deviate. At
And then
least,
tweak it later, right?
and,
That's
but
what
that, and then I put it in the notes too. If it's in a cookbook, I'll be like, bad, add walnuts, bad, do this, do that.
I love that. I do. You're killing me. I do the exact same thing. And then, like, so what was the thing? What did I change? I'm trying to remember because I remember it says at the bottom note. You know what it was? Chicken fried rice. And I'd never made it. So, whenever I made it and it was a certain recipe, but then I added more carrots. I added a little bit more celery. And I'm like, I liked it. So I put at the bottom of my recipe, note, I used this many pieces of celery this time and it was better.
yeah, probably because you eat too many of them.
Deviled eggs.
Yeah.
Good
Because
Well,
they're so good.
everybody knows why it's called deviled eggs, don't we?
No,
Mm,
No. Think about it for a
no.
minute.
Think about it for a minute.
They stink when you make them, and they stink later too.
That's it?
Oh,
Is
this
that
is what Google says. According to the Oxford Companion to Food, the word devil first appeared in culinary texts as far back as the 18th century. It refers to cooking something with fiery hot spices or condiments. Deviled eggs get their name because they're typically made with spices, paprika, and black pepper. I like Dee's version better than Google.
What was the question?
Why they're called deviled eggs.
Uh-huh.
Why is what now?
why deviled eggs are called deviled eggs?
Come on now.
Come on. What do you say? What
You
do
can
you
tell
say?
who ain't been making the deviled eggs. That's what I can tell.
You tell what?
You can tell who ain't been making the deviled eggs.
They don't know.
I like
They-
them.
Sulfur. Yeah, evil sulfur. Yeah,
Wait,
I think that's true right there. That's what the pit of hell
really?
is like. Sulfur is the pit of hell. Heck yeah.
Is it a normal thing they just make everybody gassy? I don't remember.
If you eat too
Remember
many.
I don't know about everybody, but I guess some people would say that.
But I know my buzz stinky with deviled eggs, and especially if you do beans and eggs, forget about it. My gosh. Dyes that cause
They
farts.
say it does, Pat, but we
Right.
don't do that.
Everybody farts and everybody poops. It's true. It's true.
Yeah.
We don't talk about it very much. Because we're ladies, right, Roots? We're lady with our melons.
Fried candy yams. How do you do that?
Jumbo
Esther?
melons.
Oh, you were cracking me up in that chat. That was so funny.
I just couldn't believe nobody said it or laughed. I felt so immature. I'm like giggling.
I didn't even catch it. Normally I do too. Balls and melons, you know.
Oh, what? Billy's trolling you now.
Yeah, yeah. What we got? I love it.
I'm just saying, 1860.
Eli Devil.
Sir Eli Devil made them for the first
I might need to check my notes. I might need to cross check my notes. You may be right.
You know what? Wildlife stuff is more insightful than that. He gets all philosophical. We're all up here talking about jumbo melons, and Watt comes in with
I
some
like
real
it.
philosophical stuff.
Come on.
Like it.
I know. I'm just saying. It's
Oh,
a
is
little
that a song?
bit.
It's
What's
a
Is that
that?
a song?
better visual than some chats. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Shoot.
I can just hear that as a song. Is there such a thing as a song that says that?
It
What's
says
that?
everybody hurts sometimes.
When
I
play
heard that
Oh.
song in my head, but
I did too.
everybody hurts
Everyone
sometimes.
sometimes.
Yeah,
What?
I think it was.
my husband cannot stand it when I play that song on the piano. He said it's the most depressing. So I love to play that song on the piano. It is so fun to play those.
You can play the piano? Wow.
And then he will get the dogs howling, oh, 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 and knows, you know. I'm a mediocre player, Kola. I could play mediocre.
I mean, I can play a generic version of Mary Had a Little Lamb. That's what other than that, I can. Or what's the one with the two keys that goes back and forth, you know?
Well, that's 3 songs. That's Twinkle Twinkle Little Star and Baba Black Sheep all in one. All those 3 songs are exactly the same.
No, they're really and I remember when I was real little, somebody taught me how to make it. It's not the same, but sound like you remember in Big? They're like dun what is that? Chopsticks? Dun dun dun
Yeah.
dun dun.
Heart and
Yeah,
Soul.
chopsticks.
Oh, okay.
Heart and Soul. You know, where you have 2 players side by side.
Oh yeah,
It
that
just
one
doesn't
too.
sound well.
They played it in the giant keyboard. Doesn't it suck that he's got to be such a creep? Like that was a good movie. And then I don't know. I thought about it a little much. Y'all ever I don't know how old I was when I thought about the fact that was a 12 or 13-year-old who was in a man's body and lost his virginity to a full-grown woman. Like that's kind of jacked up when you think about it.
Yeah.
It seems sweet and like a cute little movie, but when you really take a step back, you're like, dude, if that was reversed, we'd lock them up.
It had a breath of pedophilia in it, really.
But
What
it was
movie
okay
was
because it
that?
was a chick.
Mhm.
Big. You don't remember?
Big.
Oh yeah. Where he had like a mind of a child or something, or he went back in time or something.
Mhm.
Well, he
Hey.
went to the Zoltar. It was a thing at the fair or like the
Zoltan.
fairgrounds or something, and they played that game, and then their souls switched different bodies.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, the guy in the booth.
Yep.
And I didn't realize it switched with somebody. I guess it's just been a long time. But that scene, she's gonna stay the night with him, and she thinks he's a man. So that's the one thing. It kind of, I feel like it's something she does at the end. She's like, "Oh, this makes a lot more sense now." But they get there, and she's like, "I'm gonna stay the night," and he's got bunk beds. Okay, but I get the top.
Mm.
He's such a sweet little innocent kid. She's like, "What the f?" He just climbed up on the top bunk. What's going on? So dumb.
But that piano they rolled out on the floor and played with their feet. That was cool.
Mhm.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
It looks like those idiots in LA set a car on fire, and some guy's riding around on a fucking motorcycle with a Palestinian flag around the car that is lit up on fire. Like it is insane down there right now.
Yeah, it
That
sounds
was
like
LA.
stupid. Oh my gosh, they're so stupid. This state is so gone. I don't know. Everyone wants us to fall in the ocean.
No.
Part of me thinks we should. The whole left coast is just. It's not all bad because we're
No,
here.
it ain't all bad.
But damn, man. It is really bad.
Optics are high.
That's what we hope. I don't know.
I think it's everywhere now.
Well, Pete Hegseth confirms U.S. Marines may be deployed to Los Angeles 2 hours ago. Of course they're going to go there. They set a car on fire. They're asking for it.
Yeah.
Please come and arrest us. Or please come and run me down and let me crack my head on the street. I mean, these people, God told me over a year or so ago, do not be out. It's not time to be protesting. Very clearly. Like that time for me here was past. You know what I mean? That I did a lot of that, and I just knew now is not the time. Oh wow, they had a queer pride festival today in Humboldt. Glad I missed that. They got stuff for kids, of course. These people really piss me off. They're so gross. Oh, and then there's communists here, open communist. Are you a communist? It said. And I'm sure
That's an awful personal question to ask me. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
Are you a communist? What else does it say? Then get organized. Yeah,
what can you do for communism?
That's not what communism can do for you. No, sorry.
That's what you can do for the communism.
Oh wow, I get to see Mooseman's comments because I'm in your world, Bonnie. I don't know what in the world.
Look at this. I'll show you this. Look at
what we
this.
got. Oh, it's not upside down.
It's upside down. You're right.
I don't know that happened.
Okay, hold on.
I'm surprised when you rotated it didn't do it to you again. That's what would have happened to me.
See what's it say there.
That's what it says. Bonnie's
Nice.
not here, I don't think. She could put you full screen if she's here.
Darn it.
What does it say under communist? It says, are you a communist? And then what does it say under that?
Then get organized.
There she is. Then get organized.
Organized. Wow.
Yeah. Let me show you what is going on. This was in Humboldt today. This is the Pride Queer Festival. I don't even know where this was. I didn't even know this was going on.
They don't even know where it was.
But this is some kind of thing for kids. As you see, they have kids going. It reminds me of like an ice cream truck or something. But
yeah,
who's bringing their kids here? This is Sodom and Gomorrah, you guys.
Man,
I really don't care if people are gay, but leave the kids the fuck alone. You know, it's like I don't get it. And they're open communists. They're open communists.
And he had his pants up to his armpits.
Yeah, I feel like what's that girl had the wallet chain thing? I feel like if a woman has that, it's a pretty clear sign. She's not she's probably not hooking up with men. I'm just saying. I don't know. That's a terrible assumption to make, but you just don't see that really often.
I don't know, girl. I have a Harley chain wallet that I've had. I've had a chain wallet since I was 16, and I have never chowed on a box in my life.
Look at that.
Oh God, chowed on a box.
You guys,
it was a punk thing back in the day, and now it's something different, you know.
I couldn't see that on you. I don't know why, but it would just seem strange to me to see a little chain on there.
I can't unsee it now.
Well, I will never think that again.
You guys,
but I mean, it's a fair assumption where this film is taken from, too.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
It is.
We're in Rainbow Land right here.
Mm-hmm. I just don't like the way they prey on the kids. You know, I really don't care what they do with themselves, but to have to be so open about it and to have to involve the children, and then they're still wearing freaking masks. Oh, these people in this town. Ugh. It's so hard to live here. It is so hard to live here. But look at how organized they are. They got it going. They're very organized as far as, being out there.
Community.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, I don't hate these people. I really don't. I just
Do they charge them to set up, or they just kind of set up?
they probably, my guess is they probably do charge them some kind of fee,
Yeah.
But we didn't charge any vendor fee for the Grange, but sometimes it's very little. It's like, a lot of times it's like $30 to get a booth for something like this, especially outside. It looks like they're at that school where we protested the drag show for kids. It looks like they're at the Jefferson School, but I can't really tell. Snuggle Slut, great. Isn't that cute for kids? Yay that they have.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah.
That's fucked.
This whole thing is fucked. I can't believe this town. Yeah, that's the Jefferson School.
Wow.
I think that's the Jefferson School. They've completely rainbow painted the stair, rainbow and the gay rainbow colors, just like, and on the fence, that pedo mark that the FBI said, remember de Blasio's wife was wearing it on Times Square on New Year's Eve. Does anybody remember that mask she was wearing and how it was a pedo mask?
Yeah, I heard something about that.
Okay, on this fence here, right in the back too, right back here. I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but they have a bunch of stuff on there. That pedo sign symbol is all on that fence. This is a school. This is a school where they're doing this at. This is that school where we protested the drag shows for kids. And they have laid claim of this school, the LGBTQ community. And, it's just really, there's Black Humboldt, because we got to be divided that way too. Equity Arcade. I mean, this is the epitome of fucking, if you ever wanted to see where the liberals are born from, it's here. It is all here. It's all those movements are still going on here. There's still what is that, tarot and stuff? I don't know what that is. But yeah, this is Humboldt today. And this is with the okay for this decolonize for the schools to have these people here. Thank you for sharing it, Bonnie.
Yorga baby made sandwiches, little wedges, and crust cut off. Did you have a Dr. Pepper with it?
Wow.
It's something, ain't it? I'm seeing this for the first time too. I'm watching it with you guys. But I know this school very well. And yeah, I wish you could see those fence. Yeah, you could see those pedo. I can kind of see them now, but they have those pedo symbols on that fence that is just like
talking about like the swirl.
Yeah, they're on the back of that fence. The whole fence is lined with them. Oh, look, Planned Parenthood is here too at the school, you guys. Isn't that great? This is a freaking elementary school, you guys. This is a K through 8th school. This isn't even high school.
Can you read any of what that wheel says?
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
Anatomy, LGBT, birth control.
Birth control. You name it.
I can pause it if you want.
Right there.
What's sad is that these people, they think they're doing something good. They can't. You can't convince me that they're like, yeah, let's be as debaucherous as humanly possible. Like they actually, somewhere in their twisted brains, think all this is a great idea and a good thing, or they wouldn't be doing it, right? I mean, or are they just evil? I cannot imagine they're just.
No, you're right.
People.
Some of them are. So,
a little bit of both.
Right.
I see pleasure, safer sex, puberty, something body, image,
relationships.
Yeah, for kids though,
Yeah,
I mean up to 8th, K through 8. Come on, man.
Wheel of me. Oh shit.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's kind of blur. I'm trying to get the right angle. There we go. Yeah. K through 8th school, Jefferson School. Look it up on Google Earth. Jefferson School on B Street in Eureka, and from the aerial view, it's as gay can be. They're very proud of their gayness and encouraging kids to be gay. and all the things. I mean, it just
Damn.
it's just freaking crazy. Look at the California flag is there.
Yeah. Only thing I had to worry about was getting 50 cents to get ice cream at lunch.
I know. Yeah. Pretty wild. It's pretty wild. I'm surprised I don't have the bear with the bear on top of the bear doing it doggy style. I've seen that one.
Oh,
I
man.
thought you were kidding. Oh my gosh.
It's called
Big
California.
bear style.
My husband used to have a T-shirt with that. It said
Bear hug.
California. That's what it was. Yeah, because it is a debauchery state. The whole state is. Look at what they did to this school.
A smortion.
Look at that school. Look what they did to it. It's just gross. And there's a park there too. You can see that is a public park that it actually
That's a vaccination site right there. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh, I shouldn't have said that word. I'm sorry, Bonnie.
Oh,
it's a jab site.
Bonnie doesn't care. I've never heard her say we had to.
But some words mess with the, don't they? Is that one of them?
But
those
we don't
key
worry
words.
about it here. We don't worry about
We're
it.
talking about Chex Mix.
Right, like in Minecraft.
Hey, there's a Minecrafter right there. Look at that wizard, the Grand Wizard.
Oh yeah, they love the witchcraft. They love the
Nice. Are you a wizard? Sign up here.
Right. Yeah, it's just there you go. That's a perfect glimpse into Humboldt County right there. That's
domestic violence.
I mean, it's not like I don't want to say that's Humboldt in a nutshell, but like obviously a lot of the movements, this is a very liberal town, clearly. I mean, Fortuna, I do not see this ever happening in Fortuna because that's like the rednecky logger town. This is Eureka, which is in between Fortuna and
Eureka.
Yeah.
What did they just discover? No.
Yeah.
Look,
they need to undiscover it.
Look at you guys. There's furries there too. Look at this. Watch. Furries.
Oh no.
Oh man.
Oh my god. They need a letter. There's no F in there. We're gonna have to add
what
F
is that?
LGBTQIA plus minus.
That's what the plus is, plus minus.
Oh my god.
Positive, negative. It's positive and negative at the same time, but there's no positive.
These people are predators, you guys. There's no other word for it. I'm sorry. They're predators. They're preying on the children.
They got a whole band.
Steve, wasn't it you saying the colors?
Where's the litter box's pet evidence?
Can we hear you?
That's hilarious. Where's the litter boxes?
They're taking a glory, glory, hallelujah song.
No.
Dee, wasn't it you saying that the colors of the flag mean something? Their rainbow flag.
The maps part, the white, blue, and pink stands for minor attracted persons. And, yes, it does. And so the blue is for boy, the pink is for girl, and the white is for infant.
Oh my god. You're I can't believe this.
Glory, hallelujah.
That would make more sense. Lord have mercy.
How much longer is this? Oh god,
that's horrible.
This almost over. Yeah, they took the glory, glory, hallelujah song and turned it into a gender ideology song. How more?
Well, they succeeded because they're definitely the antidote for Viagra. I promise you.
Oh my gosh, I'm done. Oh, that's terrible. Thank you for sharing that, though. Shit. Wow. That's just, and I know that place well. You guys, if you remember where I was there, my husband came with me there that time too, to the school. And he told this old man, he said, it is kind of creepy that you want to be hanging around these little boys. Because he was like 65-year-old man. My husband told him, he's like, yeah, it's kind of weird that you want to be around young boys. I'm so proud of him.
Yeah.
never asked him to go with me to very many things that I went to, but I did ask him to go to that, and he did, and it was so good that he did, because he had to haul me out of there because I was assaulted at that school by Alice Cooper in drag. Do you guys remember that? I've shared it quite a few times.
I don't
Mm.
think I've seen that before. My gosh.
She
Damn.
grabbed the phone out of my hand, and then it was on the ground, and the cop that was standing next to me said, "You dropped your phone." I got the whole thing recorded. It was insane. She was yelling at me to get out of there, to get away from their school. And we were standing on the sidewalk. Those people came to us. They came to us. We didn't even have any signs or anything, and they wrote up an article saying that we had brought combative signs. No, we had flags, and we just stood there, and we were
And
observing.
the police just stood there and didn't do anything, even whenever
No,
that thing clawed her and cut her hand. Didn't do it.
no. But I went to the police department, and I did get a case number for that. So I did, I looked into, like, if I wanted to press charges to anybody there for assault. But then immediately the Human Rights Commission came after our group, the Human Rights Commission in Humboldt, and they also started to tell a bunch of lies. And I mean, the whole thing is just it's so bad. I don't really see this happening anywhere else. If it is, I don't know who's, I haven't found the person who's sharing about it. I mean, it could be happening in other places. I don't know, but that's why I share with you guys, so you can see, like, hey, what do you think of this? Is this pretty freaking normal or what? What is that going on up there in Canada, Blackwatch? That kind of shit happening up there?
You know what occurs to me? Because I think music expresses a time. And in the 60s, there was Bob Dylan and Cat Stevens. And one of Cat Stevens' lyrics was, "But tell me, where will the children play?" Apparently, they haven't figured that out yet.
Right. Yep. Well, that's where they want to be, where the children are playing.
No, that's not their choice. That's
I know it.
choice.
The courthouse in Boulder. I saw something about Boulder this week that was, it was nasty. What did
We
I
have
say?
the gay parade.
I think they should get together, all the minor attracted folks, and they should all do a meeting and put their names on a list so that we can go hunt them all down one by one. They should all, like, try to get some type of rights or something somewhere, and we can just figure out who these people are. There should be no such thing as the map stuff. I don't want to keep saying it. It's disgusting,
Right.
but there should be no such thing. That should be everybody's line in the sand.
Absolutely.
Sex offenders have to have a sign in their yard so that you know to keep your kids away from that house.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're just throwing it out there.
Right.
It's BS. That burns me up
I
as
know.
much as it does D, because it is to draw in the children.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't like the way they're trying to make it like it's a normal thing. Like,
Mhm.
oh, this is what it's called. No, you mean, you misspelled pedophile? I don't think that's how you spell it. Like, to me, period. I just can't get over that they're trying to make it something else. It's not okay.
It's
Yeah,
been
but the
like
thing
that
is,
for years now.
what they're trying to make normal to me is that a child cares about sexuality. They don't.
No,
All they care about is playing and imagination and, frankly, innocence. To me,
I agree.
It's crazy how things change so fast.
No
In the
kidding.
last 100 years, we went from fighting for children's and women's rights to now you got men identifying as women and people openly preying on children like it's just a day at the park, you know?
Absolutely.
A total flip flop and perversion in the last 100 years. I mean, heck, you go back just 100 years is when certain laws and stuff like that was passed.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I hope they send the National Guard here soon too to that school and arrest all those people, because honestly, they're predators, and we all know it. You don't need to be around school with your sexuality.
Anytime you start sexualizing children in any form, that ain't right.
And the jab too. I thought the jab was not even permitted in. How many times have I heard I thought, that it was not even authorized anymore in America. And that's the problem. Because that's why we have to know the law, because these other people, they'll just find a grift, and they'll just
Well, like Chessboard was saying earlier, though, they have Fauci's. They got some of his stuff. Like what is it, the hard drives and things like this. So we might get it. I hope that's what they're
Fauci
doing.
files.
There you go. Say it right for me. I'm getting all tongue tied and shit. But it's just like they wouldn't do that if they weren't gonna do something about it. You wouldn't think. They need to prove it. The whole gain of function, all the things, and
He
connect all the.
looks like a gain of function.
What reason else would they? They're at least there. It seems to me that that's at least an attempt to get this guy or give him some type of crime. Whether it works or not, who knows? But it's definitely a step in the right direction. I just couldn't imagine doing that for no reason at all, right?
Yeah. No telling.
The thing is, with this group of people, with all of the things that Trump is taking care of, as far as with his DOJ, having Janine Shapiro and all these people, right, that he's tapped. These people here at the school, though they are harmful to children, in a lot of ways, they're, I don't want to say the least harmful, but the least threatening for, let's say, blowing any kind of cover, because there is a lot of stuff happening. I can assure you there is a lot of stuff happening here, like a lot. I can't even. Shasta County, if you look up Shasta County Ponzi scheme, there's a story about a guy that just got indicted. He's going to be sentenced in September, but he was running a Ponzi scheme and he tried to evade in Lake Shasta they used the word submarine in the one article. Okay. But then the video from the news channel, they said underwater submersible device is what they called it. Right. But this guy he made $38 million. He was doing algorithmic trading, right? The stock market. And he had investors and he made $38 million, but he only shelled out and shared 8 million. He was a greedy pig. And so that was his Ponzi scheme. Well, when they came to arrest him, he led the cops on a car chase. And then he ran in Lake Shasta and they were like, what the hell? So yeah, I mean, that story's crazy. And then the cops shot and killed a guy just this week. And like, that doesn't happen here very often. Houses are on fire. Last week, a guy was killed on Highway 36. The tree fell down, like I told you guys. But here's the crazy part. I went to look up. They finally released who the guy was. At first, they said it was a worker. And I was like, the worker, huh? And then a couple days later, it turns out it was a former police officer who resigned under sexual allegation investigation. And I thought, why did they even bother putting that in there? I thought that was weird, but I could go on and on. There's all kind of weird stuff like that going on right now. So I think these people that are open predators like that, I think they'll probably be one of the last ones to get. I think they're probably getting higher up ones, because I know that like Bohemian Grove is coming up.
Ooh, what month is that? Because that is in NorCal.
It's in it's in the summer. It's either in July or August usually, I think. So they do a lot of their plans and directives, and then people find out about them, and but they're better about keeping their stuff secret than we are. We're getting better. We're learning. We're learning. There's evil lurking all over, looking just to mess with you. That's what they want to do. They don't got nothing better to do.
Right. At Bohemian Grove has like a lot of people are breaching that and putting video like left and right. It's like a big thing now. So like, I wonder if people are going to try to sneak in when they're doing their ceremony of care or whatever kind of crazy stuff they do once a year. since they're doing it on the off season, I mean, somebody's going to grow a pair and do it during, just if nothing else, just to have a good video. Like, people are crazy. I'm not doing it, but I'm saying somebody's probably going to do it like that, or at least attempt it.
Good to see you all, First Kingdom love. Yeah, they do. What's that guy that went in there? He's got a one name word, Dancer, on YouTube. Dancer.
Yep, totally watched it. That's one of the ones I was looking at.
I bet you we watch a lot of the same stuff, girls, and maybe not the boys, but I'll bet the girls that we do.
I'm definitely it was kind of underwhelming. Like, I mean, we know stuff happens there and stuff, but there wasn't like a lot of really, wasn't a lot of good finds. They probably take the stuff with them or whatever. But the one that I saw, and I was just scared for the guy. I'm like, oh my God, this guy shouldn't be out here alone like this.
The cremation of care, that's what they call that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
He had somebody with him, right? Didn't Dancer have somebody with him? Or was it
maybe
just
one other person possibly, but he was all sneaking around in the nighttime. The one I saw, he was like creeping around. It was the middle of the night and shit. And at one point he thought they saw him. It was freaky.
Yeah. Didn't they hear him and they called him out?
Yorga.
Didn't they call him out and say, for the one who's lurking in the woods, blah, blah, blah?
I might not have saw that part. I don't know, but I wouldn't doubt it. And I don't know. I'm following the melons. I don't know how many different ones he put out either, but I don't know. That guy might go back.
There's 6
How
melons.
did we go from melons and roosters to this?
There's 6 melons.
He's trying to circle us back to the melons.
You gotta have an even number of melons, that's for sure.
There's only
Right.
2 copies. Sorry.
Okay, I want to hear the other answers because I answered like 5 times, Bonnie, about a remake of a movie or a sequel to a movie. Like, basically a movie you liked a lot. You'd like to. What's that?
No.
It was your question, Watt. I just figured it would be a good topic changer.
I want to be a sheep at that party.
Wait, what?
We can talk about eggs again. Yorga.
That's a split slope, Yorga. So which movie would you like to see remade or see a sequel of? That's where we're going to spin.
I'd just like to hear like Bonnie's answer. She doesn't talk much about it. She's like, I've heard her talk about maybe 1 or 2 movies in the time I've known her.
I thought of one. The Langoliers.
Okay.
You made me go look up an old movie. What happened in that movie? Was there something like went up below and above the ground or something like that in that one? Or
it was the Stephen King movie they made. Well, the novel they made into a movie, but what I can remember, it was these creatures, and they would just like eat everything, like time, space, and everything.
I remember that a little bit.
And they can go above, below, and whenever they got near, they made like this awful noise, like you knew they were coming. You could hear them. You could hear the little chop chop noise, whatever noise they made.
Then they have the glowing eyes, kind of like a glow to them, like a yellow glow. So Langoliers.
I don't know. That's just kind of random. That probably would be a crappy movie still, but
man, I was a fan of Stephen King.
Yeah,
those were some of the first books I ever read as a child. I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
And you could read a book. What's that?
Stuff. Y'all like all that creepy stuff.
Definitely when I was a kid. I used to always be like, these movies aren't scary enough. Nothing scares me. Exorcist scared me. That was one of them that scared me.
Yes.
Yeah.
For me, like a lot of people, like the cross scene, it was gross, it was disturbing, but it's the little small suggestions and like nuances that get me sometimes. The part for me is when she's opening and shutting the drawer and the guy looks at her, he goes, "Did you do that?" And she just has her mouth open and she nods yes, but she's like, yeah. Such a creepy scene. It just gave me goosebumps watching that demon just be like, it was creepy as hell. And it's like all the scenes out of that movie, that one little nod and growl freaked me out for life. I'm like, oh. I remember you saying something about that, Jorgen. I didn't watch it. A movie called Companion. 5 stars. I'd
like them to redo Titanic where she lets Jack on the door. Because there was plenty of room on that door. That's
a good answer.
There's not enough room.
It really
doesn't let you go. Bye.
You can literally fit a whole family on the door, No, there's not enough room for the both of us.
Yep.
I know. That was so annoying. It really seemed like they didn't try hard enough at all.
There was no effort whatsoever. He didn't even struggle on the door. She didn't
No.
even slide off. She just let his hand go.
I guess they were cold, I mean, 1 minute you're hot, steamy in the car, and the next minute you're freezing your ass off in the Atlantic.
Man, a roller coaster of emotions.
Man,
Yeah, they definitely needed to make that board. They needed
Trying to
to
come
make
to America.
it made it look like she's just like, yeah, but if you're comfortable, then how can I be comfortable? Like,
Oh, she was laid out. Her legs were spread. Her arms were spread. She had hella room.
Oh yeah,
No.
you can roll around.
But if they would have made that like a little tiny thing and her leg was like kind of struggling to stay on, we could have accepted it more, I think. But it's
Right.
a big, huge
Yeah.
thing that she was
It was
on.
A piece of scrap metal or something. Yeah.
It made everybody mad.
Yes.
Damn.
Oh, man, child. It wouldn't be as emotionally pulling. I guess it would have still
Damn,
been sad
Jack.
that everybody else had to die. That was on the
Yeah.
ship.
I remember my old pastor's wife being so mortified at the sex scene and just like how it ruined it, and just like, well, I don't know why they had to do that, and yeah, she was quite disappointed. I mean, historically speaking, they never did mention the Olympic, right? Or the Olympia or whatever it was that it really was.
Right.
Yeah.
They never did
Who
bring
knows?
that part up.
Mm-hmm. That possibility.
Yeah.
It wasn't
I
as
don't know.
a movie, clearly.
Ain't
Swiss
time
Family
traveling that.
Robinson
Find that out. Yeah.
could have gone on.
Yeah, that was a
After the
great movie.
boys.
My kids loved
got-
that one. Mm-hmm. Swiss Family Robinson. I remember watching that a couple times when the kids were little. Great movie.
Yeah. I've seen that one.
Mm-hmm. Jeremiah Johnson is a way watered down. That now is no, that's not. I was thinking of Johnny Appleseed. Davy Crockett, Johnny Appleseed. There's some good men stories out there. Good legacies with them.
Did anybody watch the second Beetlejuice movie?
I never did.
I haven't.
I didn't until the other day. I don't know if I watched it. I don't know if I fell asleep in the end or I just don't remember the end. But it was, it was reminiscent. It has the same daughter, the same mother.
The twos are never as good, right? They never are.
They always have a tinge of nostalgia. If they do a good job, you at least get the nostalgia product.
Mm-hmm.
I even want I used to like. Oh, Yorga said he tried. I might not have finished it or I fell asleep one, but they made a show called Fuller House. And
he said it was lame too.
Yeah, it probably was. It really was.
Yeah, but Winona Ryder's got to be a grown butt.
Tearjerker. Tearjerker.
She's a weirdo.
Yeah.
Weirdo. Anybody making millions and they got to steal. What the hell is wrong with you? Stupid.
Land Before Time. That was one of the first movies I saw in a theater. I think was Land Before Time.
My kids.
Yeah, I think they're supposed to be coming out with Land Before Time 28 this summer.
28.
There you go. There's another one. There's another.
Are you kidding? Or is there really that many? I wouldn't doubt it if there was.
No, it was a joke. Yeah, they've made a lot. They've made more than you would think.
And Huckleberry.
Like those Left Behind books, they just kept writing them and writing them and writing them. Like, come on, you're gonna stretch
Giddy up.
7.
Yippee-ki-yay.
Yorga. Willy Wonka killed all those kids.
Aren't you tired of typing Yorga? Typing and
basically, she's saying, "Come up here, Yorga," instead of typing. Might as well.
Oh, that Edward Scissorhands was a creepy movie. I don't even watch many movies. I really don't watch anymore. I'd rather hang out with people or listen to real people or watch real streamers. I don't even. Man, I watched a video about some of the streamers, the connections. There's like a 7-minute long video of the influencers and who they're all paid. I'm going to share that video. I can't think of the channel name. It's a new one on Rumble that just puts out all kinds of different information that I found now. And Salty Cracker was on the list, of course. I know he gets money from the wellness company, but like the wellness company, a lot of those people, Roseanne, love her too, but
Me too.
he
Bonnie,
basically
could you drop the link for Yorga? He's I was thinking it was in the chat, but it's probably just so
And
far back.
pay up.
I might put that in my documentary.
But
What?
he said at the end of it, all these people are getting paid to lie to you. And I mean, he may or may not be right or wrong, but it did. Now they all do hit differently for me because I don't like being lied to. And when people are getting paid a lot of money, let's face it, there is a factor, there is an element of selling out. And when they're being told to put out certain information, because there was a test run like about a month ago where a bunch of influencers, some of them fell for something. One of them's name was Eric Dowdy, and I don't know who he is or anything, but anyway, it just sucks when you hear that because like I like Salty Cracker and I like Roseanne and I like
Oh yeah, no way on Roseanne. You can't convince me. I'm obsessed with Roseanne.
but she does get money from the wellness company. She does take sponsors. So
right.
So
sponsors have certain narratives that you got to follow to keep your sponsorship.
Exactly.
I'm sure.
Thank you. That's what it is. Hi, Yorga.
Howdy.
Yorga, baby.
Yodi, yodi, yodi.
Yeah. What do you mean, Thea? Because Yorga's here. Eimer.
What is
What's
it?
that?
I don't know why Eimer said, "Well, shit, see ya." Maybe it's because Yorga's here. Yorga, why do you have to have that scary man picture?
I don't know. I think he's done that before. Apparently, this guy doesn't like me, but oh well.
No.
Who, the guy in the picture?
No, Eimer.
No, that's me, man.
No, he just messes. I mess with Eimer like that. He must like you. That must mean he likes you. But why is your picture so scary, Yorga? Why don't you go back to that one when you were young and
Because I don't know how to change it while I'm already on a stream, so
you don't? You still don't? No?
I'm retarded that way.
Pat Evans, it was She Devil, I think you're thinking of, that Roseanne played in.
Go to the three dots in the
You
bottom.
do it down in the backstage in your little picture down there with the three dots.
You're super intelligent.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Don't spread those rumors about me. No.
Seems like
I don't know. I hate to think that, but D, what you were saying did remind me. Dave Chappelle. He's like, he's talking about whether people. I'm sorry. What's up, Bonnie?
No, you were talking. Go ahead. Sorry.
He just made a joke about whether Coke or Pepsi tastes better. He's like, Pepsi paid me most recently, so Pepsi tastes better.
That's true.
It was a joke, but it probably wasn't. But I guess what I'm saying is, it really depends on, is it product you're selling or what it is. Like, I don't know that. You know what I mean? Like whether you're like
it's
just a billboard.
They're 5 days a week doing a show. They have an agenda. They have to put out content. And my only issue with them is, are they putting out any content for their own neighborhood? Like, will they be a source? What if there's a natural disaster? Do people know they can, like, something happens in Humboldt here, you guys know I'll be getting on and I would share things like that. And I know a lot of we can count on each other for that. But these big time streamers, they don't even do that. They don't even offer us any kind of support. Like I thought with Mike Liberty Warrior, and maybe that was my fault, that I thought things would be different. These big streamers, the assembly's constantly trying to get big streamers to interview Destry or talk to some of us, the veteran in Arizona that has his place there, his facility. He's always trying to get big streamers to talk to him. And in my mind, I'm just thinking, they ain't going to do shit for you, bro. They don't give a shit. Right. They don't. They care about padding their fat accounts. Now, why'd Yorga leave?
Did LWN really surprise you? really,
Yeah,
at the
you
end.
did. Because I'm stupid.
Yeah, I came in midstream and I kind of thought, why are you doing this? You know what I mean? With the
What do you think? Tell me what you really. Tell me more. I want to hear more about what you were thinking. Why
Well,
were you doing what? Hanging out with him?
it was a great idea, but there
Mhm.
was nothing to support it becoming factual or what. I don't know the words.
Well,
And
I couldn't get out. I couldn't get the truth out here. I was getting censored and canceled, and nobody was really following me. So
that's what I found too. Like it was being orchestrated, censored, driven in a certain way, direction. I don't know how to put it. Yeah, it was
yeah,
real. And then I started to hear the stories and everything else, and I kind of thought, no, that makes sense.
well, just because everybody falls into the patterns, people that were creating content, they decided that they chose their lane to be in, and unfortunately, it's not a lot of um about. I know everybody can't focus on their community and their county politics. I get that, but there's something we can all share. Shit, I hear what's going on in Washington from Roots, Texas from Bonnie, Kentucky from Cola, Yorga, Virginia, Blackwatch, Canada. That's priceless information to me. We're where it's at.
I
There you
saw a
go,
UFO
D.
today.
There you go, D. It's a better picture.
Oh, that's why he left. That's cute. You see? Way better.
He looks like he's ready to grab some melons, don't he?
Love that.
Right.
Y'all hear what life?
You know
saw
what he calls
a
them?
UFO?
Wildlife, what? He said something. I know. I'm sorry, Wildlife. What'd you say?
What's that now?
Did you say you
What'd
saw
you just say? You saw a UFO?
Oh yeah, I saw a UFO today.
Did
Nothing
you?
major.
Uh-uh.
Nothing
yeah.
major.
Nothing major.
No.
Get your phone out and record it.
Oh yeah, I got it. I got it in live action.
Well, let's see it. Come on now, share
Oh,
with
it's out there. It's out there somewhere.
Put it on your channel.
Could be. It could be there.
Yeah, you tease, you big teaser. Yeah, and Georgia too. I almost left you out. We can get Georgia information too. I mean, isn't that the priceless stuff? Especially, look at the last few years.
Wait, no, that's Catholic.
It's been good to know what's going on from you guys,
Yeah.
not from anybody else, because they do have an.
A lot of topics are widespread, but a lot of stuff happens like inside state you don't hear about unless somebody tells you about it, you know?
Oklahoma girl. What's up, Catherine Stazzoni?
Okay in the house.
Stazzoni or Stazzani?
Cola said I looked like I was trying to grab some melons. One time, I got a story there real quick. One time I was at work and I was explaining, I'm walking with this guy and I'm explaining to him something. I don't know. And my hands were up like that. And we go around a corner and this lady was, she was like the superintendent of our whole area, man. She was like the biggest chief monkey muck there was, man.
Melons.
She's coming. No, she had regular ones. I felt them because she would come around the corner and my hands went right on her coconuts, right? And man, I was just like, you could have bought me for a nickel, and she got embarrassed and everything. I was like, I'm so sorry. She liked me, so she never said anything about it. But the funniest thing was everything got quiet. Me and my friend are still walking. We were going to the cafeteria. He said, I can't believe it. I said, what? He said, you touched the royal tomatoes. I said, I did. He's like, so what'd they feel like? You know?
Oh my gosh. I think it's funny he calls them coconuts, and he really does like all the time. That's pretty funny. And when
No,
you
he
say
called them royal tomatoes though, because she was so high up, you know, in the bosses and everything. They were royal.
You say that, and it reminds me of like, you know, how they do in A Christmas Story with the narration, you know, and he's like, it wasn't that one, it was the big one, you know, and just like it's so funny to think of a little kid like, you touched the royal tomatoes. Like I can picture that. It's hilarious. I love his stories, y'all.
That's a true one too, man. Yeah, I was so embarrassed.
That picture. Who took that picture of you? Your
I
mom?
remember she came up to me when she first came to the area, and she was really nice. Her name was Mary Ann. You know, she wasn't one of these bitchy bosses, you know. And I had this Radford University sweatshirt on because I used to date a girl at Radford University. That's as close as I got to that place, you know, is going up there and staying in the dorms and shit. And she goes, "Oh, did you go to Radford University?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "I'm lying at you, you know." She said, "Well, what'd you take?" And I'm just off the top of my head. I said, "Political science." She said, "Really?" I said, "No, I used to just run around and chase girls up there, man. It was an all girls school, too. It was great. I loved it."
Moose Man Anarchy. Where's all coming out of the woodwork from? Where you been? Can't sleep?
Man, I'm telling you. No,
What?
nothing.
Are
No.
there sirens going on? Wide-eyed, tailed, good enough. Pop.
What are you saying? You're telling us, Bonnie, about what?
What is it, Bonnie?
Nothing. Nothing. Nothing.
Mm-mm.
Nothing, honey.
Well, she did say it's been a long time since anyone's touched her melons.
Oh my gosh.
Who said that?
What?
I don't know what's going
I
on.
didn't say that.
Yes, you did. You didn't say that? It says here, Bonnie. Bonnie's. It has to be forever for anyone to touch my melons. Okay, that's what.
There you go. That's
Oh, those are those forever melons. I've heard about those mythical forever melons. I don't know about that.
damn right they're mythical.
When you take your shirt off, do you hear music that goes, "Oh"?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh,
Damn, I got to see them.
And there ain't no testing going on.
So you don't get a sample like when you walk through Walmart and it got those little horse yours or anything, you know?
Shampoo.
Been for
Really?
been here. I don't think I said hi.
Just a quick squeeze of tomato won't hurt anybody.
No, no.
That picture and that story do go together, Yorga.
They do go together great.
I got this
Those
barrier.
royal
And if you
tomatoes.
cross it,
What did you call them again, Bonnie? The mythical? No, what did you call them again? The for life?
Just got it in the magical.
I'm gonna have to write it down. Shit, I like stuff like that. Oh,
That's the hardest
I
thing.
have this barrier, and if you cross it without my permission,
Ooh, she'll get
I
you.
don't know that you'll be able to step back out of it.
She'll get you.
whoa.
That almost sounded enticing, huh? Yours like
No,
maybe
it sounds like a threat to me.
I think that's how she meant
What are you
it.
gonna put me in a headlock or something? Hey, come on.
Figure 4.
There's your test. Go ahead.
No, next thing you know, you're in a German suplex.
The Texas clover leaf.
Right.
Oh my gosh, too funny.
Well, she hit him with a European uppercut.
I mean, she's tough. She's tougher than most.
Oh, man.
I have learned. Bonnie don't play all the
It's
time.
like anybody who sees those tomatoes doesn't live to speak about it.
Listening to you puts me to sleep already, Bonnie.
Well, damn now. Sorry.
That's
a good thing. It's a peaceful thing.
I think you might have want to say it different though, right? Like,
maybe. I was listening to you guys, but I couldn't. I was passed out. I had a long day. I was super tired. I was laying on the couch, falling asleep. You were playing that game, and one of the questions was, "What people that take this are happy," or something like that with a G. And I kept waiting and waiting and waiting. I'm like, is there really nobody going to say fucking gummy? Like, I cannot believe
Oh,
gummy.
that's
Like,
a good one.
I said gonads, but that ain't count.
I couldn't do it. I was like, next thing I know, 40 minutes went by. I got up.
Telepathy fail.
It did fail. I couldn't believe it. No, but I was too tired to put it out there even, like I knew I wasn't even doing that. I was like in and out of dreamland, I was so tired. And something else.
Have y'all ever heard of there's a mountain that's it's a part of China called the Tibet Autonomous Region, and it's called Mount Gailalish.
What?
I mean, not Gailalish, but Kailalish. Kailash. Have y'all ever heard of that mountain?
No.
I heard it in the Patriot Handbook.
At first, I was going to say that should have been where these people were, Mount Gaelish or whatever.
Oh no! It's a pretty interesting mountain. It's Kailash. It's in the Tibetan. They call it the Tibetan Autonomous Zone in China. Real isolated, but anyway, I don't know what made me think about it. But this particular mountain, no one allegedly has ever made it to the top. There's been many people that's tried it. Some things has happened. Weird stuff happens. There was this one explorer. I forget his particular name. It's a true story. Y'all can look this stuff up. But there was an explorer and his team. They was allegedly they were the ones that made it the furthest. And allegedly, the further you go up the mountain, time changes. Like time goes really fast. Like they finally made it to a point that nobody ever made it, and they camped out. And like the next morning, they woke up. Their hair, the guys that had hair, their hair was longer, their beards was longer.
Wow.
They couldn't quite calculate how much time it went by, but I mean, it was just like that dramatic or that drastic. But
but if it went the other way, it'd be great.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, it's an interesting place.
There's a whole bunch of babies on top of that mountain. They can't get down.
That could be the mountain that Moses went on.
But yeah, you can look it up. Allegedly, nobody's ever scaled it to the top that anyone knows.
In China or Nepal?
It's in China, but it's in a place called the Tibet Autonomous Region.
Oh.
It's like that. I think it's like that northwest kind of mountainous region. It's kind of remote.
Does it give an elevation?
That's interesting.
I don't know what made me think about that. Something you said a while ago, but
so he came back down to tell the story.
No, the crew and everything. They came back down. They just didn't make it back to the top after they woke up that next morning and seen all that. They was just like, I mean, it freaked them out. You know what I mean?
They had to go straight to the barber.
Yeah.
Does it give an elevation of that range?
I forget the specific elevation. It's not like one of the it's not like a huge mountain. You know, it's easily scalable. You know, it's just
and no one's ever made it to the top.
Testimonies and the different reports and stuff from people that's tried to scale it, and then other explorers, they hear the lore and stuff out. And I mean, it's pretty weird. Some of that stuff you can't really explain. You know, it sounds weird, but
Al Bundy said the Who did a song about it.
See, there you go. The Who knew.
Who knew the Who knew?
They knew.
What Al Bundy? What song? Because I'm pretty familiar with the Who. What song are you talking about?
Oh, Al Bundy knows.
That's why I'm asking.
Part of the Himalayas.
Wayne is not going there. Where aren't you going?
It's not the same thing, but it's kind of weird. But they made a movie a couple years ago. It was called The Beach or something like that, where these particular tourists would go to this beach and they would like age dramatically. It was pretty weird.
It wasn't the beach. Is that what happened? Well, I don't remember.
No, are you talking about a movie called Old?
Old, that's what it was called.
I watched it too a long time ago. It's kind of disturbing, you know?
Yeah, it's M. Night
M. Night
Shyamalan.
Shyamalan,
Oh,
yeah.
that guy. Yeah, I can't say his name either.
Yeah.
That works.
Yeah.
Have y'all ever seen this movie? I know y'all are going to think I'm crazy, but I swear it's a real movie. It's called Rubber.
Rubber.
No, I swear to God,
Rubber.
it's just bizarre, and it's about a tire, just like an old tire, but it's bouncing around, and it's like a serial killer. It's this tire's killing people, and they're trying to go out and catch this tire. I swear to God, it's called Rubber. It's funny as shit, actually.
Maybe that's what's happening in L.A.
Al is still talking about melons. And he
Melons.
was talking about sweet
I
box.
remember what it was. It was forever tomatoes.
Still talking about melons.
So those are like those plants. Those plants, what do you call them? Perennials that come back every year. The forever tomato.
Yeah.
You should grow some of them, Cola. We always have tomatoes around.
I am wondering, they probably will, like the ones in the greenhouse, since there's Lord words, a raised bed in there and everything. So won't they? It should come back, pop right back. I wouldn't have to plant anything in our garden where we ended up putting potatoes. All kinds of little baby tomatoes popped up.
I mean,
just
if you can maintain a certain temperature in there, you know.
Oh yeah,
like that.
that's an option of trying all year. I just mean like when if it does die, won't it come back on its own because of all the if we leave
not necessarily. No, like a lot of not a lot, but some of the stuff that I've got growing this year was just stuff that kind of like some plants I just let go to seed and left it on there, and they just fell on the dirt and they just started germinating there, and I just kind of just potted them from there, you know. Eggplant, some tomatoes, even some peppers.
Thinking they could just do it, but because like I said, okay, so in the garden that's not in the greenhouse, we had a bunch of tomato plants on the back row of it, and then the next year we planted potatoes there instead. We got a couple potato plants, but all kinds of little baby tomato plants are popping up all over because they're from the tomatoes that fell off that just made their own way. So that was I don't know. There's I don't want to
volunteers. They call it.
It's pretty
Larry
cool.
said the movie was called Tire, not Rubber.
No, Squeeze Box wasn't about tomatoes. It was about hoo-ha.
All right.
No, okay, but she's saying, are you saying Squeezebox Virginia is the name of a Who song about melons? I don't know. Y'all, I'm more confused than we started.
It's about your hoo-ha. The Squeeze Box.
Oh, that makes sense.
Mama's got a Squeeze Box.
Well, then that evolved into the juice box because there's. You remember? There's a newer rap song. Well, I don't know what's new anymore. Probably 10 or 20 years. The Juice Box, and that's kind of the same thing, but it's a rap song.
Same, but
stole it from the Who. Then
what's that? I'm still wondering what song from the Who. I'm about to. What was it? What did he say it was about? It I forgot. I'm about to Google it and see if I can find it faster than he can tell us. Al Bundy, don't tell me. Well, you're confusing me, Al Bundy.
Squeeze Box is the name of the song, is what I'm.
No, that's what he's saying.
Yeah, but he was talking about a song about the people that turn old on the mountain and shit. I thought.
No.
Yeah, I did too. We were all thinking that, and I don't think that's what he ever meant, or something like that. Song about melons. Oh God, I'm so slow. It's now clicking.
He was still talking about melons then.
I am
got you, and that's what Bonnie was saying. She's reading this comment. I thought she was saying I'm still talking about melons.
No.
It's kind of funny.
The Beatles snuck one in, and they used to sneak stuff into their songs that you really wouldn't notice unless you really looked closely. And they had a song, and one of the old ones, man. It was just called "Girl," and it was sung by John Lennon.
Oh, yeah. I remember that one.
You remember the one that goes,
girl.
Yeah, that one. Is there anybody going to listen to my story all about the girl who came to stay? Yeah, well, in the what they call the middle eight, or it's actually the bridge in the song, John Lennon says, she's the kind of girl who puts you down when friends are there, you feel the fool. Well, the backup vocal right there George and Paul are saying tit 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 tit. They're saying the word tit. No shit. I'm not kidding you, man.
You know
Yeah.
what gets me about the
I
Beatles,
thought
though?
you were going to say changing.
No,
He-
that's
Changing.
Bowie.
Yeah.
My dad's CB handle was Squeezebox.
Hey, Monty.
Lane, are you okay?
who
For
who
real?
loved the Beatles was Truth with Tom, man. And the other
Where's the
night,
full Monty baby?
what's up, Monty?
Okay, you were good.
Hi,
I
Monty.
I totally ended up over there watching old videos, or at least scenes of them. I saw most everybody up here on there. I saw
Damn, Monty, you got ugly.
you were on there, Yorga, and Virginia was on there. Ghetto, I was. Billy actually was on there with his camera on once. I was like, wait, what? I don't remember this. But yeah, I don't know. I shouldn't have done it. It just made me sad. But he loved the Beatles. He'd almost fight you over the Beatles. If somebody said something bad about the Beatles, he'd get mad.
Okay, wait.
Yeah.
Be like that.
Anyway, sorry, I'm not trying to be depressing.
People don't realize though, and even I didn't really realize. I mean, I grew up with the Beatles, okay, and then I get in this band that's played a lot of Beatles, and a lot of people think that all that stuff was three chords, G, C, and D, or whatever, easy stuff. No, that stuff is hard to even the really old stuff.
Some of their stuff is very basic, but the White Album is harder, and some of their when they got along further, but the earlier stuff is pretty basic.
No, it's not. I'm telling you, it's not. You could take a song like
it's super basic.
Do you remember the one that goes, "If I fell in love with you, would you promise to be true and help me understand?" Take the chords from that song, and the first time you sit down with it, it'll kick your ass. I'm not kidding, man.
I mean, I have a Beatles book that's like very basic, dumbed down, watered version. But then I have a White Album book that's like, there's 3 notes for the right hand and 3 and 4 for the left hand. But this first one, it's like 1 or 2 notes in each hand. It's very easy. And it is a lot of the GCD, but yeah, no, I thought it was their later stuff that got more technical.
No, and I didn't really realize until I was, tasked with having to, recreate this stuff. And I'm like, shit, what was that chord? And really, it was like, and you hear the songs over and over again, you really don't think about it. But some of that stuff is tough to pull off, man.
Yeah. Well, my husband's taken jazz lessons from this guy who's really good around here. He plays at the speakeasy that's here, and he's learning how to play minors. And he's just blown away how it's just, you play the 3 chords with one hand, but the minor is basically just add a fourth finger, and it has a totally different sound.
It doesn't always, the minors, it's not always, it's just the way you change your hands around. But then when you start getting into the major sevenths and minor sevenths and augment nines and, with a flat 13 and shit like that, it'll get real goofy. And if he's taking jazz, it's going to get goofy on him quick. Both of my first 2 teachers were jazz guys, so I had to kind of pick up on that stuff.
No, this teacher is amazing. My husband came back from 1 lesson and was like playing so good. He takes accordion lessons, and he plays the drums at our church. Like he's playing tomorrow, and we both like to play music. I do that a lot, but the Beatles, man, some of that stuff was just the easiest. This one book is just like,
well, they might have dumbed it down for that book. There's another book that literally has every song that they have ever done, and it's all in notated music, and it's all in there. But I mean, when they were first starting out, they kind of didn't know what they were doing musically, but still they came up with some things that just are like, whoa, man.
Acid will do that for you,
Yeah, but they didn't start taking that until a little bit later. I mean, you get into the early stuff like Help. Well, I think they started taking acid when they were on doing Help, and that was 1965. but still great songs, man. I mean, they're challenging. I used to get bored and I'd sit in my kitchen with an acoustic guitar and just start banging out Beatles songs, man. I mean, and they're pretty challenging. Things like Norwegian Wood. Um,
Oh,
you know,
God.
It's probably harder on the guitar than the piano. Because, they're just
I
easier.
do,
I don't know.
I do say, old chap, could you please pass me the grape poupon?
Shut up.
You don't have any grape poupon?
So you don't play any instruments then, Monty?
Oh my God.
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying, Monty? I don't know. Oh, that's funny.
I'm a
When I
fisherman.
was younger,
I'm a
20 years
fisherman.
ago.
I'm a master of baits and a hooker.
Well, good. A lot of people played music, played instruments just 20 years ago, but it is a fading.
Dee, did you even listen to that? So he
His
plays his organ.
He plays the organ.
Right. When I was coming up, though, now everybody plays guitar. Everybody plays something. I mean, guitar just exploded. But in the early 70s, when I first started playing, you were kind of unique if you could play a little bit. And I mean, it was great. I've talked to a bunch of different people that went through the same experience, but I'm like in seventh grade and I wanted a guitar for Christmas. I got a guitar for Christmas, and really didn't tell a whole lot to anybody. But it got through school that I had one, and there were some other guys that had some who were trying to start a band. And they automatically come to me on the sole thing that I had equipment. They didn't know if I played or not. I had a little amp and a little guitar, and they took me in. I'm in a band now. Shit, I don't know how to play. I was just starting to take lessons and stuff, and I learned a lot from those guys. And next thing you know, we're out playing Battle of the Bands and shit, and school dances and whatnot, But back then, like again, what I was just saying was back then, it wasn't every single person can play a guitar, which it is now, It was very few and far between back then.
Yeah, I guess so. Over there.
Doesn't make you special at all. I mean, back then it made you special. Now, no, nobody cares.
Well, it depends how good you are and what your genre is, I guess. I think.
Hey, Eric, what are you doing at?
Eric? Where's Eric? Eric who?
Don't you be questioning my genre, okay?
I am questioning your genre. Aren't you rock and roll?
Oh, I thought you said gender. Okay.
Oh.
Eric, I play with my own organ. I don't play with yours.
Wingnut needs a contact. Bez.
It's the old joke. What's better than roses on a piano? Tulips on an organ.
What on an organ?
Tulips on an organ.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I
Play the piccolo.
What do you call a guy that likes to hang around musicians?
Yeah, I know. I married one.
A drummer?
I love musicians. What
What do you missed the setup to you heard the punchline but not the joke, I think.
Yeah, what was it?
It's what do you call a guy who likes to hang around musicians? A drummer.
That's pretty shitty if you're a drummer, I guess.
Oh, I use it at every band I'm in.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of my last drummers, he was like, the drums are the most important. We were getting going back and forth. The drums are the most important part of the whole band. I said, okay, let me go see you do a solo gig on your own. Just set up your drum set in some bar and do a solo. You could sing, you could do whatever the hell you want, You ain't gonna get paid.
No, it don't work too good with just a
He
drum
could
set.
do at the end of the jokes.
Yeah, just tell jokes and do that. All you need is a snare and a hi-hat for that.
The guy sounds like he's like Don Henley.
Strictly roots. Huh?
I think it was the Rolling Stone magazine asked a number of groups, large number, not just garage groups. And they said, what part of the group, musician, whatever you want to call it, is the one that's going to get on stage, you think you got it nailed down, and all of a sudden it goes all to hell. And to a man, they almost said, or a woman, the drummer, you get everything down, and they start their own little thing. You know what I mean? That's what they said.
The drums make the beat.
I'm like, Anarchy must
The
play the
guitar-
drums. He said guitars and vocals are overrated. It's like the only thing left is the drums.
I mean, I
You
love
must be a drummer.
Joke.
Make the melody.
Miss a beat, lose a rhythm.
What's up, bitch?
John Bonham's the only one I know that played the front of the basses.
Mm.
Mm.
You mean his son, at the Kennedy Center?
No, I'm talking about John Bonham.
And you gotta have some bass.
That's why they
Give me
disbanded
that
after he passed away.
Mm.
Bonham would do so much cocaine during their freaking performances that the roadies would rush up on the stage when they were done and scrape up all the shit that he spilled around his snare drum.
Jeez.
Yeah, he was doing it.
Which
Yes.
song was it? Which song was it? They get in the house, and every room was a particular set of instruments, and they had him in his own room and everything, and microphones stretched everywhere. I
I
forgot
think I
what
saw
song,
that. That sounds really familiar.
but that's how they got their unique sound.
Well, they recorded in a
Yeah.
place called Headley Grange, which is like a big old, almost looks like a castle. And I know for the Levee, the song "The Levee," they tried a bunch of different things, and then they put him like in a stairwell, and they hung one microphone over top, and there was a nice ambient echo in that area anyhow. So when you listen to when the Levee comes on, that's what it is, just one microphone, but it just picked up everything perfectly. Headley Grange, yeah.
Black Dog.
Yeah, that was recorded there.
Back when women were smarter. You know what? That is one Grateful Dead song I'll bet you would like, Bonnie. Women Are Smarter. I don't know if you ever heard that one, but that was always a good one.
I'd be grateful if they were dead.
Well, they mostly are, but they are playing.
They mostly are, but
No, my husband said they're playing some place dead further, I guess. $800 for the 3.
oh my God, that's cheaper than Bruce Springsteen.
Ridiculous.
I mean, I remember the dead. It was, well, I'll give you a little background story. We had this thing called the Cherry Blossom Festival in 1974 here in Richmond, and it turned into a freaking riot. It was this big outdoor thing. I remember that song, "The Joker" by shit. What was his name? Some people call me Steve Miller. Yeah, it was right when that song was out, and Steve Miller Band was going to play there, and then they had Sly and the Family Stone, all this stuff. Well, anyway, the place got out of control. I was not there. I saw pictures of it. And they were turning over police cars and catching them on fire, and everybody got naked and everything. I mean, it was just out of control, right? Wow. And so Richmond City Council said, no more outdoor events, and that went on for years, man. We couldn't have any outdoor events because that one thing. The first outdoor event they did was the Grateful Dead. And this is early 80s. And I was working at a music store downtown, the downtown area. And it was so weird because it was like a week before the Dead were going to play. And we're like, all these Deadheads are everywhere. We're like, man, where'd all these motherfuckers come from, And it was every day be more and more of them. These people that follow the Grateful Dead around all over the country, man. Right, and I'm like, damn, man, they were everywhere, man. I had a friend of mine that was into them so much, he went to Egypt and saw them play in front of the pyramids.
Wow.
I know.
That's pretty awesome. Yeah, they went to Europe and they went to some places around the world and stuff. But
Did a lot of acid.
Misty Mountain Hawk.
Yeah, that's Hadley Grange.
Yeah, a lot of
Oh.
people went and followed fish out here in Humboldt too. Yeah, there's a fish, and then they followed string cheese incident as well.
Fish.
It's a band. I never seen them or anything, but
Yeah, I always heard Fish was good, but I never saw him.
So I know y'all probably nobody likes Mariah Carey, but
she could sing like a bitch. I'll give her that. She could sing like hell.
I love Mariah Carey, but anyway, she put a new song out called "Type Dangerous." It's pretty bad. It's not one of her best, but in the lyrics, she's like, "Fresh out of Sing Sing, nah, I'm just playing," and she says, "That was just a castle and an evil king." Made my escape. Yes, I had to flee. She's totally talking about Tommy Mottola from back in the day, and it's just a fun fact that she probably couldn't say it, so far away. I don't know. Like I said, I know nobody likes her, but I think it's funny that she's still taking jabs.
Talk about nice tomatoes. I mean,
oh yeah,
that's who Michael Jackson was calling out for being the devil.
yeah, same guy she was engaged to and had to get away from, and like he's got the thing with J-Lo where he kept screwing her over big time, giving her weird stuff to like try to make J-Lo the new her way back it was weird. It's a whole lot, but I just think it's funny that she put it in a song because like
screamer.
She does too. She does. She squeals. Yeah. It's something Mariah Carey didn't off herself. I'm just saying. She's sitting there talking smack about him in her song, and everybody knows it. Like that's how I even found out she had a song, is because people are talking about it already. Like that's the first thing people were saying. Oh, everybody's looking at him now. It's like, well, if something happens to her, it's we know why. Because she put this song.
That song by Carly Simon, "You're So Vain."
Yeah.
It's about me. She wrote that song about me. In fact, yeah, I used to have to run her. She used to stalk me, man. She'd be out in my bushes and shit. It's Carly Simon again. Damn it, get out of my yard, will ya?
Really, James Taylor. Oh my God. Guys, we've been hanging out with James Taylor and we didn't even know it. Wow.
How to lose a guy in 10 days.
Because you've got a friend.
Yeah. She's got a giant mouth.
Steve Byron Green also.
She could put a freaking grapefruit in her mouth. I bet you, man. I'd like to see it too.
Who's this?
Well,
Carly Simon.
Oh, he's talking about. Okay, I thought that makes more sense. I was not thinking that made sense.
She's probably a he, so there's that.
Yeah, you could probably put a whole loaf of bread in her mouth, man. You never see anything.
Who's?
Well, nobody.
Carly Simon.
Oh
my God.
She wrote that song about me. That one. Fucking stalker.
That other one that Bonnie was talking about in that movie.
She actually wrote that song about Cat Stevens, is what I've heard.
Well, yeah. Oh,
are you talking about "You're So Vain"?
Yeah.
I heard she wrote that about not Cat Stevens, but the actor who was in that movie with Madonna. He was in
Sean Penn?
No,
that was her husband.
Man, he was in a movie where they were like masked. It was like a comic book related movie. And Warren Beatty. That's it.
Ah, could be.
I heard she wrote it about Warren Beatty.
Yeah.
I was still trying to think of a movie Madonna was in. Like,
do you know who Warren Beatty's sister is?
Shirley MacLaine.
Yeah. I couldn't think of her name, but I knew she was a famous actress.
Yeah.
Shirley MacLaine. Yeah.
She's a creeper. I don't like her.
She's a weirdo, man.
Yeah.
I don't know who that is.
Eric said "You're So Vain" was written by Warren Beatty.
About Warren Beatty.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I was wrong.
Oh, about. Okay.
Oh, no.
Got it.
I know I've said this several times, but I started to like Miley Cyrus a lot more when she did that song after her breakup. And I don't know where I saw it. They broke it down, all the different meanings in it, and it was like pretty good. She's like, there were so much layers to the one. She's like, I can buy myself flowers song. So one thing I remember, she was doing a workout in the video, and insiders or whatever said that was his specific workout he used to do. And then she wore a dress that the chick in the Hunger Games wore, and I think he messed with her. And there was just all these layers to the song, and it just was kind of like, man, I kind of like this chick now. The whole thing was pretty badass. I can't remember all the fun factoids, but she really put a lot of layers into that song. And then she was kind of doing you remember there was what was that song? I Should Have Bought Her Flowers by Bruno Mars or something.
Oh yeah, When I Was Your Man.
Yeah, so she's basically, if you listen to that song by Miley, that's what she's saying. I can buy myself flowers. I can hold my own hand. She's answering that other. It's a lot of layers to it. It's actually really, once you think about what she did there, it's like, man, I got a new respect for this chick. Like, for real, she was kind of out there, and her tongue was always out of her mouth, and her music was kind of sort of garbage. But I mean, for real, but she was younger then, and I kind of grew a lot of respect for her on that song there. She has really matured a lot.
What if she's a lizard person? I mean, really.
I mean, they say a lot of things about her tongue all out of her mouth, that was like some deity or some shit. Yeah. Well, why don't she do it anymore? Did he leave? You remember it was really a thing. I don't know.
Well, and her dad was in that industry. He should have known better. I don't trust either one of them.
Yeah, the dad, Billy Ray should have known better.
Yeah.
That's true. Dolly Parton, yep.
Yeah, we're back on melons again, I see.
Right.
So,
she got jumbo melons. Dolly Parton.
So did Carly Simon ever date Steven Tyler?
There's a movie. League of Her Own. Thank you for that. I've been thinking about it since she said that. Cher
dated everybody.
Oh my God. Somebody made fun of her that If I Could Turn Back song and said infant or something. You remember, Dee?
Song. Oh, come on.
Yeah, somebody did it was it the one guy that does the make fun of song? He totally was like, yeah, like a turn back song. Yeah, was it him? Or is it just something we all said? They'd be an infant. That's terrible. I can't remember if it was a song or something we just said.
Weird Al came here and he's coming here again. I think my husband's gonna go see him again. I don't go with him I'm like, no thanks.
Come back tour.
Where is Moonchild? She must be on her third beer by now, right?
Right. Come on.
She said she was on one earlier, but it's been at least a little while since then. She should be on 3 by now.
Well, if they dated, could you imagine their children? He's got a big mouth.
Oh my goodness.
Who was it that was part of the Flying Burritos? Was that Graham Nash?
He might have been in that band. Flying Burrito Brothers. Graham Nash might have been in that band, yeah.
Or was that Graham? Him and Emmylou Harris. They sung together too, quite a bit.
What's the name of that show?
Didn't he die of
Boy
AIDS?
George. George is a judge on. Oh man, is it Britain's Got Talent?
Huh?
People's Court.
No, Boy George is a judge on. Is it Britain's Got Talent?
Oh my gosh!
One of those.
It's one of the.
Oh my goodness. Sorry.
Maybe it's America's Got Talent. It's one of those.
Chameleon, come and go.
How about I know all there is to know about the crying game?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That was a weird movie, man. That was a weird movie.
Oh yeah, the movie. That's what I was gonna say. That was some of the first thing that I ever saw where I was like, it will if that doesn't tug at your heartstrings, you're not human. You know, it was horrible things happening in that movie that weren't right. So it's like it kind of changes your opinion slowly or whatever with the movies and stuff. I don't know. I've never thought that you should like go beat up people for being gay or trans or any of those things, like stuff like that happened back in the day. I've never thought that was okay. But
No.
you know, movies like that, if anybody ever did, I don't see how they could watch them and not feel bad about it. Bundy said no.
Know what?
I don't know.
Monty knows all there is to know about the crying gay.
Al's saving himself for Virginia.
Sorry, Monty, I had to.
Oh,
I saw him say that earlier.
he did?
What about like songs that got so famous in movies or shows that now you can't hear them without thinking about them? Like, you remember Breakfast Club? Don't
So
you
many. Every time.
forget about me. Don't. Fucking
Dancing
Graham
in
Parsons is who I was thinking of.
you hear
Graham
that song
Parsons, yeah.
straight to the like I
Yeah.
see scenes of the movie in my head. That song.
Yeah, it's pretty
That
iconic.
one,
Where they
Durn-
took his body out into the desert, and then and crazy. That's a crazy story.
Look at what?
I don't know.
I don't
That
know.
one
missed that
movie,
part.
that last Cinderella movie with Hilary Duff, at the final song,
Huh.
When Angels Bring You Home or something like that.
Huh. I don't know that one, I don't think.
Love that song.
I had another one and I lost it. That straight goes to like Dirty Dancings. Now I had it's like
Cause I was my life just like I never felt this way before. Cause I
does it not make
swear.
you picture the movie though?
Not Colt. No, it's not Yorga. It's not your favorite song. I know you're lying.
Yeah.
And I do, and I owed it all to you. Dun, 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 dun. It makes me want to dance.
I don't want any of your
It
watermelons,
puts me in
Yorga.
a good mood. That one, Breakfast Club, those movies are so nostalgic. I hear the song and I'm like in a good mood and I think about scenes from the movie and it's weird how that just works. Certain.
We've been programmed with all that
Oh
shit.
yeah. MK.
I don't like that, but it is what it is. There's nothing you can do about it. You know, I can't hate it. It's stupid.
Whitney Houston took over I Will Always Love You with The Bodyguard.
Oh man.
Yes.
Yeah.
And nobody can sing that. No, except CeCe Williams, which I think is related to Whitney Houston somehow.
I watch different movies than I watch. Yeah, Grease is good.
How you not watch The Bodyguard, Bonnie? That is such a chick flick.
I did watch The Bodyguard. Only because I just, I did.
Looks so good in that.
I hated it. It's
oh my gosh.
I love him.
The ending. It is no.
Oh yeah, that's the song at a lost voice. It's Cry Little Sister Anarchy. That's what it is. I love that song and that movie. But why? What about that you didn't like? Like I remember there was a lot of good songs too, like that weren't, real, like what was it, Queen of the Night? She was just like so a badass in that movie. She's like, playing herself kind of, and she come out there and sing Queen of the Night and just killed that song, man. I don't know. It's been years.
Think of the song.
Huh? Think of the song, Queen of the Night?
No, I Will Always Love You. What's the scene?
The end.
In The Bodyguard one or in what one?
Yeah, she's leaving. They love each other and gone. Over.
Yeah.
Like that.
They always love each other.
Virginia, remember I told you about Angelina Jordan? The song she did of Whitney Houston was I Have Nothing Without You.
Oh, that was such a good song.
Nothing with you. Yeah, I know that song.
Don't
I have nothing if I don't have you. Yeah, she killed that one too. I love that soundtrack, y'all. Yeah, I even remember it had a Joe Cocker song because it was part of the movie, and I can't remember the song. If I thought hard enough, I'd figure it out. It was a good one.
Celine Dion is
I will always love
great
you is another
singer.
Dolly song.
But she doesn't. Yeah, but Whitney, like, was it Virginia's? Was it Virginia that said she kind of took that shit over when Whitney sang it?
And
Yeah,
she made
with
Dolly a
Dolly,
lot of money
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Because
she
of
had
the
a beautiful
dividends.
voice.
I'm so looking up what song that was. It's gonna bug the hell out of me. It's
cry one.
I don't know. The Joe Cocker one.
Oh,
Yeah, I just looked it up for my
Yeah, I
friends.
know, random. But I remember it was so good, and it was on the same. It was on the album, the soundtrack from The Bodyguard. But now I can't seem to figure out. It was a good song. That's all I remember. God, it's gonna bug the hell out of me.
I love
It's not
that.
movie. Long.
My mom loved that movie too. The Preacher's.
The Preacher's Wife.
Yeah, that had that soundtrack, and that's a great album. There's some fire on there, some good Whitney Houston songs on there.
Mm-hmm.
What was the name of the Kevin? Was it? Oh, The Bodyguard. Duh.
Al Bundy, Love lifts us up where we belong. That was off of Officer and a Gentleman.
Yeah, that totally came up and wasn't the right one.
That was one of my favorites for a long
Richard
time.
Gere and
Loved him until the gerbil
uh,
story.
Damn.
It was like, dude, it's over.
Lift this gerbil up where he belongs.
Oh no, you were. God.
who was the actor in that movie? Lou, the bald-headed black man.
Oh, but he did look good in that uniform. As all men
Go
do.
get somebody, go get that old butt bong.
Y'all look so
Lift that gerbil up where he belongs. It's got me.
Fluffy the gerbil.
Oh no! Allegedly, right?
Oh my goodness gracious!
But it did ruin it for me and a lot of women. We're done with him.
Hungry eyes.
Yeah, that's another one.
I think that really happened.
I think it was just a rumor, but who knows?
No, I think it really happened. I'm in
You don't
California.
rumor that.
I
No,
like all the music in that
I
song.
don't doubt it. They're
In that
weird.
movie.
Freaking hell
He
yeah.
was in that movie called An Officer and a Gerbil.
Oh, man.
I'll tell you. People come in with shit up their ass all the time.
Oh my
That's
gosh! I was
Oh, yeah,
watching.
at that
I
point.
remember what stand up I was watching, and they'd mentioned like 3 rumors, no matter what part of the world, and they like only say the first part and let the audience answer. And that's one of them was the
Yeah,
gerbil.
you might as well go on Fear Factor.
Oh no.
Mm.
Who was the
Terrible.
the one that did the gerbil stuff?
Richard Gere.
Richard Gere. Okay.
Rod Stewart too, I think it was rumored at the time, wasn't it? Brooks, did you ever hear Rod Stewart?
With the
Stewart did a gerbil.
I don't.
I was saying that earlier.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't remember Rod Stewart with the
Now
gerbil.
somebody can get that bad off.
Maybe something else. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Far on the spectrum.
I don't know.
Rod Stewart had a couple of good songs.
Maybe he stuck something else up his ass.
I mean, it could have been some other sort of rodent. I mean, does that make it better? No. Could have been a chinchilla.
Allegedly,
You think
no.
I'm sexy?
Yeah, and you want my body. That's
So,
and what if Wake Up Maggie was about a gerbil?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, that gerbil name. It was an old gerbil named Maggie.
It was an old gerbil.
Maggie the
He
Mormon.
could see that how old the gerbil was getting by the sunlight on in her face.
Okay, I think I finally found the song. I think it was called True 50, which nobody really cares, but I had to know. I think it is. I'm about to play it, and while I'm mute to see if it's the right one. Joe Cocker on the Bodyguard soundtrack. I was young listening to this album. It was on a tape, I'm pretty sure. Like, that's a long.
yeah.
Was it a song called "Lie to Me" or
I
something
think
to
it's
me?
Trust in Me. I'm about to look it up
That
to
is
see.
it. I swear to God, listen, check it out. When that
Eric,
song came out, I was in a band that we were trying to get all like the new songs that were out on the radio, and we used to play that song. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I'm
Yeah,
not sure because I haven't heard it in years. But if I hear it, I'll know.
yeah, it was a
I
good song.
It was on the soundtrack, so for some reason, but I cannot think of the words at all. So
It was weird because it was right when that movie came out, and he had a hit with that one song. Joe
Yep.
Cocker, out of nowhere, had a hit, and then he went away
I
again.
liked it too because it was, and then they had that another song on there was that lovely day, way like it was brand new too. I don't know if y'all know what I'm talking
Yeah, I know
about.
what you're talking about.
Boomer, Eric. That's
It was a weird conglomerate of songs to go along with Whitney Houston, but it was a really good album to own. I had it.
All I remember about Rod Stewart, he didn't want to talk about it.
Okay.
You don't know that song? I forgot that date, but
I don't know.
don't want to talk about it.
Bad. Well, they are dark people. A lot of them. They do some weird
The
shit.
rabbit done died.
Steven Tyler's a dark one too. A lot of them are dark. They do weird shit, That I think he
I
was.
think he'll be 100 next month.
No shit. No shit.
Who's that?
Steven Tyler.
I liked him. So I liked Aerosmith a lot too.
I liked him before they got super commercial.
I'm sorry, Eric. I didn't see it. I've been sitting here searching probably since whenever an hour ago when I said it, but it wasn't easy to find. They kept wanting to tell me all the Whitney songs. I knew those ones. He's like, I told you that an hour ago. Basically, my bad. Oh, Wind Beneath My Wings. My grandmother loved that song, Virginia. And for some reason, Bette Midler sang that song for some reason. Like, I don't know, not one other Bette Midler song, but that one. And she does a good job.
It's a rose.
And that Hank.
That's the other one I know. The two I know. My bad.
Yeah.
I don't know any more by her.
Got to dream on because Love's in an elevator. And dude looked like a lady.
Oh yeah, doesn't that song kind of hit home a little bit more?
That's the period where they got real super commercial, and I wasn't crazy about them anymore. I like the old Aerosmith. It was really good.
Pink is his favorite color.
I like that song, the Pink. I went to that concert I went to. That one was brand new. One of them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what's the best love song ever?
Ooh.
Best love song. It's Elvis. What was that one he did? That's just beautiful.
Me tender.
I can't help falling in love with you. There you
that
go.
was a good one.
Yeah.
That's a real good one. I don't think there can't be just one, Bonnie.
What's
Too hard. I'll name you about 15. I don't know. Love song.
Yorga.
That's hard.
Yes.
What song?
Can't help
Wise
falling.
men say only fools rush in. Great song, man.
Elvis?
Enrique
Yeah, Elvis.
Hero.
Devil in
Falling
Disguise.
in love again.
Oh.
Enrique Iglesias, Hero.
Just devil in disguise.
Elvis.
Well, Monty, the question was the best love song ever. What do you think the best love song ever is?
What about that Pina Colada song? I mean, they're both, the husband and the wife are both being whores, and then they hook up. And why doesn't the guy? They're all happy and everything, and why doesn't the guy go, "God, you're a whore"? You know?
Wow.
You know the song, though, right? I sang and heard that song a good portion of my life with having no idea what the meaning of it was. And then when I did, I was like, what the hell? These two are like, it's not sweet. It's the opposite.
Yeah, they're both like on Tinder or something trying to hook up, and they end up hooking up with each other.
And they're the ones in a relationship. So you're all you know is you're both a couple of cheating whores.
Right. You watch a fool.
I hate to agree with you on this
Hey,
one, but
I got another good one that cracks me up every time I hear it. It's humanly. It's that one that I'm only human, born to make mistakes. You know, he starts the song off and he's talking about, you know, you were away and I'm only human, so you know I boink some chick, and you know, and then it goes on, and then it gets to this part where it kind of breaks down, and the girl starts singing, and she said, "That's okay, because I was human too."
Yeah,
In other words, she messed around, and I'm thinking he's looking at her like, "You whore, God."
Huh.
he stopped loving her today.
I was
Black
human too. What? What do you mean you were human too? You freaking floozy.
Watch, what was your answer?
Hero by Enrique Iglesias. That song.
Hero.
I don't know.
oh, that's a good one, Benford.
Sing us a
I
little
love
bit.
it. I love some
Blackwatch.
Bill Green.
Goes something like, would you dance if I asked you to dance? Or would you run and never look back?
Hmm.
Uh,
I can be a hero, baby. You know the song, Virginia. I can kiss away your pain.
Oh, that. Okay, Cola did a much better job, Blackwatch. Yes.
It was a pretty good job, but I know you knew that song.
Yes, now I do now. Yes.
you know another one that got me, and y'all were just talking about Whitney Houston. She had that song about the greatest love of all, you know, and I always thought that was a pretty song and everything until I found out what the hell she was talking about.
I still don't think I know, I guess.
She's talking about loving yourself. Fuck everybody else. The greatest love of all is to love yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Screw everybody else.
Good. Well, you
It
just
is.
keep loving yourself and quit hollering.
Yeah, get a horse, ride him to the mountains, and quit bothering people because I'm in love with me.
You'll be my backup singer, Moonchild. Come on.
Right.
Yeah, come on, Moonchild. Let's do it.
If you have a backstage,
Songs in D flat.
If you shut it down, put the link out, I bet she'd show up. But not now, but whenever you do it. Sounds like my better half.
Well, what's your answer, Bonnie? I don't think Watt has answered either. I'm gonna.
Oh my goodness, there's so many.
There really are.
Do you think Wicked Game is a love song?
Dude, that's a good one though. There's so many. It depends on how you look at it. And then I was thinking, I'm never going to get this right. There's so many versions, and in some, what is it? He says some of them say different words. Like Seether does this song too, and he kind of switched like one word a little bit, which made it a whole different freaking song. I'm trying to think of the part that switches. I think. So maybe, and well, he says in love, but I feel like one says lust, and I know in the original he says it both ways. But there's don't want to fall, because the song is I want to fall in love, right? But then I think it's Seether that's like don't want to fall in. I don't know. That song's really good though, Bonnie. No matter who sings it, I love that song. Wicked Games, it's a good one. But I don't know if it's a love song. It depends on who's singing it, I guess. I swear it's been kind of feels like it's gone a bunch of different ways. Is it Seether? Shit, now I'm going to have to use my phone again. Make sure I'm not lying.
Anymore by Travis Tritt is a good one. Cross My Heart by George Strait. You Do Something to Me is a good one.
That song Anymore will get you in a hell of a lot of trouble, though, if you play it at the wrong time.
The Beatles had a bunch of good ones. The Beatles had a whole bunch of good love songs. Something is a great love song. And believe it or not, that song Something by George Harrison, you know, they always try to kind of dog him and the Beatles. But that was the biggest song the Beatles ever had, was Something.
Right. Moonshot, I feel like Wicked Games by the Weeknd's like almost a completely different version, though, don't you? Like the words aren't the same. Very much. My mother effing words to you. I didn't hear mother effing in the first Wicked Games. Do you know that song, Virginia, or D, or anybody? The Weekends.
That's what I think
Yeah.
of.
I like it, but it's
And
different.
I love her. There's another one by the Beatles that was very good, and I love her.
I still haven't named one to y'all's 50,000. I'd probably pick something Mariah Carey or something real lame and cheesy, but I like a lot of Al Green. Somebody named a real good one. Oh, and Fool to Run and Fell in Love. Look at Bob coming in here. Who sings that?
That's shit. Elvin Bishop.
That's a real good one. That could be a choice there.
That is a good song too.
Too, Moonchild. Me, I love it. I do. It's a real sweet one. Talking about a good love song. That's definitely, that'd be on my list, no doubt about it. That's a good one. It's in my head now, y'all. Damn it.
I know, me too.
And then there's like at the very it builds up to the when he talks and it's such a good song.
Right. It's got that dramatic thing in there.
But I love it. I love music. I really do. I'm loving this conversation for real. I was saying, and this is random as hell, and I wish what are you laughing at?
Nothing. Nothing. Y'all wouldn't.
We wouldn't understand.
Remember that song? You used to crack me up.
You're cracking yourself up.
It used to crack me up. The freaking Candyman by
the Candyman can.
Yeah, what was that little black guy with one eye?
Hey, Rick.
Sammy Davis Jr. Sammy Davis Jr. would sing that song, It's all, who can make the freaking flute fly? Willy Wonka killed all them kids. Da, 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 da. But there's a part towards the end where he gets real sad and he's like going, the Candyman can cut
you gotta
mixes up.
You're gonna get
all sad and shit about candy, man. It was fucking hilarious, man.
It's a weird love song.
Y'all know it, don't you?
No, I know it wasn't a love song. I'm just thinking about songs that got dramatic, and that was one of them. Get all dramatic and shit, crying and shit.
MacArthur Park is melting in the rain.
He was probably crying because Willy Wonka killed all them fucking kids, man.
You're on that tonight.
Yeah, it really is.
It's funny.
Wall pissed him off.
Oh, that's a good one, John. Love Me Tender.
Can I give you my answer now?
No.
Yes, please.
To Love Somebody by the Bee Gees.
Ooh, score. Monty scores high on the list on that one, man. Oh, yeah, great song.
That's a good one.
Or Immortality.
All the good songs. Sorry, go ahead, Blackwatch.
I was just going to say, very good. I really like Immortality. Islands in the Stream, Guilty. The song from him is incredible. That man's a genius with songs, lyrics, music, production.
I think the older the better sometimes, I think. All the older songs are the ones that are the best that people are naming.
Lionel Richie and Kenny Rogers, Lady.
Oh, that's a good song.
Yeah.
He hadn't finished the song when he brought it to Kenny and he goes, well, finish it. So he went into the bathroom and actually finished it out on a napkin, writing it.
Oh, another one I like a lot. This is an old one too. We're in that genre. Baby, come back.
Oh no!
Oh, I love that one.
Me too. It's just kind of you can blame it all on me. That's my song. I almost forgot it.
All for His Kingdom. Are you still here? They'll sing that sometimes when we get booted out the back room. We'll sing that song to each other.
I think the band was called Player that did that one. That was a good song.
Player.
Player, I think it's what they were called. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure though.
I'm not so sure it is.
Who was the one? There was a bunch of songs I like. I can't think of their names. That's an older band. Oh, I'm not going to remember right now. It'll come to me at some weird time. God, they were all.
The one of Elvis I like the most is In the Ghetto.
That's a good one.
Oh,
I really like that song from him.
That was written by Mac Davis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Always on my mind.
Remember Kentucky Rain? That one always cracked me up when he go, rain in my shoe. Then he had the backup singers going, it's raining in your shoe.
I should probably know that one, but I don't.
Kentucky Rain.
Autumn
Moonchild,
moon.
where she's a cello, or
You are.
it has something to do with the cello, and she's in the red dress. I've seen that one. It's a wicked game.
I don't know if it's a love song or not, but Wichita Lineman is a badass song, man. That's a
By the time I get to Phoenix, another good
that's a
one.
good one too.
That's
Always
really
on
bugging me.
my
Man, I feel like it started with the A, like Augusta, or maybe not that, but like, God, it's gonna bug me. Every song they had was like sweet, and it all kind of sounded alike, but I liked them all, and I cannot think of this. It's not.
Ambrosia.
That's it. God, Yorga.
Yeah, those guys were badasses. I mean, back when I was playing rock and roll, you made fun of bands like Ambrosia because they were top 40. But man, those guys were badasses, man.
That's
they
a good
really
love.
were.
That's what I was trying to look at. How Much I Feel, The Biggest Part of Me, both amazing songs. Y'all remember them?
Remember the one? Yes, I remember. Remember the one that they did called "Holding On."
To Yesterday.
Holding on to yesterday. Yeah. Oh, that's a sad one.
Yeah, I like those two. I said like the How Much I Feel and Biggest Part of Me are both really sweet, sweet love songs, both of them. But I can't believe you figured that out, Yorga. We should play charades together or something. You pulled that out of
there tonight, isn't he?
I did what I do. I don't have any Melon songs, but I just thought of one Leon Russell, A Song for You. That's one of the best.
Oh no.
One of my favorite love songs, and I got to hear it live once, was "To Lay Me Down" by The Dead, which I know is not a lot of people don't know them, but I know Al knows "To Lay Me Down," and Anarchy knows "To Lay Me Down." That's a good song.
Water, you taking notes?
Didn't David Allen Coe sing "Lay Me Down in the Bed of Roses"?
I'm trying to figure out this from Moonchild. I don't know if she's still here, but Wicked Game. I'm thinking that's Hauser or whatever. I'm thinking of that. I don't know. Watch with
She said
video.
that a while ago.
I know,
She's
so
still
far
here.
behind. But remember, Take Me to Church. What was that band? Wasn't that like Hauser or something like that? I think that's what she's saying. I don't know if she's still here or not, but I'm about to look it up.
Hauser's that cello player, the cellist.
He
plays all sexy. He's a sexy cellist, and he plays with his sexy, hot girlfriends. They'll play the piano. I'm serious. Look up Hauser and Moonlight Sonata, and like she'll come out in her super like beautiful gown with these stiletto shoes, and then she sits down at the piano and he's at the cello, and it's just all very dramatic, and it's very.
That's what so yeah, we're talking about. I don't know how I knew what she meant though. Like I typed it wrong too. That, however you say that, Hoser, and she's saying yes, D. So y'all got me all confused. I'm so confused.
Hauser, well, the way he spells it is Hauser, I do believe.
But she's doing it with the Zier, and I was thinking of that guy who sings "Take Me to Church." But I'm not sure.
Eric Church. I thought that guy's name was Eric Church.
You're probably right. I'm just incredibly confused right now. This is exactly what you were talking about. This video I looked up is exactly what you were talking about, and it isn't spelled with the Z. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what Moonchild, and you're both talking about the same thing. I love the comments, man. It says the first comment I see, well, the only one I see, anyone in 2025? Question mark.
Yeah,
I love it.
A lot on songs. I saw that for an audio adrenaline song. Someone put, anybody watching in 2025? Oh, Hazier is the Take Me to Church. Oh.
Well, but it's the same thing. There's still a woman in a red dress, and he's playing a cello. So y'all are freaking really confusing my brain.
Well, he just does a lot of.
I think you're pronouncing it different, and that's it. It's the same thing, maybe. I don't freaking know. It's a beautiful girl in a red dress.
That guy I'm talking about is a cellist. He's not. I don't think he writes music.
No, not Wicked Game. The red chest and the cello, that is, oh my God. It's Peter Gabriel. No. Is it Peter Gabriel?
Oh, y'all are killing me. Hold on a second. Look, I don't even want to do this. I got my glasses on and everything, but it's almost worth it at this point to show you.
No.
What's the question?
This is what she's talking about. Oh, I can't ever.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And this is the guy
Gamer?
that sings "Take Me to Church" too, though.
What does it say? Yeah.
This
But
is.
is that what
I don't even know, y'all. You got me so freaking confused. I don't know.
Oh,
the
no.
song right there that's playing when they did that? Is that Wicked Game? Or
It's not. Yeah, it is. Hold on.
okay.
Huh.
Okay, y'all. Wait a minute. Now I'm so confused. I think I typed it the way that freaking D said it.
I didn't know he sang. I thought he was just sexy and played the cello. I didn't know.
I've never been more confused about anything than I am right now. I think I got it figured out, and I'm confused again. So
Brad had a whole bunch of really good love songs too.
Who?
Brad.
Yeah.
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 Mm-hmm.
Wasn't that Eric Clapton?
No, that is Hauser.
That's the one that
I don't know who it is. I shut my phone because my brain hurts. I'm so confused.
Georgia.
That is Hauser.
I'm muted.
Moonchild, come up here until we can understand you. It's too hard to do the chat.
Yeah, I'm gone. I can't figure it out.
Isn't
And my brain is starting to hurt more.
Me too. I'm like new subject. Unless Moonchild wants to come up here and explain it better, since she fully understands.
That's
Georgia.
what has to happen.
What?
Wasn't Eric Clapton? Was he in Cream or Bread?
Cream.
He was in Cream.
Okay, which famous musician was in Bread then?
I'm sorry. What was the question?
Which one was in Bread?
Let me see. So put the link out, Bonnie, before she changes her mind.
Which what, Monty?
Which famous musician was in that was formerly in Bread then? In
Butter.
Bread.
Brad, what his parents?
I remember there was two main guys in Bread who wrote the songs, and I cannot remember their names.
You realize when either one of you says inbred, it sounds like you're saying like they breed it improperly.
Maybe that's why the songs are so good.
Because they're inbred. It's killing me. I'm like, am I the only one?
Yeah, I do remember one of those guys had a baby's arm growing out of his head. So yeah, they were inbred.
He was inbred, right?
Right.
He's healthy.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, I know. I'm cracking up here. Y'all are funny tonight. I'm dying.
That Brett had a song called Diary that I cannot listen to. I can't listen to that song. It's too sad.
Why?
I cannot listen to it.
I can't wait to listen to it when I get off of here.
Diary, not diarrhea, diary.
I know.
Alicia Keys has a song called Diary too.
Diarrhea.
It's almost like diorama.
Yeah.
The Moody Blues had Deer Diary as well. That was a good song.
Have a good morning. Bye, Eric. Love you, honey.
Hello, Masha. Hello, Pa.
Going to bed.
Night, Eric.
No morning yet here. It's night time. I'm drinking my tea.
Hello, mother. Hello, father. Here I am at Camp Granada.
Has anybody seen my old friend Martin, Luther, and John?
Yeah.
Did y'all hear?
The
government is going to allow whole milk to be served at school.
Really?
But
whole milk or raw milk?
Low fat or lactose free or
inbred diarrhea. Sorry.
Could only be me, but I think Adele had some really good songs. Oh, she did a couple of Dylan songs, Renee.
Oh, she does.
But Adele's quite.
Moonchild.
Straighten us out here. What's up, girl?
Hey.
Hello. Okay, I'm going to be here real quick, but so they're like Hauser and Hauser, but spelled different ways, and there could be a little bit of different pronunciations in it, but Hauser that you're talking about is HOZIER, and that is one, Take Me to Church. HAUSER is the one that I was talking about in the chat about that video of the woman in the red dress that Dee was talking about with the cello. And I thought that was a very sexy and intimate fucking video. So I was like, that was like kind of like the best sexy love song, which is not really a love song because they're talking about being played, you know, like one's playing the other. It's Watch Wicked Games.
See, and that's the way I took it, and I got yelled.
Who yelled at you? I didn't yell at you, did I?
It's just but it's like a sexy like way of talk. You know, I don't know.
Well, yeah, it was almost like they
were sexy and like lovey-dovey, but really, when you really look into it, like they're playing a game. It's a wicked game. They are talking about one's playing the other. You know.
Yeah, so then it's not a love song. Then, if you're playing me, then that's not sweet, right? I guess. I mean, the way I take it.
We've all fallen in love with somebody that has like played with our minds or played a game, you know what I mean? And like they kind of got sort of whatever a better version of us because we like fell for it, you know? It's like a wicked game.
Exactly.
I do
like saying, I don't want to fall in love with you. But they are, you know?
Right.
But it's still a game.
It is. It is.
Because at the end it says nobody loves anybody.
I love me.
There is love there, but it's not exactly.
Mad at Whitney Houston for saying that.
Right. Yeah, I know. Well, actually, I learned from that song. It was educational. You know, you wouldn't believe how many weddings they play "Every Breath You Take" by the Police, and it's a song about a stalker.
Right.
Well, it does.
It is a pretty song. It's a very beautiful song, you know. But if you really, check out the words, it's
Is that "I'll Be Watching You"?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like from behind the trash can.
That's not how I interpreted
Or Michael
Oh,
Jackson.
even Sting himself said that. I mean, that's a quote from him. Is I can't believe people play this.
Okay, I gotta do it. I think I've been designated the all P Diddy news though, but Puff Daddy redid that song and turned it into "I'll Be Missing You" to Biggie. Of all the songs, he chose that one, so I like it less for that reason too. Why? Y'all probably don't. Y'all remember that? Moonchild, do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. You got to take me somewhere else though. But the song, "Somebody's Watching Me." What is that song?
I Always Feel Like.
Yes.
Like,
yes, D, thank you.
You mean Michael Jackson? Sometimes I
The
feel.
Paranoia song.
It's not Michael Jackson. I forget his name now, but it's
Somebody's watching me. I'm paranoid. I can't sleep.
And I have no privacy. Oh.
Yeah.
We got karaoke going on.
No.
I think that's just about paranoia.
It kind of is, yeah, pretty much.
About reality, because we are always being watched. So
either way,
I know that. I don't tell you, but
Eddie Murphy.
Well, yeah, he totally says, I'm paranoid. I can't sleep. I'm in that dope game. Like, it's definitely about paranoia.
Lonely.
Yeah, a little bit.
Allegedly.
Bobby Benton, Lonely. Oh, any song that's singing about lonely. Pull the heartstrings. What the Cobra Enchanters do. Yeah, that's true.
Only the lonely.
Dum did you
Right.
Roy Orbison.
I'm so lonely. I'm Mr. Lonely. You remember that one?
I'm so
lonely.
That's
Akon.
What about 10cc? I'm Not in Love by 10cc. That's a pretty
I love
good
that
song.
song. I do love that wispy 70s. I'm not in love. No, no. You know, does all that cool stuff.
Big boys don't cry. Big boys don't cry.
Yeah.
Remember that part?
It's
They
a
said when they recorded that, they didn't have anybody to do it, so they got the girl that was the secretary in the office of the studio and said, "Come in here with your British accent and just say, big boys don't cry."
Oh my
Speaking of weirdo stuff in songs, what about in Disturbed? No, mommy, don't hit me. Why do you gotta be such a?
All I wanted was a Pepsi.
No, you know where it's like the song's
Hold
cool,
on
and it's
just a
very
minute.
You're talking
Oh
about
no, mommy, you're hurting me.
no, that's a rock song.
Disturbed, yeah.
Yes.
Down with the sickness.
Okay, thank you. Oh my god, I knew what you was talking about, but I could not
I
think
feel
of
like
it.
nobody else did, but yeah, it's really weird and off-putting. And that, like, the song's cool, but that one, it's like, "Don't hit me. Why do you got to be such a bitch? Like, you're such a tough guy." Yeah,
I'll be rocking out to that song. When it gets that part, my mom will look at me, and I'm like looking at her, like I'm not saying anything.
Like, I didn't say it. The song did.
Yeah.
Hey, we were when I was a kid, we were riding down the road and the radio was on and my dad was in the car and y'all know he was a World War II guy. He fought in France and all this stuff. And that song came on, that one that goes, "Gitchy, gitchy, ya, ya, ha, ha. Gitchy, gitchy, ya, ya, hoo." That one. Yeah. Hey, sister soul. And the song comes on, right? You know, and I've heard it a million times. I don't know what the fuck they're saying.
That's my ringtone.
And he gets mad at me. He turns around because he knew what the French was saying. He knew that French shit has something to do with hooker. And he gets mad at me. He said, "Do you know what they're saying?" I said, "I don't know what the fuck they're saying. I don't know French." You know?
Okay, wait. So, John, are you saying that music is casting spells?
Music is what?
I'm just asking because John made this comment up there.
I think in a way it does.
It can.
It's also like with me, and trust me, I don't know everything there is to know about music. I know a lot about music, but it's like I know another language. But it's like I
how
know.
can you say it's casting spells and plus two, it's a way for a person to vent? How can you support like a local band and say like, oh, they're just venting and that's their way of expression, but also turn around and say that this is witchcraft, wherever they're casting spells and stuff like that. It's all. I don't
You're
know
saying like your
if I really
local,
truly
like,
believe
garage
that it's.
band people. You're saying those people aren't going to be casting spells, right? They're just
No,
coming up.
even if they make it big, even if they was like little bands that made it big, like even people that we hear on YouTube, whatever, it's like people just put themselves out there, or whatever, and they're using like backup sounds and stuff like that, and they're you know what I mean, but that's just like supporting them. They're like just expressing themselves. They got talent, but then we turn around and like certain genres or whatever, like or certain songs. That's casting spells. That's witchcraft. Blah blah blah. And it's like I don't know. I think I can still listen
Yeah,
to a
but it
song from
does. It
Beyonce
does,
and sit
especially
there and
if.
not be a bad person or think that I'm being hypnotized. You
But
know.
if you're out there playing live, it does do funny things to people, man. I mean, you know, and I can make a million jokes or whatnot, but it does. It's like girls that wouldn't give you the time of day, all of a sudden they like you because you play. You know, I was
That's where
in this.
groupies come from, huh?
I was playing in this one place one time, and this girl comes up and she goes, "Can you play Brown Eyed Girl by Van Morrison?" And I hate that song. And I went, "No, I don't know how to play it." She said, "I'll show you my coconuts if you play it." And I went, do 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 do
Well, so like she was hypnotized, not that you was hypnotizing the fucking crowd. You didn't hypnotize her with your music. She hypnotized you with her fucking coconut. You know, that was like a reverse. I don't see that. I still don't believe that.
You know, maybe she just, she reversed the spell or something, but I didn't even, and the funny thing is, I didn't even know how to play that song. I played that bitch, man.
Yorga.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Yorga?
Yes, I
Yes.
can, Bonnie. I'm sorry.
Okay. So he's saying form of communication is projecting a thought or emotion. And we're going to get into that Monday, actually.
All right, so let's not talk about it now.
Yeah, I'm saying that that's what he was saying.
No
He
spoiler
didn't
alert.
say casting spells. It's just that's the way I took it.
Well, music is some magical stuff, and like what Cola was saying before about the movies. Have you ever heard a song that maybe you heard when you were a little kid, and it kind of brings you back to
Yeah.
a certain situation remember from fourth grade or whatever, or it might bring back a smell that you remember or whatever. I can hear certain songs now, and it'll take me right back to a place or something that I was doing a long time ago.
Yeah.
You see,
Yeah.
Billy.
Yeah. You can actually make music with coconuts, though. You know what I mean? Like, you can take that many different ways.
You could bang two coconuts together and make a musical instrument too.
That's kind of what I meant. Yeah. But
Oh,
also, the coconuts made you play music, is I think how Billy meant it.
well, it made me play a song I don't like.
That's funny. For real.
Yeah, and, Monty said "Into the Mystic" by Van Morrison. That's a great song.
Mm-hmm.
I love that song.
Take another piece of my heart.
That's right,
Oh,
Sam.
Janis Joplin. Oh God.
Oh, guys don't like Janis. My husband can't stand Janis Joplin.
Oh, it's screaming and shit.
You know who I'd like a lot?
Yeah,
I have a Pandora radio station named after Linda Ronstadt, and it's like my favorite one. It's the best 70s music. It's got such a good vibe. And it plays a whole lot of her music. I like Linda
I
Ronstadt.
like her. Yeah.
Patsy Cline.
You're No Good was a great song.
I love that song. I've sang that song karaoke.
There is no song that makes me think of a smell. I gotta tell you, I know I have a lot of songs, but I never said, that's your popcorn, isn't it? No, not good. But popcorn smells.
Total Eclipse of the Heart. It's a good one.
A piece of what? Joplin?
Total Eclipse of the Heart.
That's
I think
a good song.
she said.
Total Eclipse of the Heart.
Who else sings? So another piece of the heart. So I know Faith Hill sings that, but I feel like Linda Ronstadt, probably a lot of people sing that song.
How about Afternoon Delight? And that ain't about love. That's about romance.
Right.
Sky rockets at night. Boing.
Can you imagine getting lucky on a Sunday afternoon listening to that? Then you gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, I can't imagine it.
Y'all were killing me earlier. Y'all did love and you used the letter and everybody's L was like losing. Liar.
I know.
I'm over here like lifted. I'm like, I'm loving. I was like, y'all, I'm about to join I had to join the crew. I ran out of nice things. God, I'm gone, like you're leaving, or it's a song. I'm confused. I'm sorry. But I thought that was pretty funny because it was like super, everybody kept thinking the worst words. Like
I know. Lonely.
Y'all are all some salty mother effers in here.
Liar.
Right.
Lynch
What
mob.
people think about Ace for Base?
What'd you say, Moon?
The way people think about Ace for Base.
Ace of Base?
Yeah.
I swear to God, Moonchild, I see you.
Remember,
That is the second worst band of all time.
Really? What's the first?
Thanks for the earworm, damn it.
What's the first worst band of all time,
I was looking
Virginia?
for that reaction. I was
Come on, y'all, if you women, all of those, you didn't bop that song and sing those words, you're all lying. That shit was it at the time.
Which one?
All of them. The Ace of
the
Base
Ace
one.
one is another baby.
Oh no.
There's your earworm.
No.
Oh my God, my aunt loved
I
them.
could
More
never
than
even
a
karaoke,
feeling.
but
That's a good one,
I
Jennifer.
still want to know what the first and second most horrible bands of all time is.
The
Yeah,
first
I was wondering too, and I lost
it's,
my train of
it's
thought.
Three Doors Down. If you ever listen to that song,
I've
Superman,
heard them,
I
yeah.
Go Crazy, Will You Still
That's
Call
the
Me
worst
Superman?
of all time. You can't
wait a
think of
minute,
a worse
Virginia.
band.
Wait,
Three
I just
Doors
think
I was
Down.
trying to say the title. What was it?
was it Virginia?
Superman.
If I go crazy, then will you still call me Superman? It wasn't that bad,
worst
Virginia.
song of all
Was that
time.
Huh?
So stupid. It's so stupid.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
It's so bad.
Pretty bad. Yeah.
The worst of all time. I bet you. I could think of 10 more songs worse than that. I feel bad.
Kryptonite?
What?
It's called Kryptonite, isn't it?
Kryptonite.
Kryptonite.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, I think it is called
Yes,
Kryptonite. Yeah.
it is. I think it is. Yeah.
Well, how
That's
about
my
all right, as
one.
far as dumb lyrics go? How about shit? What was the name of that band? It was a disco band. They actually were pretty good. Shit, the one that song that goes, "Do a little dance, make a little love,
Um,
it's a night." Yeah,
We are karaoke tonight.
I know, but it was the one line in that song that always cracks me up because it seemed like they wrote half the line and then didn't know what to write for the rest of it. So you put something in and it goes, "And do the dance that we do, do the dance that we
James
do."
Neal,
What kind of shit
Miss
is that?
Grandpa, worse.
Who sings that song that's sad? It's like, I'm all out of love. I'm so lost without you.
Oh,
Oh.
It's weird how certain songs we talk about, like these different songs will pop in my head because we say different songs. It's like just things I never I can't think of who sang that though.
KC and
Yeah,
the Sunshine Band. That's who that was. Yeah.
Okay. That's something we used to do, Moon, when we would play poker. Just sit there and name songs. So like because we wouldn't really be like obviously not in the same room. And we'd be bopping and we'd put a different song. That was a lot of fun. Just different songs. You'd be like, oh my God, I never thought of that one in forever. And like, steal the other person's song to switch up your algorithm, because it gets the same. Anyway.
Somebody brought up Wang Chung. I loved Wang Chung.
You would.
You know what that means, Wang Chung?
I went to school with a Wang Chung.
Oh my God.
It means to play guitar, like with your rhythm hand on the strings. You Wang Chung.
Oh.
Yep.
So
Okay, can y'all tell what that name is?
Where?
I can't.
Mindful motivation.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What about that? Who said I love you, but I lied? That's like an awful song, right? Well, it's not. It's actually sweet because he's like, it's more than love, but I just don't try to catch you with that first line. I don't remember who sang that.
All right, well, I'm going
Have
to
you ever heard this one that goes, "I ain't
Um,
afraid of your husband, baby. I'll be over tonight." That's a good one. It won't do no good to lock them doors in winter's time.
I wouldn't pretend like I didn't hear you, Moon. Oh, I was going to tell
Oh, we lost her.
I heard her, but that's what I was going to say. I would pretend like I didn't hear you if I thought she'd stay longer, but no, we're lucky she came up at all.
Yeah.
Based on everything Yorga has said, I'm 99% sure he has never been in
Thank
love.
you, Moon.
I've never been
Yeah.
what?
In love. All of
Me?
your love songs are
The
very
real
bizarre.
deal.
Mm-hmm. The real
Oh, you
deal.
have no idea, baby.
Uh-huh. You're still
I've been
thinking
married
about
twice. Oh, that was a horrible experience.
That doesn't mean love.
that
I know
doesn't
it
mean
doesn't. Means obligation.
mm-hmm.
There's
I'm
the
surprised.
Now, I was about to be totally on your side and say that, but that does kind of sound like not love, obligation.
Yeah.
It shouldn't feel like obligation.
I
But
don't know, man. That's an honest question, man. I mean, I think I've had a million girlfriends and been married twice, and I mean, I thought I was in love a few times, but I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe I just love me, and I'm okay with it.
Mm-hmm.
There's the other corner. I want to know what love is. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
I keep thinking of songs and not remembering who sings it. Like there was another real sweet, I want to make it with you.
That's bread.
Oh, see, you were just talking about bread too. That's probably
Yeah.
why it's like floating around in there. It's a good song though. It's sweet.
Yeah, they made some great songs, man. They really did. You get like the CD or the album Bread's Greatest Hits, and every single song is good.
Mhm.
Need to listen to music now.
If by Bread was great, you know what I'm talking about? The one
I do, but I don't. I mean, I'm sure I know it.
if their picture
Yeah, but
says 1,000 words, then why can't I paint you?
and why I
Great
paint.
one. That was a great one.
Yeah.
Do you remember the Beatles? Yes, it is. That's a very lost song. For red is the color that my baby wore, and what's more, it's true. From the '65 album. They have a few love songs that weren't bad.
I know one no one said, when a man loves a woman. That's a yeah, he's not a narcissist, Cynthia.
That's a
I
great
can say
song.
that.
Michael Bolton.
Well, a lot of women loved him.
I don't know why.
I don't know why.
I'm thinking about the scenes in Office Space where he's like, not that Michael Bolton. I don't know why my brain works like that. I swear there's certain things are just triggers. That was a really funny part. And he like finds out they like him. It's so corny. He's like, yeah, I like them too. Name a song. He's sitting there like, oh, they're all so good because he hates them because he always been compared to, I know, I'm doing the thing where
Cynthia Stevens brought up Eli's Coming. That was Three Dog Night. They were good too. They were
Very
really good.
that one I don't know.
just an old-fashioned love song.
Man, let me tell you about that song.
3-point harmony.
There are some songs that start out really great, and then it gets to the chorus and it gets goofy, and then it'll go back to the great part again. And that's one of them. Just an old fashioned love song. It starts off with this real moody kind of thing, and it's great. And then it gets into the chorus, like, just an old fashioned love song. I'm like, God, why do they have to do that? They ruined a good song, man.
Yeah.
You'll never be able to hear it again without thinking about that.
They never had a down song, like Misery and all the world's ending. They never had a song like that. They were all more or less upbeat.
Oh, I gotta let my cat in.
That I remember.
Oh, Unchained Melody is another good love song.
Oh yeah, that is. That's a great one.
And that'll make you think of Grease too. Or not Grease, Ghost, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're doing the potting
Every
wheel.
time. Yep.
I swear, that's why I thought it's like weird. There's only a handful of them, but I mean, I can't hear them without it. Just like I said, The Breakfast Club. Every time I hear that song, I think about that movie, and I liked the movie, so it's not like a bad association or anything.
Oh, and the other one is Back to the Future. That freaking Huey Lewis song. That's one of those ones. Every time you hear it, you think about Back to the Future.
What Huey Lewis song was it? I don't know if I remember.
Power of Love. I think it's what it was called.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need a ticket to ride this train. That one.
You know what's weird though? I don't know if I'll be able to articulate this right, but like all these songs and movies and things are coming from a time when there were only just a small amount, right? Like we all only had X amount. It's a seem less, like less movies made each year, only less movie stars. And like now we're at a time where there's all these streaming platforms and all this different. I feel like it's harder to MK Ultra us because like back in the day it was like 5 good movies. You know what I mean? Like it was less of everything. And so now you even have like us, like we're entertaining each other and just hanging out. Like it's not like Hollywood or something. I don't know. Like I said, I was going to struggle to articulate it, but I just think back in the day there were when we think about it, there's only so many movies. We are before like I don't know 2000 or something, or maybe before even 2010. It's like certain ones we've all seen, but now it's like what are going to be the movies that everybody's seen? Like there's so many. It's like some people saw this, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, my husband said the phrase the other day. He said he was watching Laura Ingraham and she used the term shared reality.
There you go. That's what I'm trying to say. Like we used to have.
Yeah,
less so now though, right? Because there's so many different.
Exactly.
Maybe not. I don't know.
Oh, I
guess
so. No, because the millennials they didn't grow up with a shared reality. They grew up being able to choose their reality. You know what I mean? Or their parents chose we all watched the same shit and heard the same song.
Didn't have a lot of choices. We didn't have the cartoon. Well, I don't know. Maybe it was
Saturday morning, yeah.
You get so many choices, but like there's whole stations dedicated to children now, like, like Cartoon Network and the cartoon channels or kids channels and stuff. I guess Nickelodeon was a thing, but you only could have that if you had cable. And even still, it was limited. You get what you get. And
everybody went through COVID, but we didn't have a shared, like, I don't know, our shared reality is different than it is now.
We didn't absorb all the news and only television, where I think some people, like, I hate to say it, I feel like, I don't know whether we're better or worse for it, but when you get real into YouTube, we hang out with each other more and we don't watch as much mainstream.
But if you're for sure,
right. Well, so like a person that doesn't get into YouTube is only consuming mainstream reality. Like they're not, but I can't imagine that world where you're not, I want to follow independent journalists most of the time, or, something that's not mainstream. But I didn't used to be that. I didn't used to think of it that way, used to just be like, I don't know, like it just didn't even seem like an issue. But yeah, I kind of feel now that if we can follow people that have less agendas, like, so what you were saying about people selling out and shit. So like Benny Johnson is a huge channel. I freaking love that guy. I think some people just have integrity, whether you offer them or you don't, it doesn't matter. They're just going to, and I hope he's one of them. Cause I watch him like crazy.
He was on that list that I was talking about too, but they have sponsors. That's the thing, is it doesn't mean,
but I feel like it's not fair to be like, if this, then that.
No, but I will say when he came out with that fifth airplane thing, I mean,
that came straight from TMZ.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like I don't want our new news to be just like the old news, and that's what I'm afraid of with Benny Johnson's and the ones that are really popular. It's they're not giving us the answers, Cola. They're not giving us the ways to really fix our country. They're just kind of keeping everybody in their little holding place. That's
what
we
don't find out that all. I feel like that sentence stopped and she was still typing or something. No, I hope we don't find out. Or I'm misunderstanding of something I'd already said or something.
Did I cut it off or did somebody cut off?
No, it's in chat. Sometimes that happens. You're just typing, you hit enter too soon.
And you hit enter before you were done.
I'll just continue on because I'm like, you'll figure it out. Like, it happens to me all the time. 4 comments in between. Yeah.
Hey, y'all, it's been nice being up here, but it's 4:00 in the morning. And old man's got to go to bed.
I mean, we needed like 5 more Yorga stories.
I'm just, Yorga. I mean,
yeah.
Thanks for changing your picture too. You rock.
I mean, that picture and that story.
You're cool. You're always
the pic and the story couldn't have went together better.
The royal tomatoes.
Grabbing the coconuts.
Sleep well, friend.
Good night, Yorga.
All right, good night, y'all.
Good night. All right, here's the true test, D. Do you remember what you said?
Yourself.
Do I remember what I said?
Yeah, Cola, I hope we don't find all that out. And then Cynthia says, Cola, what D said, LOL. That's why I said, here's the true test. Do you remember what you said? It happens to me all the time. I'll be up here and then somebody will say something. I'll be like, what the freak was I just talking about? I forget. It happens all the time. What D said. That's what you forgot. I knew it. I did too. I have no idea which thing. It's pretty funny though.
Yeah, I don't know. We were talking
the
about
shared reality, I think, is
yeah,
what we were talking about. I think. I don't know, because the timing.
And we're like we're like a couple seconds. Yes, I don't want to find out these channels are just scripted to feed us a line of BS like the mainstream. Right. Okay. Because I was saying that about Benny Johnson. I trust the guy. And I mean, until he gives me a reason not to. He was on top of that. What's his name? Shoot.
He's an entertainer, though. He's just an entertainer, just like Salty Cracker. A lot. That's the category they have to be put in. They'll give you information, but it's gossip. It's all gossipy. I mean, it's really I
feel like we have to be that way. We have to speculate a little though, because
if we're not doing anything about it. Then that's the problem about it. Is like it's to just focus a little bit on our own communities, just a little bit more would be ideal, but with so many entertainers and these digital soldiers, quote unquote, influencers, that just, I mean, that's why I burned out too sometimes, because I get sick of hearing myself talk, and what good is it doing? No one's even really paying attention. But if something went down, I'd be here, and that's fine. I don't want to be committed to it. Even if I were getting paid 5 days a week, it's not, I don't want to sit in front of a freaking computer. That's my thing. If I wanted to, I could be working 40 hours a week doing that, but I don't want to do that. So
I've gotten to where during the day I hardly see anything. Like when I went to my phone earlier, I saw that rescue had been on, and I was like, darn it,
Oh
I
man,
missed rescue.
me too. Apparently, but
I didn't know he was on. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
And
saw
so
him
I
on
missed a
Clubhouse the other
lot
day.
because I hardly look at my phone during the day because I have so much to do. It's like there's just not enough time in the day
There's
right
really
now.
not.
Rescue is on top of things that I'm definitely, really interested in a lot politically. He knows that we have to get engaged and be about our community. I mean, some people talk that, some people have different agendas. Everybody has a different angle,
Good
and I
night, Alfred Kingdom. Thank you.
had to realize that not
God
everybody
bless
can
you.
be about, like that video I showed you tonight with the school. I mean, that is what I'm living with here, that's what's going on in my community. And so it's hard for me to have to it almost feels like I have to shelf my sense of urgency, or just like tone it down and not talk
Louise,
about it so
Virginia.
much, because it's nobody can handle all that. Yeah, it's sandwich time. It's past sandwich time. But
Yep.
people can only handle so much of all that stuff. And so that's what I've had to learn, the balance of that. It's like, it's just so much of mess here. So I don't want
And
to
I
talk
understand. I
I don't want to talk
understand
about
it's frustrating for you
Yeah.
because that totally wouldn't fly here. It just wouldn't. They one time they tried to do a BLM protest something. This one girl tried to get it together, and it was watered down like 2 seconds flat.
down, huh? Yeah.
Yep.
And that's one little event today, but like that's, at the farmers market today, of course, there's a lot of that kind of, it's everything. It's the greenie movement. It's the free Palestine movement. It's like every freaking movement that we've seen on national TV has been birthed here. It starts here. It's one of the university towns, so that's why. So it's not the
Yeah.
only place. Obviously, lots of other. Dallas has been in the news for a lot of crazy stuff. I'm like,
Yes.
Dallas,
I
what?
know. It
So
shocks me too
yeah.
because Dallas used to didn't be that way. And that's what I'm like, what's changing Texas? Because it's all over. Is it because of all this crap that Elon's bringing in? Is it because of the people who've moved here? Is it because of
Californians, right? You don't know.
no, I'm not even just California. People have
Yeah,
moved here from all over. We
yeah.
have New York, we have every state here. And
Well, did
it's
the wildfowls do something on the lizard people, Full Monty? What's that mean? Wildfowls, the lizard people. Sorry, I'm just curious. That's the show, the wildfowls, right?
Yeah.
The fish is always going, the lizard people.
We
Mm.
on it, we mentioned it, I think. Yeah.
I'd kind of like to know, they're going with some are, most are, with Elon. Like, well, 300,000 people would be alive. 250,000 people would have their job. Trump would have found somebody to do it. It's got nothing to do with Elon or whoever did it. It's got to do with Taco.
Right.
Mm,
Well,
I'd like
Bonnie,
to go ahead and jump in, y'all. I really appreciate you having me, Bonnie, and it was good to see you, Dee. Wildlife, everybody.
it
But
was
I'm gonna
fun,
go ahead and
Paula.
I'll be in chat. I mean, I'm
I'm
Virginia.
getting off soon. I'm 7 hours now. Bonnie's been on.
Yep, I'm gonna
I
be
know.
listening.
I'm gonna be like, ugh, okay.
Good night.
Shutting
Good
it
night, you guys. Bye.
down. Take care, Colin. Oh, she's gonna be listening.
Yeah, but it's there, like with New York, there
Oh,
are conservatives there too. Like you said, Bonnie, it is in a lot of these states. And that's what's been shown for America, is that it really did show the leadership of these 5 and 6 really blue states that
well, and oh, it kind of seems like to me the border, what happened at the border, has made the Abbott and all the law enforcement. It's like they're
yeah.
just getting more controlling, I guess would be the word. I don't know.
But on criminals, isn't it?
No, it's well, like last weekend was the click it or ticket.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
So the sheriff's office joined up a text dot, and anyone they thought didn't have a seatbelt on, they were pulling them over. And this one poor lady that they pulled over, and she went to Facebook with it. And that's what I love about our Facebook neighbor page is we just anything that's going on, it's thrown out there
Ran it
instantly
on
and
here. Yeah.
and good or bad. And so um so everybody kind of knows what's going on, like
Mhm.
good or bad. And uh well, you see who the Karens are too.
Yeah.
I mean, when they're griping about a garbage barrel being out close to the road too long, give me a break.
Yeah.
We have more important things to worry about than a dang garbage can.
Well, they're doing a body corporate bullshit, and
Yeah.
they pushing us and pushing us. Sometimes I feel like a lot of this is scripted is the wrong word. Obviously planned out, just like New World Order has their plans laid out. I do think that we do have some good people, like even like D-Dog, there are people that do push back a lot in paperwork. I know he's even happened to do some stuff out, you know, um, and they push back, but the people have to push back. Like we have to collectively, more people have to come around people that are standing up, because they're kind of feeling like, where is everybody by now? For me years ago,
Yeah.
I kind of got it then, because it was early on, and it was, everybody was dealing with the bullshit and stuff. But now the dust has kind of settled, but there's more bullshit and more bullshit. This little stuff, like you said, ticket management, over controlling.
Yes.
Sometimes I
But it's like all the people have relaxed because Trump is in. Oh, Trump's here now. We got
not
it
even
made.
all of them.
And
There's a lot of that don't trust Trump too. Even conservatives that have given up on him, well, like plenty.
some, yeah. I
Mhm.
mean,
Night all First Kingdom, love you.
I see more on YouTube that have than in person,
Yeah.
but I don't know. See, and that's the thing. Our gas is $2.69 a gallon. So nobody's complaining about that because to them, that's, we hear all of y'all, and it's a whole lot higher where y'all live. So everybody's content with it here. And then I do see a lot of complaining about property taxes, that they're hitting Abbott to stop the property taxes. I don't feel that that's his issue. Property taxes are county. And so if you feel like your property taxes are too high, you go to the county. I think that they are, we need some kind of funding in the county. And if that's the way the county is going to get the funding to take care of what's here, then property taxes are the way to do it.
I think what's going to happen, I think it's going to get proposed how much money every county. I mean, do you know what your county's budget is? I think I saw mine last week. They did I still have to watch it. They did a video out, the new fiscal year, budget's out. And there's some new ways about things with the data that's coming out. And I think that there's going to be more new ways, more very transparent things where these people are not going to be able to hide behind all their federal grants. That's already happening. My community is getting pretty hit hard. This is like a government. Look at the way these people are. Good night, Monty.
Night, Monty.
Look at they what the sad thing is people are loyal to the money. That that even
I had a question about Alaska. Wasn't you talking?
And
where's
I'm
Alaska?
like,
Sorry, I'm just curious. Where's Alaska and all what they want to do in relation to the rest of the United States? Because somebody put some video up recently that the federal government is dealing with 160,000 some odd acres in Alaska. They have jurisdiction there still?
Alaska's part of the assembly, like Michigan. They
How can the federal
government boroughs up until recently? They just assembled that state in 2020.
That's what I mean. Like, this is recent, within the last week, that the federal government going in there about something about 160,000, 164,000 acres. And I thought you don't own anything in Alaska anymore, but I lost the article. I don't know where it went.
You don't think America owns Alaska anymore?
Well, this is what I was understand. There's cessation. That's why I'm asking, where are they?
No, they have not seceded.
No, they didn't.
They are a common law state.
Right.
If they see this as a bad thing, I think that they will take care of it pretty swiftly.
Well, I didn't know.
It depends on how the state sees it. Each state is like a separate country of the United States.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they're all funded by the federal government.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the federal government feels like they own all the land. So, in some states they do. Nevada, they own almost that whole state.
Yeah.
So it's different in different states.
Right. Well, the government is doing a lot of land grabbing. They always do.
Yes.
To them, it's some corporate greedy pigs. It's one or the other.
Well, the military has a very strong presence in Alaska, does it not? Because of the
probably cola I'm fixing to.
I don't know. I didn't get the whole point of it, right?
Yeah.
The federal government was coming in about 164,000 acres, and I thought maybe not. If the people didn't want that, I don't know. I don't know.
So, Dee, How do you feel about the Supreme Court making decisions for us?
Mm.
Well, I feel that people put too much stock and faith into the Supreme Court because we're not, because I thought the Superior Court was supposed to be, that's where we are, but everything is,
Not one.
sometimes it's a matter of people's perception more than what it really, how it's supposed to be, right? Like they're supposed to just decide if something's lawful or not. They're not supposed to run our lives or tell a president what to do or,
But I thought it was only over the government. The people are at the top of that. The people are at the top of that.
Yeah, we are. And so if we were to
The
assemble,
judicial is just another part of, we got the executive, the
right,
judicial, and what's the other one?
legislative,
Huh?
legislative.
Legislative. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
And all
they're,
three of those are under the people.
mm,
And
people,
that's why I don't feel that the Supreme Court should be telling us what to do.
they shouldn't be.
But at the same time, aren't they the one who uphold the Constitution? There was something, I think the federal government brought something to them, and
It doesn't matter. If they're upholding the Constitution, then they need to uphold it with the government.
But that's what I
They
thought.
shouldn't be deciding what we can do with our body. They should not be deciding how we live. They should not be deciding what can happen with our children. Those things, that's not their job. That's out of their bracket.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think they really wanted to hear something like Roe versus Wade? I wonder
They
what.
could have not heard it. You
No,
know how many cases they don't let go through?
I'm just saying, maybe Bonnie in the back room, they're going, "Oh God, I don't want to go through this," you know.
They could have just ignored it then. There is a million cases that go through that Supreme Court that they don't even look at.
Oh, sure, yeah. It's hard to get them to look at your case. You stand
Exactly.
no chance in hell of them actually taking it. You know,
So there was a reason they took that case,
probably,
and
yeah,
I think it succeeded.
yeah, probably. I don't know.
The power went back to the states, which is what it's supposed to be. Now imagine if another thing happened where everybody didn't vote, but we voted for our local officials and our senators, and the senators are the ones that vote for the presidency, because that was something that was changed with an amendment, and then it became a popular vote, which has brought us more into a democracy style type of, we're not representative style. But when I first learned about that, I thought that was kind of crazy. It's just there's so many things that are asked backwards to the way our country is supposed to run, and a lot of it is because we're not running it. We're rather let these assholes run us than run our own towns and run our own.
They took the power.
They're a
They
bunch of
they took
posers.
it in every way.
I know,
That's
but
what all of those acts are. That's what the everything has been about. That they
there's
have been
more of us
doing.
than there are of them, though. We just really have to hone in on who is pocketing the money in the county. Every single county has a Bonnie Willis. Every single
Yeah.
one has Tiffany Hayward and a Letitia James, and all these crook, criminal, power hungry psychopaths, and we're letting them run us into the ground. They're doing all this shit. They're never going to stop. They just keep coming at us because they know it's, look at how many of them are criminals. When you really start looking at them, it's like, oh my gosh, these people are really criminals. Oh, he has a record of pedophilia. Oh, he did time in prison. Oh, she was, over here. Like, it's one of those things where people don't even want to look at it because they know they're going to find shit. They
Did
know
you
that.
hear that Garcia fella from El Salvador's back in the States before the court?
No, but Cynthia, if we were selecting our senators, the way it was supposed to be is we were supposed to trust them. We elect them, they represent us, the city officials. I mean, I know it sounds ludicrous now, but look, at the reality is Americans are not involved in politics. So,
Right.
I mean, at the very least, if we were choosing wisely and we were choosing people that weren't sellouts, that was ideal. Freedom hasn't made us what was I thinking about earlier today? All of our freedom, it's a shame that, we weren't able to hold on to it. We've let so much go. Look at how we started off talking about when we could smoke here and there and do things and vote. Right. G-Dog had
And that's how they do it, is one little thing at a time. Oh, we got control of this. Look how they fell for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're political gangsters.
Because even, okay, like Dollar General. Or maybe it's not Dollar General. I don't know. Let's see. There's one of the stores, they said they couldn't do anything if somebody was shoplifting something. And I was like, what? Yes, you can. And because I've seen it done.
Yeah.
So,
right, Sherry.
because there was one store, and that's why I'm wondering where it changed. Because if you look at the front doors of the buildings, none of them say no smoking.
Mm-hmm. You're wondering when it changed. What do you mean?
I mean, if it doesn't say no smoking, what happened? Why they quit smoking in there?
Well, it wasn't it a federal law that around all government buildings you had to stay away from the building like 20 feet?
But I'm just talking about like a convenience store.
Are you
or a grocery store or a dollar store? None of them say no smoking.
Did they used to?
I don't know. Did they?
So
is it a law, or is it that everyone just complied?
Oh, good question. I don't know. That would be good to know. We all have a license. Most of us have a driver's license, pay taxes,
right?
The marriage license, and we do all the bullshit, and we do it all. So what do we do? We do it one battle at a time, I guess. And if you have a partner that doesn't want to battle it in the same ways, well, then I have to weigh out. It's the marriage first before any of this other nonsense. I mean, I'm not going to let it break me in part and destroy my.
Yeah, because you.
But it's very frustrating because I want out. I would like to, so I have to do what I can. Grow food, try to spend some dimes and nickels around. Learn if I could save us money with the taxes and stuff, I'm sure my husband would be all for it. But he doesn't want to go to prison, and I don't blame him. I don't want him to go to prison either. So, it's scary for a lot of people. They don't want to take the risk. I would like to take more risks, but the older I get too, I'm comfortable, but I would like to do a fight that would change something. I've done a lot of fighting and it hasn't really benefited at all. It just got me targeted, and I found you guys, and I love to have people to talk to about it all because my family certainly can't handle it all and talk about all this You know, they see it happening, but it's like they choose to ignore it. Most people choose to ignore all these problems. They don't even want to talk about them. So I guess
Right.
it is a start. We do start.
And that's what sucks too. As a family, we should be a team that, you know, discusses things, sitting around the dining room table, talking about things that are going on. And is this going to affect our daily lives? What do you think how should we handle this? But that's where Brexit's seated too. The family has been divided.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's where it starts.
And we don't really need each other for anything. When it gets down to it, we can buy our stuff online. We can buy it from the store. We don't have to rely on our neighbors to. I'm not saying we don't do it. I mean, there's a lot of things that a lot of us do, but I'm saying in reality, and a lot of people are choosing to stay isolated right now. They prefer it that way. They prefer to be home and not go out, and they don't like people. And I hear this more and more and more and more. And that's dangerous.
Yes.
It's dangerous to isolate yourself. You and I know that, Bonnie. We've had to force ourselves to get out there because we could have got all comfy, hunkered down too. You know, I'm a homebody. I like to be home.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I like getting out. I like being outside. And so I have that spot on the river that I love to go to. That's my favorite spot. But
I love water for sure.
There's others.
Take me to the river for sure. Ocean.
Now
Got the ocean
I
here.
go to the I go to the cemetery a lot. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. I don't know.
Yeah, of course it is.
It's not something I've ever done. It just, it's so out there for me. But
yeah, there's special places.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only you
But
can.
I go around people too. I mean, the bingo, the movie night,
Yeah. Yeah.
I just found a ladies group at one of the churches, and
yeah, that's great. Yeah, I mean, we all need that. We really do. People should pull together and buy property. You know, really. I mean, if people.
That's where I wish that there was more of that because everybody's struggling, and it only makes sense.
Yeah.
But
we've seen a few examples, you know, of some people that did it. There's that town of Etna out here. The guy said, if you want to come homestead, look it up. That Peter Santinello did a video on it.
Yeah. I was looking at free land, and
is it still out there?
There is. There's free land. There's free land in Kansas. Of course, you better have a dang good house. And there's other places. It's not exactly free. It's like one of them. Well, several of them. Your house has to be this many square feet, you know, and you have to build it within a year or something like that. They'll have some stipulation on some of them, but
yeah. And there's auctions. People get houses for very cheap.
Yes.
At auctions too.
Foreclosures. Yeah.
Homestead channels, they break down the fact that you can't buy land and everyone works together in peace. There are usually arguments over dumb stuff. Comes down to the family unit. Yeah. What neighbor do you know that you want to live next to in a tiny village? None. I mean, I have my neighbors, but we all have our borders, and I have my
Yeah.
family, my property. I have my mother here and my son, and um, that's I'm good with having a family homestead. But I think people should. If I could, I would love to be part of. I wish there were people that were trying to help this situation. People that have money that could help. Buy land over here, buy land over there. Here's what you do to set up that guy that builds homes, incredible tiny homes. Randy and Amanda, they're amazing. I love that channel. I love what he does. He loves what he does too.
Yeah.
He has affordable housing for people. He's worked really hard to bring that to people, and he's set up villages in different states. I mean, we've watched a lot of great people down to the grindstone, and actually make stuff happen, and it's exciting. Hi, Kush. I said hi to you
But
earlier, but I don't think you heard. Maybe you didn't hear me.
I see. Okay, you're blessed with the family there and getting along and working together.
Yeah.
Since everything that's happened, mine has fallen apart. I
Yeah.
mean, it is just absolutely, to get an answer out of anybody is like, I have to wait for a day or two before I finally get an answer. And it's just basic questions. And my neighbors were already neighbors. So why would I feel any different about them if I lived in a tiny home than this home? We would still be just like we are as neighbors. So I don't know. I don't see where that would be a difference.
I think that question was directed more towards my saying we should pull together and all put in, because when people think of that, I mean, that's not for my husband. If I didn't have my husband, I could live like that, and I'd have to live like
Right.
that. I'd absolutely have to have a community. I'd be the cook. I'd play the piano. Like I've seen it in my mind. I've even thought about reaching out to a couple of those, like that Earth Havens Village in
Yes.
and the Amish one that's in Texas. I love that Amish one. That one's more my style. It's like Christian. They have like 350 acres, and some whole families get several acres to themselves. They don't want to be all around each other close, and I think they did that very wisely. Some of them
Where's
are
that at?
together. That is in
Is it down by the coast?
it's in Texas. I think, is it near Austin? This guy, they hired this guy, and he brought back it was a former Amish village in Texas. And they have like a coffee shop and woodworkers, and people can come in and they can buy into it. And so I've
If
thought
you
about,
have a link to that, please send it to me because
yeah,
um,
try to find it.
oddly, we've been seeing some Amish people. Well, in town, they've been saying that they've seen Amish people almost every weekend, and I haven't seen them, so I don't know. But and they said that they're looking at property around here.
Oh, I just found it. Okay. Homestead Heritage Community. I'm going to drop you the link right now. It is
Thank
cool.
you.
Yeah, you'll love this video. The way these people live. If I lost my husband, God forbid, and things happen, like this property is going on sale day within the hour. Like it's I love it and everything, but I can't. There's no way I can manage it, nor do I want to even manage it without him. I just wouldn't want to. And
Put it
so,
in public chat.
oh yeah, sorry. Well, I was giving it to them too. But I've thought about like, what would I do?
Nobody wants to live in Texas.
Nobody wants to live in Texas?
Nobody in the chat. The people that are coming here,
I would.
I don't know where they're from.
I love Texas, man. I've been to Fort Worth and Dallas, and I think I love the vibe. I love the vibe. I mean, it's a dry ass state. You're talking to a bunch of stoners.
It's not. Oh well, yeah. Okay, that way, yes, it's
Dry,
dry.
dry.
You get all the alcohol you want.
Prison for 2 seeds, ridiculous. I
But
mean, yeah.
the cities, I wouldn't even judge Texas by the cities because they are completely different than rural Texas. And rural Texas is it's just no, the cities are completely different.
This is in
No
the
way
heart.
would I even think about going into Houston.
No, I don't know where this is now. This says it's in the heart of Texas. They have 500 community acre owned land. 350 families are planting crops. They have an old mill. They grind up the flour. I learned about the threshing floor. They have a
Yeah,
whole. I mean, I think I played this whole video once. I thought I did, but
I don't know.
yeah, they
All
have a
right,
craft shop.
stay and talk to me. I'm gonna close up.
Okay, Blackwatch ditched us.
Yep.
Okay. Night, everybody.
Thank
Much
y'all
love.
all for being here.
Sweet
Go
dreams.
ahead. Love all y'all.
Bye.
Won't see you tomorrow night. We'll see you Monday night. Monday night's serious. Not totally, but you know.
Watch that video. It'll put you to sleep. You'll like it.
Yeah.
Really good.
Y'all get some sleep. Good night, everybody. God bless you.